Yo.
Welcome to the Brand Activations in Gaming panel.
Oh yeah.
The CEO of Uconnect Esports. We help brands activate in college campuses across North America. Let each of the speakers introduce themselves.
Okay. Hi, my name is Edward Cool. I work at Twitch as a customer experience specialist.
Hi, I'm Justin. I'm the co-founder of the Katarina.
Hey guys, my name's Tony. I work in brand marketing. I work for Zero Code.
Cool. So I guess what kind of brands have you guys worked with? I guess like Tony, can you elaborate just a little bit? So like what kind of brands did you work with at Zero Code? And Justin, can you expand a little bit more on the Katarina?
Yeah, I can go first. So my name's Tony. I work for a brand agency in New York specializing in gaming projects. Right now, my main client is Mountain Dew, but we work with a number of other clients, including Nissan, McDonald's, and Twisted TV.
Yeah, and for Katarina, so we're essentially building high school and college gaming in Southeast Asia, starting in the Philippines and Singapore over the past couple of years. And a couple of the brands that we worked with are, a lot of the telecoms, Globe Telecom, Singapore Telecom, as well as the usual, gaming hardware peripheral brands like Logitech, Asus, and MSI.
Awesome. So let's just go over like a really quick overview of what brand marketing is for you guys and where you guys each fit in the ecosystem, because you guys all have like unique experiences and have worked in different aspects of brand marketing, right? So let's touch upon that a little bit. So Edward, you worked in collegiate marketing for a little bit, like in collegiate esports. I think we're all coming from a collegiate esports background, but Ed, you came from Taunt, you came from Twitch, and you came from collegiate marketing. Can you talk a little bit about what your experience with marketing is?
So my experience, I think me and Tony have, and Dylan have kind of a similar experience where we were kind of part of when it was new to market in the collegiate space. And a lot of us didn't know kind of what the value of our space was. But eventually, right now, the schools are kind of more knowledgeable about the value of their space, so they're able to kind of use that to build better relationships with the companies that kind of do the brand activation in those channels.
Yeah, and you like represented Taunt and helped like bring their product onto college campuses to kind of market to these students, right?
Yeah, so I'm in a unique situation where I'm also on both sides. Like I've been the person that got reached out to by companies, but I also reached out to schools. So I was part of a new esports product launch, and my responsibility was to market their product in the United States and Canada to as many schools as I could reach out to.
Mm-hmm. And Justin, you help bring brands on the college campuses through your tournament platform, right? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so a lot of what we do is essentially, utilize the whole collegiate space in Southeast Asia as a network for brands to kind of distribute themselves, because at the end of the day, most students are gamers. Like over 80% of students, at least in our region, identify as them playing video games of any competitive kind, be that mobile games like Mobile Legends or PC games like League of Legends. So typically, like how we work is that we not only run IP and run events that engage students across different schools, and that's what brands kind of look for. But we also support and sponsor student events as kind of like a middleman for these brands that want to like target specific schools.
Awesome. And Tony, what do you do with your agency to activate with, like what kind of activation do you do for these big brands that you work with?
Sure. So now that brands are finding that the gaming audience, particularly gaming and esports, is more and more valuable to them as young consumers, They're coming to us with these budgets. They don't understand too much about gaming, but they understand that they need to be in this space, and they need to be there now. So what we do is we take a look at what their KPIs are, take a look at what their goals are in the space. For example, are they looking for name recognition? Are they looking to potentially put their drinks in other people's hands, get people to drink and sample their drinks? Are they looking to sell their product? And then based on their objective, we match them up with influencers, publishers, esports teams, and other opportunities in the gaming space that help them reach those goals.
Awesome. Do you have any specific examples of stuff that you've done for
Yeah, I can't talk too much about specific examples,
Okay,
but one a good way is if a new brand wants to come in, we'll pair them up with a number of influencers and do a squad stream. So if they want to do, we'll pick some of the top streamers in a specific genre. And different genres of gaming have different demographics. So if they're looking for a console demographic, then we'll maybe go to a Call of Duty, a Warzone, do a Warzone tournament or a squad stream. And if they're looking for something a little more competitive, if it's an energy beverage and they're looking for something competitive, so people will be inclined to go purchase and drink their beverage while they're gaming, then we'll look at something like an esports, maybe a Call of Duty league, a League of Legends, or even an esports team.
Awesome. So what are some of the most common pitfalls that newbies fall into when starting out in marketing? So what do you wish you knew when you first started, that kind of career advice for people who are trying to get into this space?
Good question. I think lacking confidence is definitely something that a lot of new marketers in this space are, at least people who are interested in the gaming space. Many of us have been playing games for over 10 years, 20 years, maybe even. And at this point, we know way more about the audience, about the demographic, and what people want, because we are the audience. In that way, when brands come with these huge budgets, these multi-million-dollar budgets, and say, bring us opportunities in gaming, sometimes that can be a little nerve-wracking, right? You don't have that type of experience, or budgets are getting bigger and bigger, and you want to make sure you're pairing them with the right opportunities. But in those situations, the best thing to think of is often, what would I like to see? What would I appreciate? What would people like me, gamers like me, appreciate? And that's often the right answer.
Right. For a lot of, I guess when I was first joining the industry, I didn't know how to do invoices or all the procedural stuff that you typically wouldn't know how to do as an incoming student. But then you have this giant chunk of experience from gaming, being on campus and playing with your friends and seeing what you guys are interested in that you don't really value as experience until you realize how much your team of older generation professionals don't have. And that's when you start getting that experience oh, I actually have value to bring, right? Justin, what about you? What did you not know in the beginning that you wish you knew now? I mean, that you wish you knew back then.
One thing that I wish I knew at the very beginning, at the very least, is two things actually. Number one is actually knowing your numbers by heart. Because at the end of the day, for a lot of these brands and a lot of these people, it's really just the numbers. It's really how they activate and how they get their money back. And even if they do get their money back, if you aren't familiar with your numbers, you can actually kind of botch things and make things seem worse than they actually are. That's number one. And then number two is knowing how much things are worth, because no one actually teaches you how to price things. No one actually teaches you how to set up what is the right price for this kind of thing. You might be overcharging, you might be undercharging. And I wish I knew how to really coat these things when I was first starting out, because that would have probably helped out a ton.
What do you use as reference points when you're trying to price things out? Because with some things there's an industry standard, right? And then for collegiate marketing, you're kind of trailblazing, so you have to kind of make up numbers. Are you comparing your collegiate marketing compared to the metrics of other types of campaigns, or do you think collegiate is a unique thing that brings in unique value that you add on to that standard foundation?
Typically, we go by usually the industry standard for most of the part, given that the collegiate market does share a relative majority with the usual gaming market, because most gamers are in the 18 to 30 age range right now. Right now we actually do work with a lot of brands that have presence in the collegiate sports space already. So we also go by those rates as well.
So they're basically just expanding their verticals. So they already do college sports, and they're just expanding into college esports. The same team, or is a similar adjacent team, or?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same team, because at least for a lot of things in Southeast Asia, because of how like terrible countries in Southeast Asia have handled the pandemic. A lot of these brands have, like static budgets that they already set for years on end, but they have nowhere else to throw it to. So, they're like, all right, let's check out this thing called gaming.
Yeah, so like just sports within E basically, and it's the same category.
Yeah, at least that's in like our case for a lot of these brands.
So Ed, you've kind of I guess jumped around different. It's like you worked in collegiate on the college side, and then you worked on the other side, on the brand side, marketing into collegiate. Now you work at Twitch. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience with brands and activating for Twitch and stuff?
Oh yeah, can I answer the previous question?
Sure.
All right, so if I had to go back and kind of think about how I started my first marketing campaigns, I would 100% know the numbers, like kind of learn the cost of whatever the brand is trying to achieve. So how much is it going to cost to acquire one user? How much is it going to cost per impression? Things like that. Having an idea so that you could save costs, but also maybe in your first campaign, kind of go, work with Tony here, so that you could have a successful campaign, kind of learn about what you need to do. And Tony is a very valuable resource here.
I think it's really easy to get lost in what you aren't doing and forget that what's important is what you are doing. So like things that we're talking about, like pricing, how much this thing costs, like those are often changing. There's no it's tough for there to be an industry standard, right? Because I generally when I'm looking for projects for a brand, we do something called an RFP, or a request for a proposal, and I'll go out to a number of different teams and partners and say, I have this brand, this is the budget. What can you give me for this? And I'll get price ranges everywhere, but if I like the project and I think the price is negotiable, like that's not important, I'll go and negotiate the price, right? Or if I like the influencer, I think they're a great match for the brand that I'm working for, then maybe I'll go to the brand and say, hey, we need a little more money for this guy. So again, I think it's just, the industry is so young, and even like those of us who have been doing it for a while, we still some days don't know like exactly what to do. So I just kind of make it up, and if it, if you kind of are confident enough, and the price is right, and obviously the value that you're bringing is tangible, then I think that you can get somewhere without understanding like. You go from A to B to C to D, because like in school they just teach you, do this, like this math problem, use this exact formula, just memorize this thing, and then you'll end up with the right solution. There are processes that can help you get to a correct solution or a more correct solution, but I wouldn't say there's like one specific correct solution. So if someone said, I want to come and market my energy drinks or my chips or my investing app, there's no one correct solution. There's a bunch of correct solutions, and you have to go find, one of those, essentially.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So having a game plan, but expect it to change through the process is a good advice.
What tools do you guys use that you think would give students a head start if they're trying to get into marketing? Like in school, I know like people get marketing degrees and stuff like that, but like if I'm just like some economics major or something like that, right? And I want to prep myself to get to work for an agency or to work for a big brand, what can I learn beforehand that's going to give me like a leg up, I guess, but like on top of my degree, my college degree?
I can take this first.
Yeah.
I think creativity is number one. Again, the space is pretty new, so nobody knows what's going on. Like, depending on the activation, if you can come up with the most creative idea rather than just doing the same thing, like everyone's seen a million different sponsored streams, everyone's seen a slap on the logo on like a jersey, everyone's seen like, a box at the bottom of the stream that has like a logo on it. I think those things at the beginning, like maybe like, 5 years ago were like pretty awesome. People are like, oh my God, I get my logo on this on esports broadcast, 50,000 people could see it. Nowadays, it's just so commoditized that consumers, those of us that watch streams, that play games, are often, ready to tune those things out and just not pay attention to those things. So as the space develops, the brand marketing space develops, you have to come up with creative solutions that kind of make you memorable and make your brand stand out versus the bunch of other brands who are coming in doing the same logo slap, ad read type activity, right? If you can come up with something that truly gets the attention of people, that'll go way farther than someone who just understands what they're doing in the industry and just keeps doing the same thing over and over.
Kind of like a heavier lean into experiential marketing kind of thing, a little bit?
Yeah, I would say like again, just finding like creative ways to, bring value to the space. I think if I was a new brand coming to the space, the first thing I would think of isn't necessarily how I can get people to love my brand, but rather how I can use these marketing dollars to bring value to the space, so the audience will recognize that I'm here to grow the space, to contribute, rather than just to go like show my product, right? So, a lot of companies come in, they'll pay for like ads and they'll pay for things like that. But other companies will come in and like host tournaments, host events, bring in like a group of influencers that may not regularly play together to play in an event. And that is something that brings value to the audience, because without those brand dollars, without them coming in and creating this thing, it would never have happened. So I would say looking for those opportunities is the easiest win.
You guys have all worked with like influencers in some capacity. You work at Twitch, you work with agencies, and I guess what are your thoughts about the creator economy? Because there's so many new startups coming up that are creating creator tools. I guess entertainment itself is becoming a little more decentralized, where instead of everyone watching like these big media channels, you see them kind of getting sapped away by these individual creators who just have a camera and just go outside and do some IRL stream or something like that. How has that changed your industry in terms of how you approach reaching their audiences and just overall marketing?
I have a really unique take on this. So if you're kind of somebody from an underrepresented minority, there's more opportunities for people to be famous or get some screen time, because like for me growing up, there wasn't really many Asian people on movies that played a main role, but YouTube was like my main media. Like you got Kev Jumba, you got Ryan Higa, and so as the creator economy changes, there's more people like that coming into the space, and you won't just see kind of the big names. There's just a lot of people that are gaining momentum as the industry kind of more standardizes.
It's like a pure free market instead of having like a corporate board like pick who they think that the demographic is.
There's less red tape or politics to get started and to get your name out there.
Justin, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, basically similar thoughts to Eddie, but basically like my overall thoughts on that is that the creator economy is kind of like unlocked way more opportunities for people to actually make a living out of this industry compared to the previous routes of just like working in the back end or being a professional gamer or being a game developer. Like the creator economy's unlocked so many opportunities for people to create a living. Like it's even more ways for people to like turn their passion for gaming into a career, and I think that's awesome.
Do you think, I want to talk about NFTs a little bit later, but what are your thoughts, I guess from the collegiate side? Do you guys plan on doing anything in the creator space or influencer space for Academia, or is that something that's like NDA or not in the plans right now?
I mean, that's it's not something that's under an NDA, but it's something that's probably going to take like an hour or two to explain,
okay,
like the whole Axie Infinity stuff. Okay. But I will say like the whole crypto space and the whole NFT gaming space is something that's super interesting right now, especially in the whole like play to earn area, in which like people are actually using video games, especially in places like Asia, as ways to legitimately earn a living. And that's something that I think a lot of people and a lot of brands will be exploring in the long run, especially in America. But people can like look over to Asia right now and see how that's going. Like it's a whole new subset of the gaming industry too. Like there's creators for NFT gaming, there's guilds for NFT gaming, there's even like there's so many things. There's even artists for NFT gaming, and it's something that's gonna probably like take its own panel. But
I'm gonna return. Yeah, I'm gonna return to this, but I just want to finish up with Tony. Like I know it's a long-term trend in terms of this like creator economy, and especially with COVID, it's kind of amplified the change, I guess, or accelerated it. How have marketing agencies reacted to that? Like with all these marketing tools coming out, have you guys changed your tactics? Have you guys like moved your focus more towards creator marketing, or is it just a numbers game where like if you see a big number, then you go for it or something like that?
So I think the main genesis of why creators are growing bigger is because it's the entertainment that people want to see. So just like gaming, esports, content, creators are the newest part of this gaming ecosystem, and a lot of people are interested in seeing what their favorite creators have to say, right? I think a big part of this evolution, for example, is like a series like Valorant and Call of Duty League having co-streams with like Pokimane, with Shroud, with Courage, guys that are potentially more interesting to a certain subset of demographics than their official broadcasters, right? If I'm just a casual fan of Valorant, I'm not as interested in hearing the commentators break down the play-by-play of what's happening, because I have no clue what they're saying anyways. But if I watch Shroud all the time and I watch Ninja or Poki, I would be much more interested in hearing what they have to say, and that brings in a lot more eyeballs to the competition than if they were going the other way. And I think creators are just, again, a new and growing area of this space because more eyeballs are going towards there. So I do agree with Ed and Dylan that the creator space does bring more opportunities. So if you want to work in the gaming space, you don't have to be a game developer. You don't have to work for Riot Games. You don't have to work for Activision. You don't have to go make games and sell games. There's so many things. Every single thing that you see, that you consume, there are people behind the scenes working and doing that, right? If you see a sponsored stream, there's probably someone managing from the talent side. So like, let's say Nick Merckx is doing a sponsored stream. He's got a talent agency and they have like 2 or 3 managers that's helping him set everything up, helping him decide what game to play, who to play with, what he's gonna say, is he like what he's gonna drink during the stream, all that. And then on the brand side, there are people managing the budget, deciding what streamers do I want to sponsor. And then once they decide on like who they want to work with or what opportunities they want to choose, then they'll go work with the people who are representing the streamer and say, this is what we want your streamer to talk about. If you like our product, make sure you talk about it. Maybe there's like a referral link. There's all of those things in the background. It just like, it seems to materialize out of nowhere because it's, it's there. And the focus is often on the influencers, but there are so many opportunities behind the scenes for people to work with, those creators, with the teams, not just like with directly game publishers.
Yeah. I guess coming from a student side, it can be kind of difficult to see like a pathway. It's not like, oh, I can be economics major, and then I can go like maybe into accounting, or there's not like a linear path, right, into these creative marketing agencies or just like in marketing in general, right? What can students do right now that will kind of place them strategically in a way that, is it just like, work on some personal projects, or do degrees matter at all, like for marketing agencies and stuff, and just in general marketing, or do you think it didn't really factor in? Like, what do you guys look for if you were looking to hire, I guess?
Could I start?
Yeah, go for it.
I would say how much value you can bring regardless of your background. I did computer science in school. I have a really big background in business, just from outside activities, not even school related. I gained a lot of experience from running collegiate clubs and also kind of learning the little mechanics about the whole space. But yeah, just basically how much value can you bring to the table? You don't even have to go to a school or through a school. You could just post videos, make content. I think making content these days is probably your biggest advocate, because even in corporate world or startup world, you just gotta be your own advocate, and showing that you can bring value to the space in any way, people will look at that.
What do you think was the biggest like factor in your like portfolio that helped you like gain your opportunities, I guess?
Not being scared. Like
I mean like things that you can list in your resume. Like was it like your collegiate background? Was it like your technical skills, or like what was on your resume that was like do you think was an eye opener for them? Or do you think it was like extraneous stuff that brought you in?
The creating stuff. Oh yeah, I guess it was like creating things, knowing like technical specs of how things could work, like knowing what was kind of technically possible. So a little mix of business and technology. I think people that understand both sides are pretty rare in the space. So if you got that, that's probably an X factor.
It's like soft skills in hard technical school.
Exactly.
Justin, what do you think? I guess, yeah, like. How do kids get prepared? Like you started your business when you were like really young, right? Like before college, pretty much. What can students do now to kind of put themselves in a similar position as you?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it really comes down to like, like either like getting involved in, any opportunity that you can, or creating opportunities for yourself. And a lot of it really starts in, getting involved with your local community. That doesn't have to be a gaming club. It can be your Smash Brothers Weekly. That can be your local gaming community. Like just getting involved in something and like honing your skills through there, and eventually using that to springboard into a more professional setting is a great way to get involved. Like I personally started all the way in like running Smash Brothers tournaments in high school, and then that kind of transitioned towards me working in an
Can you expand
agency.
on that a little bit? Like, what did you do in high school? I mean, I know what you did in high school, but can you expand on like the big events that you ran in the Philippines?
Yeah, I mean, back in high school, like running like tournaments and running like events in general, like conventions, are essentially like a hodgepodge of almost every little thing out there. So not only are you like doing logistics, but you're also doing business development. You're also doing like a little bit of creative work here and there. And getting exposed to all those things helps you really like develop as a well-rounded individual, and that helps you get opportunities. But the one thing that we look for, at least in Academy, when we're hiring people, is that we're looking for people with like T-shaped skills. So people who are really good. They're specialists. They're specialists in one or two fields that they're really good in. But at the same time, they're serviceable, or they're like 6 out of 10 or 5 out of 10s, and like a lot of different things too.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like being specialized in one thing, but also being like quote unquote like good enough in a lot of things.
Yeah, basically like start out flexible, and it kind of serves as like a sampler. Like you do a bunch of little things like all over the place, and you find out what you're really passionate about, and you have that like solid foundation. You also just like start focusing on that one thing that you really enjoy, right?
Exactly, yeah. And the other thing that we kind of really look for at the end of the day when it comes to like hiring, or like getting people who like set themselves apart from the others, is that we want to see like what things they've been working on, like what kind of like motivates them. Because like at the end of the day, like there are people who are like super skilled, like there's no denying that. But especially in a young and like fast growing industry like gaming, like the one thing that we want to see at the very least on our end is like someone who's like overcome challenges, or someone who's like someone who's like gone through like adversity, like like starting their own college gaming clubs, things like that. Because at the end of the day, like it's not really about how good you are right now. It's about how fast you can like pick yourself up, and how fast you can adapt to like changing
initiative,
times.
basically. If
Yeah,
you're
it's like
being a
grit.
self-starter.
Yeah.
Tony, I guess like, can you tell us a little bit about your like, I guess your background at the beginning that you think, because you had a pretty like meteoric rise, I guess, if you want to put it that way. Like you went straight to working. I mean, I'll let you say it. But.
I can get started on my background. So when I first got into college, I was just a kid that was addicted to League of Legends and StarCraft. I was just in there. I was there to play. And when I got into college, I thought I was just gonna be able to find like a gaming club and go and play and find friends. But to my surprise, there wasn't like too much of a established experience on campus. And at this time, I had no idea I was going to work in the gaming industry. I had no thoughts about it. I thought I was just going to go like do business or something along the lines. But yeah, I mean, at the beginning, I literally just wanted to find like friends to play games with. So I started the gaming club at the University of Michigan, and I was just building that up during my first couple years there. No thoughts at all about doing gaming, and then out of nowhere, Riot was looking for interns in business and esports, and I was like, oh, I might as well apply for that. I know I'm probably not going to get in, but what they told me is that they valued my experience building a community, from scratch, building opportunities for others in the gaming space. I was also pretty good at League of Legends. I had Challenger. They valued that. Like things like that are just very interesting. The things that I didn't think that were like career building were like huge like green flags for them to hire me. So I worked there for a summer my junior year doing an internship, and that's when it like hit me. Oh, I can actually go work in gaming. This thing is getting big. This thing is big enough for me to build a career out of. So things that I was doing for my gaming club, like I was talking to like peripheral companies, like headset companies, like, yo, they're like, I'm like, can I have a sponsorship? They're like, yeah, how much money do you need? I'm like, I don't even want money. I just want like 5 mice that I can give out, or like 5 headsets for my league squad. And they're like, I got you. And what I can give them in return is I can put flyers all over campus. I can do all this stuff. I can post on our Facebook group. Back then, people used Facebook.
Yeah, the biggest challenge. We all organized events before Discord was a thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, like literally, I can like go put 100 flyers. It'll take me an afternoon to go put 100 flyers across campus. To them, that is worth a ton of money. Like, like there could be 10,000 people that see those flyers. There could be 20,000 people that see those flyers, and that's huge. But I didn't understand that back then. But now that I do understand, those opportunities are opportunities that are available to you. You just need to like kind of hustle and kind of go find those. But long story short, from there, I was doing things that people do in the business world. So like when I was talking to companies and trying to get like headsets for my gaming squad, or like giveaways for my club, that's things that people do for a living, like partnerships. That's what they do. They're like, oh, can I, instead of, can I get headsets for my gaming club, it's, can I, get a sponsorship for my team? We'll put you on the jersey. We'll do like a special streaming event for you guys. We'll do a series of interviews or something like that. It's just essentially like a more magnified version of what you can do from a small scale. So my recommendation is to really just take initiative and do things that you would enjoy, not only just for, getting a career. If you look at it from a lens of getting a career, you're gonna get exhausted. Because there's a bajillion different things you can do to get a career. But the things that really stand out and the things that, I can tell people are passionate, people care, is when you're doing it not only for the career, but for yourself. So after doing all these things, after college I graduated. By the way, your degree literally does not matter in esports. I know people who are like chemists or
You still get a
biologists
degree.
that work in,
If you can,
work in
if you can,
gaming,
but
work in
it's not like
esports.
Just have a degree.
It literally does not matter. But after that, because of my experience, like talking to companies and brands, I was hired on as a partnerships manager for Optic, to start off and help get sponsorships for their teams, for their influencers and their players. So I spent about 2 years doing that for them. But that all just came from straight up me doing just random small things that felt like I was just doing something fun for my club, but it ended up being something that was very applicable to me in the real world.
Yeah. I think an overall theme that I've seen, not just from these guys, but from a lot of people, is being really good at a video game. It actually does matter. Being really, like, we have a friend, I think you were technically a sub for CLG, right?
I was.
We talked about last, yeah. And then we have a friend who was technically a sub for TSM as well. But you don't have to be like the top, like, you don't have to be a pro player. That's not the only avenue that you can take if you're really good at a game. If you're like at least at like a top level, you're at least unique, right? But like how you leverage that experience can open up a lot more paths than just like, oh, if I get really good at a game, then I can be a pro player. There's just that one linear path, right? It's actually like a tree. Like, okay, I can get like good enough that people will notice me and see value and see that I have some like unique knowledge that only like 0.001% of the planet would really like recognize, right? And then like utilize that knowledge, because there's tons of marketing people, but not many marketing people have like that 0.001% knowledge of the game, of any game. That's impressive, right? So, but I guess like talking more about since this is kind of a little bit collegiate centric, what are your like top do's? This is just general like resume tips and stuff. But what are some of your like do's and don'ts when you're doing your resume, when you're interviewing? Like, do you have any like nightmare stories of what has happened to other people or what has happened to yourselves? And what do you think? What do you think you do well that has given you like opportunities to get into the industry from that resume and interviewing space? I guess.
Yeah, I can start. For me, it's being prepared with questions, doing your research. Obviously, like if I'm interviewing for a company, I should know what types of marketing campaigns they've done. I should like pick like maybe a couple that I think are really good and talk about why I think they did a good job. Being able to break things down and analyze them from just a business level is something that a lot of candidates surprisingly don't have. So, I can look at someone's resume, I can be like, oh yeah, this person went to school, this person did this person did that. But if I talk to them and like one of my favorite questions to ask is like, can you tell me about a brand campaign that you've seen in the past year or maybe like, recently that you think is successful? And tell me why. So that helps me understand, number one, their thought process behind breaking down something like that from like, just something that you consume as a viewer, like, oh yeah, this dude's doing a sponsored stream or a tournament, that's really awesome, to like, how that comes together and the reasons as to why that may come together. But also it tells me you're paying attention in the space. Like you are watching the top streamers, you're keeping an eye out for the top opportunities, so that if I hire you and I say we have this client and they're looking to market this this product, they want this demographic, you can come and tell me exactly what that is, right? If I'm marketing like a competitive like product, like a headset or like a mice, You can tell me, hey, you guys might want to take a look at, Valorant. That game's popping off. A lot of people are interested. The viewership numbers are insane, and a lot of kids are starting to play that. Being knowledgeable about not only the opportunities but the business reasons is what I can say outside of a resume, because honestly, when I look to hire, it's not necessarily the resume that impresses me, it's the conversation. And if you can have a good conversation and can explain things in a concise yet complex way, that gives me significantly more confidence in you than if you have 4.0 GPA on your resume, because I don't care.
And just to add on to this a little bit, I guess for resumes, when you list out things that you do, don't just list out like what your responsibilities were. Like, oh, I managed a team. Oh, I executed an event. Like, anyone can say that they managed or did something, but talk about use action verbs. Like, I increased in attendance from 1,000 people to 1,500 people, right? Talk exactly about your impact on whatever you were working on, and that shows better success than just saying that you kind of checked off a checklist thing, you know? Show why you were unique and how you contributed to that project. I guess that is something that I think I see a lot of people just leave off. And also, this is a small thing, but just bullet point everything. Just be like, hey, I did this, 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 and this. Don't write out a paragraph on your resume, because no one's gonna read it. But yeah.
Yeah, let me add on to that a little bit. You want your resume to tell a story, because if you just list off things you did, you could actually just summarize that in your skills section. It's really impactful to see that you did this. Why should we hire you if we don't know the value that you put into the things that you added on your resume, right? It just looks like another generic resume to us.
Yeah, and as a student, you can add stuff like, oh, I worked at McDonald's, I worked in food service too. You kind of have to pad it up a little bit, but as you kind of move forward in your career journey, you want to start leaving that stuff out, because people really don't spend too much time looking at your resume. So you want to put in the things that were more applicable, right? So my collegiate club experience is more relevant than the fast food restaurant that I worked at, or I worked at BJ's, which is a BJ's brew house. It's a steak place, but there's nothing useful that can come from that, you know? But my club thing, it wasn't paid, it wasn't anything like that, but that was way more interesting. That was pretty much the only thing I was asked about in my first interview. So just keep that in mind, you know? It's not just whatever's paid. But yeah, Justin, go ahead.
Yeah, and I guess everyone said really good points, but I guess the other thing, and I think this is something that seems super straightforward, super simple, but a lot of people forget, is actually researching or knowing what the company you're applying for does, actually knowing what they're doing. Because I've had a couple of horror stories where I'm asking someone who for example applied as a product designer for our company, saying I was asking what are you most excited to work for? What project are you most excited to work on here at Katarina? And she's I don't know what you guys do. Can you tell me?
Yeah.
Buddy, you applied for a job and you don't know what the place does. All right.
Right. You do if you're just carpet bombing the jobs list and just applying to every single one, whatever gives you an interview, you're gonna get weeded out really quickly. So. Yeah, that just kind of builds off. And you guys are hiring now. You guys just got funding, or are you hiring, or?
We actually just finished our first fundraising round. So we are in the process of expanding our team from 10 to 30 right now. And we've been doing a lot of interviews recently. And the most common red flag I see is as a person that is looking for teammates for our team, it's I want to work with people who are making it easy to work with them, right? At the end of the day, it's really how you're going to jive and mesh with us. And if the thing that you're gonna give me at a first impression is that I don't even know what you do at an interview, then that's gonna show me that I'm gonna have to spend a lot of time trying to even show you this, because you didn't take the effort to learn what's the most basic thing that this company does when you like applied for it. Like you don't even have to do it when you're like carpet bombing, right? Because like everyone does that.
Yeah.
But like when you get the interview and you have like a lead time for that interview, like maybe you should like take a couple of like minutes or like an hour or so just to like have a couple of bullet points to know like what they do.
Yeah. And I guess like some of the people on your team, I guess like one overarching concept in the startup world is you hire fast and you fire fast, right? What are some of the things, you don't have to name names obviously, but what are some things that like people, what are some like things that can get you fired really quickly from the startup world that that people should be like, I guess, conscious of? You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess it's more like, I guess it's not just the startup world, but it's any job or any position or even any like, membership on a team or community. It's like accountability. At the end of the day, like you have to own what you're doing and like know what you're doing. And like if you're someone who like makes a mistake, it's okay to make a mistake. I mean, for most of the part, like there's like mistakes that you can't forgive, right? But like for most of the part, it's okay to like make first mistakes as long as like you know that what you did was a mistake and you know that like you're owning up to it.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, it's like really all about ownership. And if you're like someone who like keeps on like doing the same thing without like knowing, you already know that you're doing something wrong, and like you keep repeating it, or you keep like failing to own up to it, like that's something that's gonna like easily get you like replaced.
And that
eventually.
sounds like generic advice, but when you actually like are down in the depths or whatever, working your first job, like your ego can get in the way. Like, oh, if I mess up on something and I admit it, or like people know that it's going to be like a humiliating experience, it's going to show I'm incompetent. That's like just like get that out of your head. Like everyone makes mistakes, and I guess it's just more about showing like a constructive. Showing that you're kind of constructing this career like a career vault, I guess, of experience, and you're learning from that. If you don't have a ton of failures and you really don't bring much experience, you're just like building on a very shaky bridge until you finally fail and everything collapses, right?
It's even more dangerous to like have someone who hasn't failed before.
Yeah,
Exactly.
almost all startup founders that I know, I guess, really sucked at school, and they just failed so many times in so many subjects. They're like not afraid of failure anymore. Like we failed so many times that like we're constantly like that's what you call like startup pivoting. Is like you try something out, it fails. You try something out, it fails. You do that really quickly. You don't try and dig yourself a hole where some startups just like it's called like feature creeping, but you basically like start out with an idea that doesn't work, so you keep adding on features because you refuse to believe that like, oh, I've never gotten a B before, so this can't fail. And that's I guess a pitfall of a lot of startups that get funding and kind of lose all of it, I guess. But so that's kind of like a deep dive into the startup world. That's not too relevant, but yeah. So I guess I'm going to do one more question, and then we're going to take some Q&A. If there's no Q&A, then we're going to just keep going. But I guess how do you guys like vet sponsorship and marketing deals? Like, I guess from the collegiate side, how do you vet like whether or not you'll accept a sponsorship? Justin, like how do you guys vet the deals? Like when a brand comes to you trying to sponsor a CAD arena, like is there any deals that you'll say no to, or like do you guys have like a hard stop on like, hey, we just won't work on that? And then Tony, I guess like you can talk about both sides, I guess, because you're on both sides of that too. But Tony, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, brand deals. I think the most important thing from a creator standpoint or a talent standpoint is they actually like the product. So from both a sales and a buying perspective, if the person generally likes your product, they're going to be able to talk a lot more organically about it. They're going to be a lot more convincing, and it just makes things a lot easier for everyone, because everyone is happy doing what they're doing, not just doing it for the money. So there's a lot of money floating around. There's a lot of people taking deals to do money just because of the money, not necessarily because they believe in the product or they believe in the thing. I think a lot of this comes down to maybe in certain phone apps or things like that, where a lot of streamers will take it just because of the money. If they need the money, so be it. But if I was a marketer working for a brand or a product or a game, and I wanted to find good partners, I would go out and say, give them the game, give them the product, let them try it. If they like it, then we can talk about doing a deal. Then we can talk about marketing it to your audience, because if you don't like it and I pay you money to market it, you're just gonna make it look bad in front of everyone. and I'm not going to get my money's worth. You're not going to get future deals. I think the concept is necessarily just find a good match. It has to be a good match for everyone. Don't just take any deal that comes through that looks lucrative. Find the right opportunities. And in that way, if you are actually passionate about a product that you're doing or a brand that you're interested in working with, that brand will be able to see that. The people that work for that brand will be able to see that and more likely to pick you out of a sea of potential proposals or applicants or opportunities that potentially even have higher viewership or more viewership hours or greater exposure because they understand that, to a certain extent, the quality over quantity.
How critical, because I know like it's a mix, it's a match of like some creators are really good at sales conversion, some are bad. Like what's I guess, is it okay just to give an agency or brand like a ton of reach and maybe your sales conversion isn't that strong, or are you guys like a little more focused on like things that convert more sales and your reach is kind of just like a whatever thing, or is that like really dependent on what the brand is looking for?
Yeah, it depends on the goal. So if it's a new brand to gaming, if they're new to gaming and gamers don't really know them, then any streamer that will give them like good, or any opportunity that'll give them good exposure is generally fine. If it's more of a sales angle, then you have to be a little more careful about who you pick because a lot of influencers are really good at playing the game. They're really good at talking about the game. They may not be good at talking about a product or doing marketing. So,
Gotcha.
like I would say one of my favorite partners to work with is Travis Gafford because he himself was a businessman. He started back in the day. He like crowdfunded his first trip to do interviews off of Reddit. So he understands the struggle. He understands that he needs to bring value. And when I talk to him, he brings me ideas. I don't bring him ideas, which is super awesome because that way, it makes my life easy. So I'm more inclined to just throw money his way.
Sorry. Are you Justin?
Yeah, Justin's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Going back, I mean, it's very similar to what Tony said about like making sure that the market and like the people that you choose to like represent those brands or like the teams that you choose to represent those brands are like synergize with the brands in general. Like for example, when we're like for example, just like doing a campaign with MSI, for example, we take a look at really like the profiles of like the different schools or like, the different clubs we're partnering with because some clubs prefer mobile esports, some clubs really have more of a preference towards like fighting games, and it doesn't make sense to have doesn't make sense to like send a laptop sponsor over to a school where 99% of everyone just plays Mobile Legends or like Call of Duty Mobile.
How do you evaluate, like, do you like send out polls or like how do you evaluate the demographics, like the customer preferences of each, I guess, sector?
Yeah, so we do it twofold. So like we base it on like how much they sign up for a tournament. So like what is the volume of this school in this region signing up for like our tournament. So like if this school or like this region, for example, like Southern Philippines has never like signed up for a PC gaming tournament, but their numbers are really good for like a lot of the mobile games, then we can extrapolate there. But on the other hand, like one thing that we've been like working on a lot recently as well is like our web platform, and like we also base it on like how many people from that school or that region like link their gaming accounts with our web platform, and from there we can like extrapolate from different points and see like does this school or this like area really match what the brand is like targeting right now. Because like at the end of the day, like you can accept the money from the brand, but if they felt like they got screwed over, if they felt like they weren't getting their money's worth, then they're not going to work with you again. So might as well like give them some realistic expectations and give them some realistic like areas like, hey, like I know you really want to target this school, but it doesn't seem like this school's like the right fit for this, and you're going to save that relationship in the long run, even if you're like,
That's a big pitfall that like we see in a lot in collegiate because everyone's trying to sell collegiate, but everyone like just like hypes up their numbers to insane amounts. That's why you see a lot of turnover when there's like brands investing in collegiate. They get like these insane numbers, and when they get these numbers back, it's like, maybe a fraction of what they originally pitched, and they just lose it immediately.
Exactly.
It's just like very toxic relationship, like in out.
Yeah, don't overpromise and like don't overshoot. Like don't add that additional zero just because it's gonna get you.
Everyone's like
another 100.
yes. Everyone sees the victory, like I guess the finish line as getting the proposal through, rather than like the bunch of other stuff that happens after, right?
Yeah, it's good to be realistic with people that you, especially like people that you want to be like long-term partners with.
Yeah.
Like you don't want to start a relationship on a lie.
And this also applies to like when you're working a job, right? Like don't over exaggerate or anything like that, because it's better to be honest and like consistent rather than just like getting like speeding through that first step, right? Ed?
Yeah, so what was the question again? All right, I guess we kind of like got into conversation,
Yeah.
but going off in the conversation, like when you're working with a brand, they already have like the KPIs that they're looking for, like, and so when they don't get those KPIs or the data back that is anywhere near their KPIs, then that person gets in trouble because they just overspent for an event or an activation that they didn't get the results that they were quite looking for. And so for me, when I was running my club, I was running my games off like a $300 laptop. I had like a basic mouse, and a lot of people in my club had kind of like the low tier non-branded gaming mice also, and people didn't even have headsets. So when I was working with brands, I was like not looking for money. I was looking for a way to start a relationship, and they know themselves if they can get people to use their products, then the likelihood that they'll buy another product in the same brand is much higher. So being able to provide them value and then them being able to provide us value is a great way to start a relationship. Again, don't inflate your numbers. The way I kind of ran my club, which is not super great in these days, but I didn't really collect too much money just because I was able to keep acquiring sponsors that were willing to just keep us as partners so that I didn't have to worry about charging entry fees and things like that. But that's a unique situation. I just agree with so much everything is said up here. Don't inflate numbers.
Yeah.
Keep good relationship with everyone. Go for the long game, not the short game.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna open up to Q&A now, I guess. If there's any, I don't know how that's gonna work with, they're gonna go up with the mic, and if you guys have any questions about like brand marketing, anything specific, or any, questions about jobs and stuff, feel free.
AMA.
Yeah, AMA. Yeah.
Is there a microphone that we could use?
Yeah, he's got it in
Awesome.
the back, so just raise your
Yeah,
hand.
if anybody
I
has a
guess.
question, feel free to just raise your hand. It could be anything. Like, you can ask anything. We'll answer it,
Yeah.
mostly.
Oh, here's one.
Someone raising their hand, I think.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
All
Hi.
good? Hi, I work at a nonprofit, and we've had a lot of success with charity streams on Twitch, and we're also looking to get into esports. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about partnerships with esports or how that works.
Yeah, so the question is essentially how can a charity organization get involved in the gaming and esports space?
Yeah, and also, if esports mostly does in-house partnerships or if most of the teams work with agencies. We're just new to the space.
Sure, yeah, I would say what I've seen is not necessarily esports being that like conduit for charitable activities, but more so general gaming and esports. Because esports is just such a small sub-segment of gaming. A lot of people, consume content, play the games, watch streamers, are interested in influencers, and I think when thinking about potentially expanding your activities in the space, I would think about it as a holistic. I would say a number of the more successful charity activities or streams sometimes they're done by an agency or it's represented. So you, as a organization, you are a brand. And when you talk to these teams and influencers, you want to recruit them to do a charity stream or to be part of your event. I would say approach it from like a brand perspective, right? What value can you bring to the table, or what value can you help them bring to the table to communities that are in need, right? Yeah. I think you need to frame it that way, like be able to approach these influencers and streamers and teams. I don't think it's necessarily like a how much money can you pay us type thing like it is with any other brand, but more so like find like streamers or influencers, esports athletes, teams that share your common cause. Potentially someone who has, a family member who is like that, or they understand the cause, they're passionate about it. You're more likely to make a connection with them and get them to participate. Or if it's like a local community. So for example, I am from Michigan, and Gamers for Giving is a charity that we work with in Michigan. They do like go-karts. They make go-karts for kids to play games in hospitals. And they just recruited a bunch of people from Michigan. So they went and found local streamers and influencers, and they said, hey, if you help us with our campaign, then we can donate a go-kart in your name to a hospital near you. And that way it builds value, not only for the charitable organization, but also for the influencers so that they feel like they've been impactful.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different like esports teams as well that like consistently go after like certain causes, right? And then like also just like it requires a little bit of market research, but yeah, basically like tapping the influencers that might have a background that kind of relates to the people that you're looking for. And there's also like a month of there's like a month or something where like all the influencers do 24-hour streams, right, or charity. I think it's like November or December or something like that. I'm not sure, but
I'm not quite sure either.
there's a specific time where like everybody times. I think it might be like before the fiscal year or something like that. But yeah, there's like a specific month that everyone kind of there's like a theme on Twitch where everyone does that. So that might be a good time to like plan your initiatives around or like prep for that time, I guess.
I would say another opportunity is to partner your charitable initiative with potentially companies in the space who are spending money. That way, you know, maybe they have a relationship with a streamer where the streamer does a number of sponsored streams for them throughout the year. But instead of you going to that streamer and saying, hey, can you give me a sponsored stream, you can go and tap into potentially a brand partnership and have them use their dollars to help market their product alongside your charity. So, for example, I've worked with a number of charities where I leverage my influencers from Mountain Dew to help raise money for their charity, and then Mountain Dew would chip in some money as well to go help them. So
Yeah.
I think that's another opportunity that you might want to look into.
Yeah, social good in general is like becoming more and more important to like Gen Z and like the future generations. So I guess it's becoming kind of standard that like any kind of big event probably has some like side like social good thing that they're also contributing to, just because that's what's more and more important to people now, I guess. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the question.
Thank you.
So, any other questions?
Yeah, just feel free to start
Yeah,
passing
we
around.
got 5 minutes, so yeah, like we'll try.
to-
Yeah,
maybe
we'll
just like
try
one
to
or two
deep
people
into
answer every
somewhere.
question.
Yeah.
Just do it one per
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
Zoom through.
Hi. So
Hi.
I'll make this quick because it's sort of similar, but it's a different perspective. So I'm currently a student at Southern Oregon University, and we're finally doing a Call of Duty esports team after many years of fighting with administration. And so what my question is, how can we make this appealing for local businesses? How can we propose it that having an esports team partner, being partnered with us as an esports team be beneficial
this.
for their business? Because it's a local business. It's not like big.
I got you. Yeah. What can you say? You're the university again?
Southern Oregon University.
Southern Oregon University. Okay, cool. So there's a couple things. One is do profit shares. Start out with profit shares so that you can bring in people and they can see like the demand and stuff. In terms of like event sponsorships, I would go for big brands. Go for HyperX. Go for Corsair. You know, they all have like developed collegiate departments, and those are actually easier to get than like financial investment from your local businesses because they have big budgets and they want to send you free stuff. And once you have those really big brands, it's kind of easier to get those local businesses. Like, whoa, Corsair is sponsoring this event. Let me get on this a little bit. But first, give them a risk-free way to have you bring them business. You know, like show your value, basically. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
I guess we have one more question, maybe. Oh, we have 2 more. Just real quick.
Edward, you had mentioned that you had a degree in CS,
Yeah.
and I was wondering, how did you transition from your degree into like a position in marketing?
So compilation of being good at games, knowing how to talk to people, because honestly, most of my conversations, people don't actually know what I do. So being genuine in the space is something that I think is very rare. We could talk about it, but it's mostly showing your value. It's like, hey, I can do everything else, or I can do a lot of things that people can do, but I also understand like coding and being technical, which a lot of people is just a foreign language to, right? Like being able to talk to engineers and working on products on the business side is just super valuable.
Yeah, basically, like, yeah, that's basically, I won't try and drag that out.
Yeah, I could talk to you more about it after the panel too.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going? Is it working?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah. So I wanted to ask. I go to Sacramento State. We just started a brand new esports club in like the past 2 years, and we had some good success. My question is, how do we, as a new club, go to get these sponsorships? Go to get like these big companies to like send
Okay,
us
I
stuff?
got you.
Or
It's just so like this is literally what my company does. Because I was the founder of Texas A&M Esports. We were one of like the largest organizations in North America. But just go on the Uconnect platform, and then they. I know it's chilling a little bit. No, like we really like we work with HyperX. We're Twitch's main partner for collegiate event activations. So it's not, you don't have to pay anything. You just go on the platform, you sign up for a campaign, and we send you like a bunch of free stuff. It's not just like we're just gonna blindly send to you. You have to fulfill deliverables, and you have to start like building out your like, I guess, sponsorship properties where you have to build up your social media so that it brings value to the brand. You have to bring people to events, like I would say like minimum 30 to 50 people for like a smallest sponsorship. But you need to start like thinking of your club as a business where you're building up these value adds, and then you kind of combine it all together, and then you basically sell it to a brand, and the brand will take like a 5-second look at your stats and basically decide whether or not they want to sponsor you. But that's the most direct way. You can also go through like traditional, like email them, but just know that you're competing against like a bunch of other like 50 followers content streamers. That pipeline is very, very saturated at this point. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents, I guess. But
Right. Okay. And then, like, as a esports club, how could we differentiate ourselves from all these other different clubs, streamers, or whatever?
you bring unique value compared to streamers. So really, honestly, just use Uconnect. That's pretty much. Like honestly, they have. There's a different pipeline for collegiate than there is for streamers, but I guess outside of like Uconnect, you would have to compete against all these other people, and you're probably. It's probably not even reaching the team that you're trying to do. But anyway, I'm gonna end it. If you want to talk afterwards, we can totally talk.
Yeah,
But
I love
Yeah, so there were a couple
Sorry for
other
going-
questions, so we'll be outside. We'll hang out for a little bit and come talk to us one-on-one. We love you guys. We came from the collegiate space, so we're more than happy to help out.
It was Michigan, Washington.
Thanks for coming out, guys.
Thank you.
You can
Everybody, welcome to PAX West 2021's The New Decade of MMOs panel. Yay! Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, so I am Bill William Murphy. I'm the former managing editor of MMORPG.com, and I am very happy to have some of the best and brightest people, not necessarily the youngest in all of MMO gaming.
Whoa.
Sorry.
How dare you?
We have, first, right here in the middle, we have Linda Carlson, who is now the director of community at Mod Squad, but you might remember her from EverQuest, Lord of the Rings Online, Rift. What else did I miss?
I don't know. I've lost count.
Then immediately to my right here, we have Brian Knox from Westgate Games and Plus9, but formerly you know him as one of the founders of En Masse Entertainment. Some of your favorite games like Terra, so forth.
Yep.
And then, of course, all the way at the end there with the awesome hair and beard that you can't see is Keith Pape from the founder of Yellow Pike Media, and he's been in everything, I think would be the term. Would you?
I'm usually just the bikini model.
That's the truth, yeah. So we're going to start off this panel pretty free-flowing, just ask a few questions, let these guys kind of talk about their past in the industry, what they think of the industry now and where it's headed, and then we'll turn things over to you guys as well to ask questions. So right off the bat, why don't we start, we'll just kind of work the way down the line. Brian, why don't you tell us a bit about your history with the genre, because we're all massive nerds, and yeah, you get to do that shame thing now.
All right. So I guess, dating myself a little bit, I guess, but Realm in the 90s kind of introduced me to the online space of games. In general, it was a fee, a subscription, all this kind of stuff, so I kept making the free trials over and over and over. There's no way I was going to ask my parents to fork out their credit card online at that point in time. But EverQuest is what really got me. It came out in March of '99 when I was a senior in high school, so that summer before college, completely screwed my college. I lost about at least a full semester. But honestly, it was like the most instrumental part of my education. I'm not here today without losing myself to that game because I learned so much about the fans and the community and everything about it. And so MMOs just kind of set me down my whole career path. I was lucky enough to get a job at NCSoft and work on Lineage 2 and then eventually be the producer for Ion and then go on to where I have. So MMOs are just such an important part of my life.
And Linda, I would say that you like MMOs as well.
Oh yeah, kind of. Likewise, I started in MMOs with EverQuest, which was really the first of its breed, and that's where I met my husband, who we've now been married for 21 years. Unlike you, I was 35 when I first started EverQuest, and I had a son and who was failing in English. He was doing really poorly. But once he started playing EverQuest, he finally understood the reason for being able to type well in English, because it's the great leveler. Everybody takes you seriously if you communicate well. Anyway, moved down to the States to be with my husband, got into games journalism, and then eventually, partially because I always role-played a dwarf and brought myself to the attention of the people over at Sony Online, I ended up getting a job there. Thanks, Smed. I still have no idea why you hired me, but it was awesome. And I haven't looked back since. I love the gaming industry. It's insane. It's painful. Anybody who's worked on MMOs can tell you that it's not the most stable industry to be in. And so now I work for Mod Squad, these many, many years later, and I have the benefit of working with lots of game companies without all of that inherent risk. Because now I'm old, and I need time to play my games.
How about you, Keith?
I am terrified that Brian's talking about EverQuest coming out at the end of his college. And I'm like,
I know, right?
I'm like, oh God,
Kids.
How old was I then?
Yes.
My first one was on a VAX mainframe. It was all text. When I was in college, and that was that next step after playing D&D for so many years, and then going when they went from Warcraft to it turned into an MMO. It's like that's what opened for me. For some reason, EverQuest didn't do it for me. All my friends were selling stuff and making money on EverQuest, and I was like, why are they all naked? I don't understand. My mom said I wasn't allowed to do that. But no, I've loved it. Being lucky enough to be part of that, and then getting into the industry and being part of so many MMOs along the way, including Rift when I was at Eisenberg, and being part of Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2, and just being just a huge fan. I just love to see where we're going now.
Now, that makes me want to ask real quick, we'll do the fun part where you get to plug some of the stuff that you're currently working on before we talk about like the state of everything, because you're all kind of still working in the space, even though it's changed so much. Go ahead, Brian, come back to you. What are you currently working on that's driving you the way that EverQuest did when you were in college?
Yeah, so, I mentioned that I started my career at NCSoft, and I kind of found myself in the niche of Korean MMOs with Lineage 2, and NCSoft was very focused on Tabula Rasa, City of Heroes, Guild Wars, all those great games, and I was kind of just like working on these games coming over from Korea, and I just really enjoyed it, really liked it, and I kept that up. I think it helped my career in some ways because eventually I was able to rise up the ranks and be the producer for Ion, and then eventually was recruited over to help with Form Inmass and Terra. And then I went on with Closers and Critica, and I just kept like racking up the stuff. And what I noticed was like, there's a lot of the same community members going from game to game to company to company to company. And I'm just like, it just occurred to me of like, I really wish like there was one great place for this community to stay together and then go between these games easier. And that's kind of where the idea came to myself and my co-founder of like, what if we created a place that was specifically tailored and designed in and around these kinds of games, and specifically like East to West games, fans of anime, fans of manga. And so what we're doing is we're creating a platform called Plus9. And so we're trying to bring all of these types of games together into one place for these types of community members.
Awesome. So plus9.io, I believe.
Yes.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Linda, now you've like managed communities the world over for many different games, and now Mod Squad, that's kind of like the culmination of all of that, right?
Yeah, it kind of is. Now, unfortunately, because we do sign binding NDAs with our clients, I can't tell you any of their names, but I can...
You guys wouldn't tell, would you? She can just tell you whatever.
We're not live. I think somebody's recording this. I like my job.
No, they collected all their phones and everything on the way in. You're totally good, Linda.
No, I can't talk about the games that we work on. However, what I can talk about is the increasing commitment on the part of all MMO publishers to continually expand the feedback loop with the audience, and also to improve customer service as much as they can, because finally, after many, many years, community management and customer service are being recognized as being extremely important to the game, instead of being sort of last-minute add-ons to the development process. And with that, I'll hand it over to you.
I'm really excited because it seems like, we went through a cycle, it's probably 5, 6, 7 years ago now, where everything went to live service, FPSs, and the MMOs were really struggling to break through it all. And then all of a sudden, we're working with the French developer on Life Beyond, and I'm a huge sci-fi nerd, so I know they're in that ground between metaverse and MMO and kind of how they're doing things, and obviously DS and our friends working over at on Crowfall over at Artcraft. It's like the MMOs are coming back, and obviously we're all excited to see Amazon actually launch a game. New World's looking good, and there's some really positive things going. It's like you just feel like all of a sudden that the pendulum's kind of swung back over, that not only, it's not this panel, but the single player game's coming back, but also the MMO is the open world is finding its footing again. I think I got a little flooded 2013, 2015, and it's like they were constant, and I think like Brian said, constantly other one's coming out, and everybody was having to kind of hop from one to the other, and there was no foundational home like there had been for a few years. Well, it seems like once again, that's kind of coming back again. People are putting some serious effort into MMOs, and like I said, for me, it's like the fact there's a fantasy one, like Crowfall, and there's also the sci-fi side with what the guys are doing on Life Beyond in France. I think I'm just really excited to once again see MMOs doing something impressive.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about it is that for the longest time, and even right now, the biggest MMOs are the ones that have like IPs attached to them,
right?
Like your Elder Scrolls, your Warcraft, your Final Fantasy. But now you're starting to see lots of sort of startups the way it was before, because Ultima wasn't a household name when Ultima Online came out, and neither was EverQuest, but they turned into IPs and these big projects. So I guess my question is, why do you think the games that are still successful today are successful, and what will the next round of games that could possibly break open the genre again be? How will they be different?
I think the games that have really endured kept finding their audience in different places. I think we were we were really lucky as people started making the leap to consoles. It was a little bit rough for MMOs at first, but especially in like the PS3 360 generation. But like once we moved to that next generation, you've seen a lot of MMOs just get reinvigorated, whether it was Elder Scrolls or Final Fantasy. It's just a whole other group to tap, and I think you're starting to see that some with mobile as well, right? And just the ability for developers to go across all of these platforms with cross progression, cross play. Because in my opinion, the future is just playing whatever you want, wherever you want, and keeping your progress everywhere. And I think that's going to be the key to success. And that's just becoming more and more accessible to development. It's becoming cheaper. It's becoming easier. And I think that's really the key going forward.
When we look at movies, you get a lot of movies who take, especially if it's something like the Star Wars franchise, they take a lot of flack for, oh, it's all fan service and this sort of thing. Well, fan service is what keeps MMOs alive. It's understanding that your audience is changing over time and responding to the way that playstyle changes, audience needs change, the way they want to invest in your game changes. Because yes, people have to make money. That's, you're not going to get a free coffee from Starbucks anyway. So, MMOs work the same way. But as people within MMOs develop the game, they have evolved in very interesting ways. And it's no longer about, here's our game, and this is how it's played, and y'all don't know what you're talking about. Now it's a much more collaborative experience, and the MMOs that have lasted the longest have definitely worked that way.
And I think there's some maturity going on as people age out into different style of games over the last couple of years. I mean, you even look at what kids have grown up now with, whether you look at Minecraft and Roblox and even Fortnite. They've gotten used to building things and collaborating and being in worlds together for long periods of time. Fortnite makes it seem like they're the first ones ever to dance and do concerts and do these things, in their game. It's like, hold on, EverQuest was doing that years ago. Warcraft has been doing it forever.
Sure.
Just this generation didn't know that because they kind of fell in between. Now it's like they're now growing up and they're, again, fatigue happens in every game, and now they're like, how do I continue to have this long-term commitment to a game where I can really build inside of it and do things?
Yeah.
And it's perfect timing for the pendulum of MMOs to come out and take them to that next level.
One of the things that I think was troublesome for the past maybe half a decade of MMOs is that there are so many and people just bounce between them doing like devouring all the content and then moving on to the next game and keep on doing that cycle.
Guild Wars
keeps
2
going.
would put out something and everybody go through it.
Yeah.
Elder Scrolls Online would put out something, they jump over there, they'd get it done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Terra would have a new development, everybody'd kind of run over there, but you'd consume it, and as soon as it was done, you maxed out, you were at level cap, so then you moved on to the next one that was available. Your guild just moved with you.
Well, that makes me think, I'm sure a lot of the people in this room maybe started playing MMOs when they were kids themselves, and now maybe a lot of them have kids themselves, and they're watching their children like I do. My son sits in front of Roblox for, if I didn't get him off of it, he would never get off of it. And he doesn't realize he's playing something like an MMO because it is. But more than that, he's playing one that's just endless content all the time. And I feel like the next big stage of MMOs is going to be the ones where the players are sort of generating content on their own the way they used to in 1999.
Which is one of the things like Life Beyond is doing.
Yeah.
They're mixing the metaphor between what kids have done in Minecraft and Roblox and what you do in a traditional MMO.
Yeah. Do you think, how do you think streaming has affected MMOs and sort of the way they're played now? You watch people like Asmongold who decide, I'm just going to play Final Fantasy one day, and then there goes Final Fantasy. That's trending again. Good, bad? Is it just another way to have MMORPG.com be good again and people writing about articles and then we're pushing people to those games? How is that happening?
I guess I would look at it as all the connections are there between games more than they were in the past, right? We were very isolated in the early aughts. Is that?
I think so, yeah.
Right? You had IRC and you had some chat programs, but now it's you can stay within your Discord, or you can stay within your streaming fan base, and there's just so many connections that are connecting all of these games together that the leap between them lets the communities leap easier between them than ever before. And I think that streaming is one of those mediums that lets the communities stick within, like the game isn't as important as the community, right? And so they can travel easier and stay connected easier. And so like I see streaming as that. It's just one of those tendrils that starts to connect game to game to game.
Yeah. Do you think we need to be in one game? Like, do people have to like live their lives in
No,
one game
I think
anymore?
that's like, anybody that thinks that one game is the future is
Oh, yeah, no.
really wrong.
No. I think streaming MMOs has always been viewed as very challenging because, you don't just hop into an MMO and stay there for 30 minutes. It's going to be like a 5-hour slog. And yet, it's a shared experience, so it's all about the personality of the streamer and how they convey and communicate what they're doing in the game. And some people are really, really good at it, and it's surprising. Another really good reason for streaming games is to help people through very challenging aspects of combat, especially with high-level combat, to share strategies and approaches to taking on some of that high-level combat. So the sharing of knowledge is the big thing behind it.
And I think, as streamers and the streaming industry has matured, and streamers now have found they can stream 4 or 5 hours at a time, but they don't have to stream every single day. They take time off. People are moving between them. The great thing is for games like MMOs or an RTS and things that are longer term, people are watching them for longer periods of time, and they can float in and out, and they're part of the community, and they catch up with everybody when they get back, and there's a flow to it that allows these longer term engagements, watching a streamer for a long period of time, allow things to happen. And if you miss something, the whole community is there they're talking about it in the chat. And I think the whole communication style has changed from very small, bite-sized, it has to be instant action, to you can rejoin your friends at any time, and they're there for you to talk about what you missed, and you're not missing it because you're with them.
This is a good question. So for the future games that are going to be coming out over the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, what is a problem that needs to be fixed in the MMO as a genre? Like what's something that you hope gets solved as we get this new batch of games?
There's problems?
How dare you?
Everybody loves everybody else's game, and all games are perfect, but what is a problem that you would fix?
I'll go back to kind of what I talked about earlier with the multi-platform. There's still some really crappy business policies between all the platforms that don't allow gamers to play together, and so I think some of the people need to get off their high horses and let gamers play together regardless of where they're logging in at.
Fair.
I think that's actually a really good point. The other thing that we really need to work out is monetization. Making something that makes gaming a little more accessible. Of course, you've got the subscription system, which when I first started playing, I'm not paying whatever it was. EverQuest started out at $9.89 a month. I'm not paying that. Now I maintain 4 different subscriptions so that I can go back and forth between my games, because the cost per minute or the cost per hour of gaming is so low as compared to any other form of entertainment that I can think of. I mean, you go to a movie, that's going to be at least $40 for a couple, because I have to have that disgustingly overpriced popcorn. There's a law. And
by disgusting, you mean amazing.
Delicious.
Let's be clear.
And the bucket of soda that you definitely don't need. But the cost is low, but the way that companies approach monetization sometimes needs to be humanized a little bit. I am not a fan of pay-to-win games, even though I do play some of them. Your turn.
I just snorted at you, that's all.
Okay. You like the
smarter than
pay-to-win
that?
games? Is that right?
It's funny. I think you guys hit the nail on the head. I think those are the 2 areas that we're looking to adjust on. And funny, I'm on the business side of it because I'm agency side, so I understand that the big publishers have stockholders that they have to deal with. But sometimes it's like you lose the humanity in how you describe it and how you allow them to. Everybody plays different. How do they choose to pay for it to still get to that same place? It's just that humanization aspect that I think is the only problem that happens is when the business gets in the way of the fun of the game, and it doesn't have to. You can see the path where it allows the player to play the way they want to play, you still have enough payment that everybody, then the business can run, but they get, it's not greedy, it's just fixing that. Stop getting in the way of yourself. The game is doing all the right things. You have the tactics and the tools to go and allow it to monetize. They just go too far. So I think as always, we have to balance those two things out.
Yeah, I mean, everybody loves a pile of money, right? But do we
Well,
have
yeah.
to have do we have to have RNG chests that you have to pay $15 for everything?
I'm so glad those have mostly gone away.
Yeah,
Mostly.
exactly, mostly.
We've learned that lesson, I hope.
So if there's one thing, we've been through like really high highs of MMOs where there was like a new one coming out, I feel like almost every month, to the point where we're at now where it's like it feels like the genre is at a turning point and maybe coming back. What has kept you playing these games? What kept you believing in the MMO space in general? And folks, if you have questions and you want to start lining up now, it's probably a good time to do so as well.
To me, it's just it's almost like comfort food. Like going back, sitting in there, grinding out some quests, doing some things. That's why I keep playing. It's like I always, when I started originally at EverQuest, I was all in raids. I was a red server, so like it was high drama, like all that kind of stuff. But I eventually settled in.
Oh, that was you.
We can talk names later. But yeah, so like now it's more like chill, do quests, talk to friends, catch up with old folks, see things. I'm really interested in the way stories have progressed with MMOs. In general, stories have become more important to me in these game worlds. And so I treat them a little bit more single player-y, actually. And I think that comes with age a little bit too, maybe. But, but yeah, that's how I treat it. Yeah.
I belong to a small guild, and we've been more or less together for the last 20-odd years, and we do move from game to game. So the games that I'm active in have been Guild Wars 2, World of Warcraft, the emulator for Star Wars Galaxies, don't shoot me, Final Fantasy XIV, they're all great. However, this past summer, my son, who's now 36, and my nephew, who's 34, dragged my husband and I back into old original EQ. They just wanted to play it from scratch again. And it's like, we're sitting there going, oh yeah, this is easy, this is easy, this is easy. And then we went to Crushbone and got our asses handed to us. And it was just respect that, oh my God, we forgot how hard this game could be. And so now we just meet once a week and we play again. And these are these two full-grown men who are now taking these aging grandparents back into that old game. So it's all about the people and the connections and the fact that it's actually a cross-generational pastime that you can really do. We get together once a year with our guild, and the ages of our guild mates range from 15 to, I think the oldest is currently 74. So it is the leveler. I love it.
For me it is. It's my daughter starting to play. She's graduated from Roblox and Minecraft, and now she really likes the JRPGs. And so it's like, it's sitting there and playing with her, and like, I find I'm more the backseat guy. So now I sit with her and we play together that way, and because once again, like when she's young enough that she has the time, and I get to float in and out, I get to have all the fun without having any of the parts that make it difficult with having responsibility and wanting to play. That to me is kind of how I stay connected to it, is that she's loving this experience so much. I try not to get in the way of her experience, but then I still get that feeling of getting to play and help her create things and create loadouts and watch for tricks that I knew that you've just seen 100 times. You're like, don't fall for that. Don't. And, 14, she doesn't always listen, but it's always an adventure.
Yeah, I have one more question, then we'll let you guys go ahead and ask your questions too. The one thing I want to ask now is, because all of you guys mentioned EverQuest and like older games that like really stick out in your mind. In my head, obviously, like I'm still very fond of World of Warcraft was like the one that really stuck out to me, and it was. Like, it's the one that I, even with everything going on with Blizzard right now, I'm like, I hope things get better there so that I can like it again. And I hope when my son's old enough to like MMOs that I could like show him that. Do you think that the MMOs of the future are games that you'll be able to like share with your kids and like and play with them and not have them have the same sort of like college dropout story that Brian had, because it's a very real thing. In China right now, they're probably going to limit a lot of children's gaming and from a legal standpoint. But yeah, I guess the question is MMOs a family thing? Has it come to the point where we can say that?
Yeah, I mean, I've been training and manipulating my daughter for 12 years to make sure she has the same taste as me. So she actually, funny enough, like I was so hyped for Genshin Impact when it came out. And I dove into it, I played a little bit, but then I fell out pretty quickly. The story didn't grab me as much as I want. But she's like AR 56 now or something crazy, and like just loves it in all these communities, really hardcore.
That's what my daughter plays as well.
Yeah. How's your guys' wallets, your bank accounts?
She's really good about that. She waits till her pity gets to a certain point, and then she comes to me and it's like, okay, now I've got a guaranteed chance. It's going to cost you $20 for me to get this 5-star.
That's clever.
Yeah. So she knows the ropes.
I heard the horror stories and same thing. She's managed to balance that really well. I was getting all the warnings from everybody when she first started playing, and they're like, "Ooh, watch out! That one's going to cost you."
I mean, we've definitely had like the whole talks of like, well, you're going to spend this much,
right?
Or you could do this, and it's like, well, if you show some effort here and grind here,
yeah.
And so like,
it's a good way to learn budgeting, which you can then transfer those skills to real life.
Make sure she gets the spreadsheet out and starts tracking everything, and she becomes excellent in Excel.
Absolutely.
I think MMOs have always been a family thing, and we saw the evolution very quickly from the early days when it was 99.5% guys to like 10 years later, it's about 45% women by my count from all the games, because I could track demographics when I was at Sony. And then the kids start playing, and now the grandkids have started playing. And yeah, it's great. I think it's a very great, it's shared storytelling that you can take across multiple generations. So yes, MMOs will continue to be great.
I saw a stat the other day that this is the first generation who now are starting to have children who grew up with video games.
Yep.
You know, so just the outlook is completely different than we had to deal with our parents going.
As soon as I could sit my kid down and show him how like WASD works, like I was like, "You gotta learn to do this. Don't touch those arrows. You'll be fine."
Yeah. And she smacked my hand because I know.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, let's. I think the mic's on, I hope.
No, not yet.
Let's see if you can flip it.
Now let's try.
Yes. Hello? Okay.
Just yell.
I'll just yell then. I have two questions. They're kind of related. What do you think makes an MMO successful? And what do you think makes an MMO, good?
Yeah, they maybe are not mutually exclusive.
They're
right?
not mutually
like Saga of
exclusive.
Rhizome comes to mind. It was not successful, but man, was that game good. Anyway, continue. Please go, Brian.
Wow.
I think it's a couple of things, and I'm guessing it's going to be a similar response down the line. But I think community makes an MMO great. I think that's what takes it from good to great is the community. But I really think it's when the developers understand the community, that's when the magic happens. And I actually think that's kind of why Final Fantasy XIV has really just blossomed over the past few years. It's just the culmination of just an amazing community and the developers just staying true and knowing what they're about. And so that's been a really exciting story for me to see.
And one single game cannot be all things to all people, which is why with our guild, as we rotate through the different games, and sometimes it's based on a production cycle when there's a new expansion coming out or something, and sometimes it's not. But we'll find people that their favorite game is Guild Wars 2, but they're quite happy when we all move over to World of Warcraft or we go over to Final Fantasy. And we're starting to see more people come back to EQ now too because we're having such a blast there. So you never know what's going to happen, but every game has something different to offer. And sometimes you can't tell quite what that is at the beginning. And it is definitely about the communities that form around them and take that play style to the next level. A lot of the time just through the chat and banter that goes on in the open channels. Not talking Barren Lands chat here, James.
Which is still raging.
God, it's horrible.
You guys hit it. I mean, the only thing I was going to say is that there's certain, like you said, there's a certain connection to the community that you see between the developer and the community that seems to be the sauce that's missing. And you see it, I think, even with Jagex, what they're doing with RuneScape Classic. You know, that they understand, and that's why they've split it off. There's different games now, and they're really figuring out, hey, there's certain play styles that everybody loves, and they listen and they take the time and they invest to be to understand that their community really is an important part of the success of the game. And when those teams listen, you see these IPs last a long time.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Next question.
Hello. So having experienced so many different MMO universes and being the hero in all these worlds, I wanted to know from each of you guys, what is the most tear-jerking moment out of any game that you've ever played? And it might be a spoiler-ridden question, so maybe you can say the game and people can cover their ears. But yeah, that's my question.
Are we talking storyline or personal experience?
Could be either,
right? I would say story, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is tough. Now you're gonna make us all think. Instead, there's gonna be dead air for a while.
Yeah, yeah, thanks for coming out.
Yeah.
Because for me, it's never been about the individual storyline. Like I could give you examples from like single-player console games and that sort of thing that have really touched me. Don't ever make me play a game where a dog has to die. Just no. But with MMOs, all of my most moving experiences have been with the real people around me. So I'll leave it to you guys to answer.
It's fine. I felt the same way. Usually most of my stories is that I met somebody, or when you say tear jerking, it's usually somebody I met that then had to leave, and I felt like I lost a friend, or or you really did lose a friend, and it's someone you didn't even personally know, but you knew them online. I think that's usually, it's not the in-game stuff, it's the people you meet along the way and the amazing things, good and bad, that happen in their real lives. That's where online gaming has become amazing. It's the people we've met, and they've had kids, or they've passed away, or just all of these. It's the real life stuff that's more important than the game you're playing.
I mean, I lost a roll on a haste belt in EverQuest, and there was tears. I was so mad. But I'm actually, that's a really good question, because I'm playing through Final Fantasy XIV, and I am through the first one before the expansion. Everyone's like, oh, get ready, get the Kleenexes, because you're going to start getting attached to it. So I'm actually excited to keep playing through. I have a goal to try and get through it all before Endwalker comes out here and at the end of the month.
Why are you here? You need a lot more time. Like you should have the
but
computer out.
I'm a mainline guy. I don't tend to side quest much.
Oh, yeah,
so.
there you go.
Yeah, we can't be friends then.
So I have to ask you now, is there a moment that you had in mind that you were hoping
Without
we would say?
spoiling anything.
Without spoiling too much. Just name the game.
It's really hard, but I think everybody that's played Final Fantasy has gone to Shadowbringers.
Okay.
It's a very emotional expansion, so that's kind of.
I thought that was the root of your question.
Yeah. I expected it would be Final Fantasy. For me, I think it was any time I see like a game that rallies around one of their guild members or friends that died.
Yeah.
To me, that's what mattered. It just echoes the sentiment that community is so important, because you have these funerals of not just characters in the game, but people that people knew, and I think that's the root of it all. Yeah.
Now, I do think that Final Fantasy does the best job of storyline in any MMO that I have personally played. It's brilliantly written, that's for sure.
Thank you so much.
Hi. What advice would you have for people considering to get into the industry, either from a development standpoint or a writer standpoint?
Well, we have a panel on the post-pandemic game industry
Monday,
on Sunday at noon.
How would you pay him to ask that question? That's awesome.
Exactly.
So I'll show up on Sunday, noon, right here.
2 questions. Do you have a resume online, and did you bring business cards?
I brought business cards and resumes as well.
Okay.
There you go.
And I do have a portfolio.
That's the first step. Come to that panel and prepare to hang out with us afterwards and go for beers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's on Sunday?
Yeah.
Sunday, noon.
Sunday.
And you said narrative. I would also say start writing and just putting it out there.
Oh yeah,
so that you can
definitely.
point to it.
Start a blog. Start putting your work out there, and
don't be afraid to get
develop that
feedback.
portfolio for people to look at.
Yeah.
That's what I've been trying to do. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. And then drink with Linda, and you'll be fine. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's because the questions on the careers panel always go for so long. We move out in the hallways, and then we get kicked out. We go, screw that. Let's go for a beer. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll buy your first one. Okay, your first one.
Just the first one.
Not the 5th.
Yeah. Sheesh.
Hi, how's it going? So, like, just listening to you guys talk about how things have evolved for you, your parents, grandparents now. I love MMOs. I just feel like it's really a struggle to like do anything beyond just, kind of gathering or just doing side quests and stuff. Oh, sorry. So where do you see the MMOs going to like well, first, are they going away from the whole hardcore raid style? And if so, what are some of the areas that you think that will be going to now that like, a lot of their player base is no longer wanting to do the hardcore, 20 hours a week raiding?
Can I take this one to start?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think one of the best examples to look at is a game like Destiny,
Okay.
which most people, until they decided they broke away from Activision, and they call themselves an MMO, they wouldn't call it an MMO. But you can hop onto Destiny and get something done meaningful in 10 to 15 minutes, or you can spend 6 hours with it and then wake up and realize that, boy, I probably should have gone to bed. And I think a lot of games, MMO-wise and in general, are going to go that way because nobody, not just kids, most kids are probably better than we are about actually getting their homework done and studying, so they're not going to have the time for it either. If you can't do something fun in a game in 15 to 20 minutes and feel like you accomplished something, then that's probably not a very good game in general.
Yeah, that seems that the two biggest changes is I think that the ability to go and jump in and do something really unique and fast. And then the other side is this Roblox, Minecraft, metaverse style that's coming to all the new MMOs, where you can go off and build something. It's something that you can spend 10 minutes on, leave, come back, and go and spend more time on it again. I think those are the two sides that are really progressing the MMO genre to another level.
Yeah.
We used to have a lot of rules, and if you forego any of these rules, then it's no longer an MMO, and it devalues everything that other people have done. And then a game like Guild Wars 2 comes along, and there's instancing everywhere. There are group events. You don't have to even join a group. You don't have to join a raid. The bigger the mob, the more the groups there are, and that sort of thing. And you can just go have an absolutely insane mayhem time. And meanwhile, you might be crafting, and then you hear in the open channels that these events are going on, and you can hop from server to server to server to take part in these events any place that they're happening. So I think it's the advent of things like that, which, as Keith says, can put you into the action, or you can just go out harvesting, because I love going out and doing some harvesting. That's the first game style that I played with my grandson when he was old enough to play, because he was so blown away by the fact that, that's you, Grandma, that's you. and we just were getting used to that. And he loved the harvesting. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, so you go out and feed the pigs, and then you go online and you
feed
feed your pigs.
Correct, yes.
Great. I can see your life and your gaming life are completely separate. You're doing a great job.
I would gather to think that you're going to see more and more of the hardcore come back, though, because I think it has gotten dwindled. I actually think classics have shown an interest in that, right?
Oh,
and
for sure.
Sure, it was a little bit of a surge and it died down and this, that, and the other. The fact that, she's grinding and crush bone tells me something that there is an itch for people out there. I could be wrong, but the announcement of Lineage Gym gives me a lot of hope for that. I have high hopes that that's gonna. I think they talked about it being very siege heavy, and I think there was this time period between 2003 and 2008 where it was the goal of MMOs was to get as many players in one place as possible, and that's the true MMO. And everyone realized technically that was a mess.
No, that's when the Rangers have a protest and make the zone crash. When
exactly. You go from the 40-man raid, and then it's the 20, and then it's the 10, and now it's now it's the 5-man. It's I think that tech is starting to come back in a way to where we could start seeing that again. And so I'm excited to see, you see it a little bit with the battle royales, 100 people, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So I could see that coming back in and again through the MMOs.
Yeah, I think there'll be improvements because Final Fantasy XI had that one boss that took 14 hours to beat at one point, and they were proud of it. They were touting it, and I'm that's terrible.
There's a place for that. It's the great thing about MMOs is you can have this niche, right?
Yeah. Right.
And so you can find
you
it.
can choose what you want to do.
Absolutely.
You can absolutely find the game for you. Maybe you just don't you haven't found it yet. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah. But I think that's the beauty of MMOs in general is most online games are straddling that thing where they're trying to find an audience. And so if you keep looking, you'll find the one that's for you, and it'll still be an MMO, and you'll feel good about it. That's all that matters. Yeah.
And they're so inexpensive to get into.
That's the best part, right?
Yeah, pay for a month, have a
Like
great
all
time.
new drugs. Easy to
Thank
get
you,
into,
guys.
hard to get
Unless
out.
it's Genshin,
There
and
you
then it's inexpensive to get into and very expensive afterwards.
Hi there.
Hi.
One of the things that stood out to me the most when you were talking about the future of where MMOs are going is when you were talking about user-generated content in Roblox and Minecraft. There's been some contention around the commodification and monetization of user content, the iteration around Bethesda mods, for example, or even Roblox itself, where there's a dissonance between how Roblox advertises how its user monetization is going to work versus what the average user experience looks like. And I was curious, especially within the MMO space, what kinds of principles or systems or ideals do you think are going to be necessary in order to stop that oscillation and that sort of sociological tug of war and give us some stability to allow that to flourish?
That's actually a tough question.
Yeah, that's a really tough question. I've worked on a number of games where there has been a player marketplace where items that people have created are sold. And there's always a balancing point between what the company thinks it should make as a revenue sharing option and what the users make. And then you get into the complications of tax laws and how do we prove that this user is over 18 and can sign a contract, and what happens if they live in Uruguay. But it's challenging, and now that we're seeing people making actual content, it's going to become more challenging. But I do think that that's part of where the future lies, because it's always amazing for any developer to see that, oh my God, these players are coming up with more creative content than we can shake a stick at. So I want to see that, and I do think that that's part of the future evolution of MMOs. And how it's implemented, I think, will make or break the industry in the long term, because we can't compete with the number of players out there with great ideas. You
no
can
way.
never afford to pay that many devs, so it's like having additional fantastic creative content people in the audience. But yeah, it's got to be equitable.
And they're going to break some eggs along the way. The reality is they're going to have to try.
Yeah.
They're going to make mistakes, and hopefully they,
Right.
The only way to figure it out is to start making a mess.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what Roblox did, right? Is they're making a mess. And
They're making a mess, but it's a good mess. And along the way, you have to come up with things like, well, how do we let other users know if this is quality content? Are they going to be really mad that they paid $2.75 for a pile of steaming dog poop?
Yeah.
You can have a voting system.
I paid $60 for those before, so it seems like that $2 doesn't seem like such a bad idea.
That's why you
notice the
smell so
trailer
bad.
always looks really good, and then
Yeah, but the thing is that you can have voting systems, and those tend to be fairly easy to game, and even if they're really hard to game, people will find ways of gaming them. So there's so much to be built in that space. So how about that's what you make your game career to be?
Yeah, please help us figure that out.
Solve that.
We're going to leave that one for you to figure out.
Yeah.
We're
An
just gonna
exercise
make a
left to the
plan.
reader then.
Say that again?
I'm a mathematician, so the exercise is left to the reader.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. So coming from someone like me, I'm 28 years old, and when I first started gaming, I was very console heavy. My family wouldn't really let me delve into PC gaming until it was only until about 25 when I started doing PC gaming. And as I delved into it, I said, wow, my options are a lot more heavy as far as MMOs go. When I was on Xbox 360, I saw Destiny, and I was like, this is what I want to do. I want to hop into that. And then Black Desert got a release on console. So I guess leading to the question is, what do you guys feel like as in like the next 5 to 10 years, do you believe that consoles are going to be able to keep up with the optimization of those options for console players so they don't feel as left out in situations?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the simple answer is yes. I think so. I feel like consoles anymore are more powerful than most people's PCs.
Yeah.
And
much easier to keep up on.
Yeah, much easier to keep up on. And you have, I think the next batch of MMOs that are really successful are going to launch SimShip on both PC and console no matter what. They have to. If not also mobile. Like Genshin Impact is a good example. It's on mobile and PS4 and PC. It's not quite an MMO. I wouldn't call it that because it's like mostly single player. But games like Dauntless are just everywhere, and that's kind of an MMO too. So yeah, I think consoles are probably the place where, as much as a hardcore PC gamer, even like myself, like with my 3 monitors and look at my 3080, I'm so happy. Really, the $300 thing could do me just as well.
And you look at what's NVIDIA's called, their cloud-based console thing?
Oh, GeForce Now?
Right, there's GeForce Now.
Yeah,
and,
putting stuff there, Luna. Amazon Luna.
Stadia is once again, these are broken eggs, things they had to try.
Yeah. Right.
So pretty soon you won't have to upgrade your PC unless you really love that genre yourself. It'll just be, it's cloud-based computing, allowing you to keep up. They do all the work. All you have to do is play the game. Right. So I mean, once again, they're not perfect now, but
I think the best tech for gamers isn't the GPUs right now. It's latency and bandwidth. Because as that gets better and better, then everything opens up and devices just become, frankly, meaningless, right? Like you can get it right there instantly.
Just turn off your iPhone and go pick up
when
your
all of
Switch,
us look back at what bandwidth looked like even 10 years ago and now, I mean, we're getting there.
Yeah, and there's people that are there in the market and touting this stuff, and it works pretty good.
Yeah.
It's not great yet, though, right?
Unless you're in like South Korea, where it's just like ungodly.
Yeah, even then, it's like I think we need some like monumental breakthrough with latency, and then like once that hits, like I think it's gonna be crazy cool.
Yeah, I live on a farm and we've got rural wireless, and that makes for really challenging boss fights in Final Fantasy XIV, where timing is everything, and if you miss a frame, you're dead. And that's why I'm moving back to Canada, where I'm going to be on a farm and I have fiber. Okay.
They deliver free
Yay,
medical
socialism! Yes, free medical and good
free
internet.
medical and free Wi-Fi.
But really, what I want to see, and again, this is probably my left-wing, bleeding heart, Canadian liberal socialist BS speaking, but cross-platform play, so I can play with my damn friends.
Where you want, when you want, how you want.
Yes, they should be on an Xbox. My husband should be able to play on his PlayStation. I can sit on my ancient PC. And yeah, if there's a mobile component, there should be some way to tie it in. Please give us cross-platform play. But people are very jealous of their revenue streams. But let's maybe have some revenue sharing. I don't know. I don't get to make those decisions.
Yeah. You should.
Good question.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Hello.
Hey.
So, there's been a lot of experimentation and monetization in games in general, with a lot more games in live services and, like multi-game subscriptions like Xbox Game Pass. Is there a company or a game outside of the MMO space you think is doing something really cool that you would like MMOs to do in terms of that monetization?
Ooh. I think there's such a breadth of monetization
There's so many, like everybody's experimenting again. I really like the battle pass system. I know it sounds weird, but I sometimes there's bad ones, but I really enjoy that as like a form of content that like $10. And it gives me incentive. It's like, I'm a leveler at heart, like I'm an achiever, like, oh, the battle pass, that says 100 levels. I guess I know what I'm doing this weekend. So that's something that I like the adoption of. I like it far better than what we saw with everybody had loot boxes, because I was a sucker for those too. I played Clash Royale and probably have like $400 spent in that game, which is probably a small amount for most people. But for me, that's like a ton on a mobile game. Like,
that's
oh my God. So yeah, I really like the battle pass mechanic right now.
I'm gonna cringe a little bit when I say this, but I think for collectors in gaming, I think the NFT thing could be really, really cool.
Yeah, non-fungible tokens.
It's not there yet, right? But like I think it could. Like when I saw so many people like taking advantage. I know. But like the immediate thought I was like,
BS. That's worse than virtual goods. I mean, it's not even real virtual goods.
But like knowing that I'm the only one that has this sword in this MMO, like that can feel special to me.
There have been games that have tried that, and nobody's cracked it yet. But there absolutely have. Like, think of a Diablo game, like Diablo 2, if they had NFTs, so that you could be like, you know what? I don't really need this weapon anymore, and I'm going to sell it, make money from it, give some to Blizzard or whoever, and then also like now somebody else has got that thing. It's cool.
I bought a Yakesha sword, and it was duped, and it got taken away, probably by you.
Probably. I think we know the root of Brian's sadness.
There's something there.
The thing I want to see is the responsible, encouraging addition of player-made content. Like content, and that's what I want to see. I just want to see more of it.
Ultima Online, how people used to like get together and like have towns and villages, and like dungeon masters essentially would build things for their people. Yeah.
I love that stuff.
How about you, Keith? Anything? Like, just
No,
give me
you
money.
you guys did all that one.
Thanks so much. Yep. We have time for like probably 2 or 3 more. So perfect. We'll finish. Yeah.
In a time when people are, as Linda said, jumping from game to game with multiple subscriptions as content coming out, what role does replayability have in MMOs in these times and in the future? And how is that going to affect monetization of things when people are just going to do the content and jump to the next game and not go back to play as every single class?
I always die, so I'm constantly replaying the same thing.
Hi, my name is Brass, and I'm an alcoholic. Like, I seriously, I make new characters all the time, and I go through the content, and it's like coming home. It's like going, oh my God, I remember how cool this area was, or oh, I remember this quest line. This is really fun. And that's especially true if I've got somebody new in our guild who also wants to go through the content. Because you can actually bypass a lot of content now if you want to spend $10 on a token to insta-level you. But I'm one of those people who loves content. So there's a lot of replayability for me in all of the MMOs that I love the most. What about for you guys? Like I say, we're doing EverQuest again from scratch.
It is, the content grind from a developer standpoint is so difficult to keep up with that, like, when we're working on Terra, we just work for these moments of like, we're going to release all this content. There's going to be a lot of things that players can buy. And it's almost like releasing a box at that point. Like, you get your money and then it goes way down, and then you release content, and then like you sell more things and it goes down. The thing that always I wanted to see was inserting other games into that equation of the downtime, and that's kind of where I was at with if these similar type of games were all in the same ecosystem, all working together, then you could have your player go at the time it was like from Critica to Closers to Terra, and we could time our content in such a way that there wasn't this huge burden on the developer to crunch through and just churn content because we were spread across multiple games. So that was the strategy that we were trying to employ, and I think that as more games come out, right, and there's more segmentation and more same games, that's kind of the way I see it going.
So I'm going to be really rude and jump in again, because this is a topic I'm really fond of. And when we like multiple games because we don't always go to the same restaurant. Like, even if you love a restaurant, you're not going to go to the same place all the time. The problem right now, to your point, is when I switch from Final Fantasy XIV to Guild Wars 2 or World of Warcraft or something, or go all the way back to Lotro or something like that, for hours, I have to play, what this do? It's like, what do all these things mean?
I can't remember where I left off.
And that's one of the reasons I tend to make a new character and
just start over again. That's fine.
I think there's 2 things that are going to help drive replayability, and it's more than content creation. I think it's going to be procedural generated content, and I think it's going to be AI in tandem.
Yeah.
I think procedural, when people think procedural, they automatically think, well, like level builders or like maps generation. I'm talking about like procedurally generated quests. They'll get better and better. NPCs will get better at reacting to you and changing how they evolve and things like that. So maybe the golden goose was always like, well, if we can make that game that's always different when somebody logs in, they're going to be happy to come back. And I think that's where we're getting to the point where we have the ability to have procedural content and procedural engines that are building content like that, as well as NPCs that are actually changing and not just standing there going like this for like the whole time. Yeah. Cool.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. I think we can squeeze you both in if we don't talk too much. Okay, let's do it.
Linda.
Shut up.
Sorry.
I want to know if you believe there is room or a spot in the MMORPG community for villains, griefers, ninja looters, stuff like that.
I mean, I guess they have to be. Do you have to allow the bad eggs, you mean?
I just want to know your opinion, honestly, of where they belong, if anywhere.
On
the
their
good place
own
or the bad place?
Many times in the companies I worked with, there was talk about putting the bad actors all on their own server.
Ooh, I like that.
Where they could all be asshats together.
Why is everybody terrible here?
Live horribly ever after. We never did it, but
Yeah.
It reminds me of Arcade with like its pirate island,
God.
you know, like where all,
Yes.
all the a-holes go. Yeah.
Hey, you just put them on their own island.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the best way to do it outside of banning. and you
That's
don't
what
wanna
everybody
be-
talks
yeah.
about. Just isolate.
I don't want to hang out with those people in real life when I want to game with them. I don't know. What is your opinion?
I'm curious.
Well,
Are you one of these people?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. How
ca-
bad is he acting on these servers?
I cannot confirm or deny
Okay.
the fact that I have or haven't ninja looted before. So I can fully understand how it affects players. You know, someone's happiness over 39 other people's happiness. I think that your opinion, I think I agree with that. Thank you.
I think if there's a troll who likes to be disruptive, there are a lot of MMOs that have a PvP element, and the best PvP players are trolls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're not abusive individuals. They just like kicking ass. And PvP is exactly where they should be. And it's fun then.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, last question.
Also, I love PvP. We didn't even talk about PvP
No, we
in
didn't
MMOs.
get to that. We need to
Warhammer Online had
Next
hands
panel.
down the best PvP in any MMO ever. Just saying.
Hello. Yeah, I was wondering, like, since like we're in a digital world where everyone's connected around the world with these data centers, like for each region, do you think like in the future like the netcode will improve, such like say like I don't know, you would know about Finding Means, but like technologies such as rollback netcode improving the online playing experience for MMOs. Do you think that's gonna happen in the future?
So
or
that
not?
like doesn't matter what region you're in, you can play together and stuff like that?
Yeah, and like everyone having a good gameplay experience all around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to say yes, but I don't know when that's going to happen.
Some of it's regional licensing, marketing, and taxation laws, and we cannot supersede that. On the other hand, sometime I think in May or June, I was standing out in my yard on the farm, beautiful night sky, and all of a sudden I see these lights going across the sky. What the hell is that? And of course, that's Elon Musk's satellites that were going up. I happened to be there and witness that. When we see more and more of that type of technological advancement, it's making the entire globe more egalitarian, and we're going to be able to share in this technology. And then perhaps we can. Most governments still don't know what to do with online gaming, and therefore that's why the taxation and the licensing and the marketing is so restrictive. But it would be wonderful, wonderful if we could all be one global community. Again, I think it's potentially the way that we're going to achieve world peace, except for the trolls, which we will all put on a PvP island. I suggest Australia.
Traditionally, that is.
Yes, yes.
Okay, one final thing because we have like 1 minute left.
Sorry.
We're going to do favorite MMO or franchise MMO of all time, and you have to, because you're not technically working for these companies anymore. You can do whatever you want. I'm going to go first, and it's the Guild Wars franchise. Okay? Brian.
I mean, it has to be EverQuest for me.
EverQuest, okay. I know Brass.
Leave me till
She
last.
froze. She froze.
Oh,
I'm
I felt the same
breaking.
way.
You know what? I'm going to say that I had the most fun in Warhammer Online, going back to the PvP thing, which is not always my gig. Where Warhammer Online
Best
broke
dwarves ever.
was at the really high end, where the netcode was so sucktastic that it was like a slideshow. It was horrible. But everything up till then, where I played this marvelous little goblin shaman, waving my stick around, and I'd stand between the legs of my black orc husband, who would be punting people into the lava. But we had the most fun in that game.
Sounds like you need to find the free
And we
shard.
played mostly PvP. But that was the game that our entire guild was devastated when it shut down. So that is my all-time favorite.
And Keith.
Plus, it's Warhammer.
Yes.
That'd be an easy one to say.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to say EverQuest also. I really did.
Is everybody in this room, show of hands, EverQuest? Show of hands, World of Warcraft? Show of hands, Final Fantasy 14?
Yeah.
Wow. Show of hands, something that hasn't come out yet that you really, really love. A couple, awesome. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope it was fun. Thanks. Thanks, everybody. Okay, time for more media interviews.
Welcome. My name is Tim, and I'm kind of the host, I guess, of this panel. Well, we have 6 hosts here, and we're going to talk about vintage arcade machines. Let's just go ahead and introduce ourselves. I can start since I'm the one with the computer. I'm just the guy who collects arcade machines. I don't have nearly the experience I think most of the rest of the guys in this panel do. But I have 4 machines. Well, okay, right now I have 5 machines at home. 3 of them are in great working order. One is definitely the project machine. It's a missile command that I'm in the middle of fixing up. Needs a lot of work. And then I have actually 2 joust machines. One is the second one that I'm fixing up and going to, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with that one yet. But yeah, that's me. Who wants to go next?
Tim, when did you buy your first game?
When did I buy? Yeah, that's good. That would actually be fun for all of us to say is like kind of how we got into this. I think I bought my first game, actually I know it was about 10 years ago because I had a friend who had an old Tempest machine in his house for years that just didn't work. It just sat there not working, and he kept saying he was going to get around to either fixing it or getting rid of it, and he never did. And I said, well, if you still have that when I buy a house and I actually have room for that, I'll buy it off you. And he said, no, I'm not going to have it that long. And like 5 years later, when I bought a house, he still had it. So I bought it off of him and got it fixed up and working, and that was my first machine. So about 10 years ago, yeah.
We want to go by the order of the list?
Sure.
Okay, sure. That's you, Dan. I'm Dan Halligan, and I have an arcade collecting problem. I am a game collector. I've been collecting games for about 20 years. I usually have somewhere between a dozen pinball machines and a dozen arcade games in various places in my house and garage. I also help put on the Northwest Pinball and Arcade Show, if any of you have attended that. We used to do it every year at the Tacoma Convention Center, and we are coming back next June.
It's awesome. You should go.
Hi, I'm David Shoemaker. I'm the owner of Let's Play Cafe in Monroe. I don't have a problem. I just collect a lot of Connex boxes to store extra stuff. I have 200 plus machines, not including what's at the arcade, and a couple of thousand boards. I bought my first game in roughly 1990 as a gift to my girlfriend. If you find a girl that says, or a partner, let me be more PC there. If you find a partner that says, ooh, I really like this game, buy it for them and see what happens. And if you do that, use the rule, 3 for me, 1 for you. It's worked really well. Yeah.
I'm Chris Force. I am the newbie of the bunch. I just had my 5-year piniversary. Bought my first pinball machine with the help of Dan over there. I'm also with the Northwest Pinball and Arcade Show. Have been volunteering there for 5 years or 7, depending on how you count it, because we've not had the last 2.
Yeah.
Got into the hobby after attending a panel very like this one, and basically what they had to say was volunteer at the show. So I did. And I discovered that there's a huge community out there of people like these people who are eager to help you find games, help you fix games, talk games, play games, and I had no idea that was out there. So it says I'm the founder of the Northwest Pinball Collective, and that is in its very early stages. We are putting together a space where people can find games, play games, fix games, socialize, etc. in North Seattle. We had intended to be open this weekend, and like all volunteer nonprofit organizations, it's taking longer than we'd expected. So we are intending to open either over the holidays or early in the new year. And if you are looking for a place to find out about this hobby before the show happens next June, look us up. We have brand new social media, Northwest Pinball Collective, and we're on Facebook and Instagram, but not much content yet.
I'm Barry Schomover. For those of you, you've probably never met me, but if you cross the L on my name and make it a T, it's Shit Mover, you'll never forget it. And my initials are BS. David, you do have a problem.
What?
I've been collecting for about 15 years. I went from 0 to about 20 Then I got divorced, went back to 0.
I got his stuff.
He did get my stuff. And then, but 4
I
years
gave it
later, I
back
got
to
it
him.
back. But 4 years later, I got it back.
Yeah.
Got remarried. Now I have close to 20 machines again. And so I definitely have a problem. I mostly collect. I also build components and hardware to convert some existing components into others to help, specifically around monitors. They're becoming harder and harder to find, and so I build a kit that converts a regular TV tube, a CRT, into a vector tube, and that's really what I focus on.
All right, I'm Aaron Davis. I've met a bunch of these guys through collecting and restoring games, and I was always going to own an arcade game when I was a grown-up. And I'm trying to remember timelines and stuff now because I don't do those very well, but I remember that I bought my first Donkey Kong game probably 15 years ago because I remember I had to sell it to buy like diapers and stuff for one of my new kids. So it's been at least that long, but I got into collecting for like the restoration end of things. Like I had to learn how to get the right screws and all the right parts so it all matched and stuff. And I remember one of the first shows I went to when somebody asked me to help fix a monitor in one of the games, and I pulled it out and realized it wasn't the right original screws in this. And everybody thought I was crazy, and that's how you get to know all these guys and stuff. But over the years, I got into more of pinball and stuff, and so actually we'd started a side company making control systems to build pinball machines. And so now we're really involved with the DIY community who are making new original pinball machines. So it's been a lot of fun to work with people who, work at Disney or SpaceX or Land Rovers on Mars, and they think what we're doing is really cool, making pinball. So it's been great. It's really cool to get out and be social again because it's been a while. So yeah.
Cool. So yeah, here's just a high level of what the stuff is that we're going to cover today. And if you have any questions, we're definitely going to save some time at the end for that. So keep those in mind. And then after we get through the slides and the high level stuff, we'll take questions at the end. So I'm not going to read through every one of these slides word for word, but here we go. Just jump into it. So yeah, talking about how to get started. So I mean, obviously, a bunch of us have kind of shared how each of us got started. There's a lot of ways you can kind of get into it. But yeah, it just kind of depends on like where your interest level is, right? And there's lots of resources online. We list a few of them on here: Pinside, Evil Exides. I think somebody put Kalov on here. Yeah, that's a forum online where a lot of collectors congregate. That's I think really the best, in my opinion. I think the best way to get into it is just connect with people who are already in the space, collecting. Do you guys have other stuff you want to add about that?
The one thing I will say, if you join KLOV, don't mention 1UP. Those are the ones, the arcade games that you get now, the smaller ones you see at Walmart and whatnot. People in KLOV are very helpful. They can be jerks too. So just don't mention 1UP.
Yeah, I'll say another thing, as far as buying arcade cabinets, the place that I would not go to is eBay. As the stuff that shows up on there, in my opinion, is way overpriced. It's just not, there are so many other places you can get a good arcade game. And as you'll see as we get into this stuff, they're not really that hard to fix up. It definitely requires some specialized skill and a lot of time and effort, but it's not a bad thing to buy a machine that needs a little bit of work and then connect with people and help, get it running. Plus, in my opinion, it's a fun experience just getting to know like kind of how these things work and how to fix them up and stuff. So that's my preference is finding machines that maybe need a little bit of TLC because you can get a better price and you can usually connect up with people and really learn a lot more about it that way.
I'll counterpoint that. I have bought lots of things on eBay, including full upright machines. Nice thing about eBay is it's a very wide net, so you have a chance to find some things that aren't in your local area. You just need to be prepared for what the prices may be, and as it says in the note, asking price is not the price that something's worth. What it actually sold for is what it could be worth. And actually, a game is worth exactly what you are willing to pay for it.
Yes.
That may not be what he's willing to pay for it. He may think I'm crazy for offering you $10,000 for that cabinet. It's all about what it's worth to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and actually another one that I think isn't even on here, the second Joust cabinet that I have right now that I'm fixing up, My parents found it in an estate sale, which is another place you can, it's very hit or miss. It's not the kind of thing you're usually going to find at estate sales, but it's just, you got to keep your eyes open, basically.
It's getting more common as the people that collect that stuff are aging out of existence.
Right.
And I was going to suggest that people not track estate sales because the ones that are run professionally tend to be using like the high end of the eBay pricing.
Oh, yeah. No, the asking price for this, so the one, it's a Joust and it was in non-functioning condition and they wanted some absurd amount of money for it because, they looked on eBay and basically just picked a high number. But my parents go to these things often enough, they were like, my son says this is worth like $400. Will you take that? And they're like, yeah, sure. So.
And like I found one. It was I think through OfferUp. It was an Asteroids. The guy wanted $800 for it. It was fully working or was working 4 years before. And so I'm chatting with him, and I said, "Have you sold it?" And he goes, "Somebody offered me $700. I'm not taking $700." And I'm like, "Okay, so does it work?" And he said, "Yeah, let me go plug it in." And he came back and said, "It doesn't work. It blew a breaker when I plugged it in." And so in my head, I'm like, okay, well, the cabinet stuff, I'm still interested. And I'm thinking to myself, like, what should I offer him? And he goes, $50 and it's yours. And I'm like, what's your address? I'm on my way, right? And what it was is I actually cost me $60 because I bribed my stepson $10 to come and help me move it. And I loaded it up, plugged it in to see what happened. And my kid goes, the front buttons are flashing. And I said, push one of the buttons. He did, and you could hear the games come up, right? So it was the monitor. But the game, I put in a new monitor that I happen to have sitting around, and now I have a fully functional Asteroid that cost me $60.
Yeah, nice. One thing that's really great now with buying games is you're not going to some stranger's house in the middle of the night down a long, dark highway with $1,000 in your pocket.
That's happened before, though.
Wait, I do that all the time. What are you talking about?
I've done that several times.
There's something called Rule 1, which is have the money, cash on hand, have the hand truck in your truck, and be watching Craigslist, because if you see it, you leave now, because it will not be there until 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Because one of these other guys is going to be.
Yes. We're all looking. Okay, if you are this jerk, please stand up so I can slap you. You see the ad, you say, oh, I'm protesting this ad, so that nobody else can see it, so that you can get it. That's an unfortunately very common thing on Craigslist.
Another common thing that happens on Craigslist and those is you'll come to an agreement. Say somebody offers a game for $400, whatever it is, and you're comfortable with it, you're working, and you're like, I'll come after work, like 3-4 hours. You'll drive to the place with $400 in your hand truck. You'll show up, and the person will be like, yeah, somebody offered me $550, and I sold it.
Yep.
So if you're interested in it, right, if you can't go get it right now, like, you have to make a decision. Are you willing to lose that game? That's what it comes down to.
It can happen.
Yep.
I've made deposits for games. I've sent somebody a PayPal for 25% and say, okay, I'm serious. I'm going to be there this weekend, but you're in Canada. It's going to take me a couple of days to get ready. And that's worked out well for me. Sometimes it won't. This is a somewhat fickle hobby on occasion.
It's also a hobby that has a whole bunch of people that love it and will move heaven and earth to help you get your first game. If you don't have the truck, if you don't have the hand truck, join the groups, volunteer at the show, make friends, because those resources exist and you don't need to have it all to start with.
Yeah, the community is awesome. I mean, like when I first got into it, we'd met around like all the Nintendo stuff and way back. Like, I was really into restoring the Nintendo games, Donkey Kongs, all that kind of stuff. And when you're going and buying games, you might see something that like, oh, I know Aaron would be into this game. So people used to show up at my house just unloading games, going, I figured you'd want this. Can I keep the board out of it? And then there's a whole cabinet there to finish and restore. So that's one of the things that you can really build up a lot of community credit with this stuff. You help people out, they will help you out. And it really does, especially when you get into the pinball stuff where it gets bigger and heavier, like you think you can run these things all around yourself, but the back starts to give out and stuff. So having a little extra support is definitely worth it. But the community, I mean, everybody wants you to get a win. Everybody wants you to get that game. And we all know the people who live, across the region, and everybody's willing to run out and pick something up for you because they don't want you to lose out on it. So
Yeah, and there's a couple other things too. Like I can point to some of my games and I can give you the history of who in the group owned that game, right? Because this past weekend I got a game from one person, and then he had a board that I needed or some parts that I needed, and he's like, I'm not interested in trading, but that game I sold you 4 months ago, you still have it. I'm like, I literally haven't unwrapped it yet. It's still sitting in the shop, and he goes, I'll trade for that, and went back in my truck and dropped it off, right? So that happens a lot.
Yeah.
The other thing that we haven't done lately, but we do before the shows, is we'll do repair parties.
Yeah.
Right, because we have people that are experts in fixing monitors. We have people that are experts in fixing power supplies and boards. And so you can literally take the board or the monitor or the full cabinet into somebody's house, and one weekend we'll do a 4 or 5 hour repair party where you unload it and people will help you fix the machine, right? We do it mostly to get them ready for the show, but people can drop by and just learn and, you know, just have a good time. A lot of times we'll throw a barbecue on and have drinks and whatnot, so.
when it brings the specialized tools together too. Somebody might have a specific tool for fixing monitors and things like that. And that's the other thing that's really great about getting everything together, because people are prepared to work. You know, everyone is willing to teach you. They're not going to do it for you. Or if they are going to do it, they're going to make you stand there the whole time and watch. So you're going to pick something up in the process. But repair parties are awesome. It's like a great way. It's the equivalent of all standing around the hood of a car, figuring out what's going on. It's like the more modern version that we're all into.
It's the geekier version.
There you go. That's it.
Yeah, the Tempest machine that I started with, that's how I got it working, was I brought it to a couple of repair parties. Yeah. Okay, let's move on to sort of the basics of an arcade machine. So this is actually the joust, the second joust that I have in my garage right now. So there's the marquee, which is the light up part at the top. So that's custom art. You can get replicas of a lot of the artwork from various places online, from most cabinets. Behind there is the lights that light it up. And then usually the speakers can be in different places, and a lot of machines, they're up there behind the marquee. Then, of course, the cabinet, which is big and made of wood and extremely heavy. The monitor, which, as we've kind of mentioned before, there's sort of two main kinds of vintage arcade monitors, CRT and vector monitors. And the difference there, it's a vector, literally is drawing lines, zigzag across the screen. That's games like Asteroid, Tempest, what are some other classic vector games?
Star Wars.
Yeah. So if you see like outlines of the stuff on the screen, real bright, and the rest of it's just black, that's a vector game.
How did I miss this? It says CRT or vector, but vector tubes are CRTs.
Yeah.
This is going to annoy the hell out of me until we go to the next slide. It should be raster scan or vector.
Bad news, it's on the next slide too.
Yeah, okay, great.
All right, and then the controls, which, the control panels, there's buttons, there's joysticks, there's trackballs, which actually I brought a prop. This is the trackball from my missile command that I'm currently working on fixing. Fun story about the trackballs. When Atari was first getting into the trackballs in the 80s, they sourced them from a company that made, there's a type of bowling that's popular in Canada and the Northeast called candlepin bowling. I don't know if anybody here has ever heard of it. But
I'm Canadian, I know all
yeah, so
about
this is literally a candlepin bowling ball. They went to this company that made 4.5-inch candlepin bowling balls and said, we want 20,000 of these for arcade machines. And the company said, that's awesome. We're no longer a candlepin bowling manufacturer. We're now an Atari trackball manufacturer. But they didn't change what they were making. They just kept making the exact same thing. They were just selling them to Atari now. So yeah, this games with trackballs. Tempest has a spinning knob. There's all kinds of different controls. And then, yeah, depending on which kind of game you have, there's various flashy lights and guns and all kinds of stuff. So let me switch around to the back side, the inside of the thing. Yeah. So there's the back side of the monitor. The monitor itself also has a circuit board on it, which is a component that oftentimes it needs a lot of special care, and it's one of the first things that you do a lot of times to older machines that haven't been touched in a while is replace a bunch of the parts on the monitor circuit boards. The wire harness, which snakes all the way through the machine, connects the circuit boards, the monitor, the power supply, all that stuff all together. And the power supply, which is down at the bottom and very big, and definitely don't mess with that thing when it's plugged in. And even shortly after you unplug it, the capacitors and stuff on there could be kind of dangerous. So
safety warning, yes, there are things in this that will kill you if you do things wrong.
Yeah.
The monitor has 50 to 90,000 volts. The power supply has your standard 120, you put your tongue in either of those, you're going to regret it.
Don't do that.
If you do not understand what you're doing back here, don't. Go learn or get help. Just don't. Just be safe. That's the thing. Be safe.
I would say probably everybody here probably got shocked at one point. I have thrown screwdrivers across the room into the wall because I got zapped. There's tricks and things that you should do and should not do.
Yeah.
For example, if you're dealing with a monitor, one hand should always be in your pocket or behind your back.
Your non-dominant hand.
Yeah. Yeah. Right? If you're touching the frame with one hand and you're trying to discharge with the other, it's going to go across your heart. So you have to be careful with it. So.
Oh, the power supply is also where it's just a fuse isn't really the problem.
I have bought machines. And
Yes,
it's just
I know
a fuse.
everybody has, but in general, it's just a fuse isn't.
Or you also see an ad where they'll tell you the bulb is out. That
can be-
usually means the monitor is not working.
Yeah. Untested means it doesn't work, and I'm going to lie to you about that.
I plugged it in, it didn't work, so it's untested.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that some of the games I've bought that were untested, the person cut the power cord so you couldn't be plugged in to prove that it was not working. That's happened. I went to one and I actually brought wire strippers and I put a plug in and plugged it in, it didn't work, so I got a bit of a deal.
Don't do that.
No,
don't. Do not. If you do go to a machine, you go to a house, you open up the back to make sure the boards are there. Good thing to do if you're wanting the boards.
Don't fix it while you're there.
Do not fix the game.
They'll
You're like,
double
oh,
the
well,
price.
this switch or that or like, just don't do it. Take the win, walk out with the $50 game. If you fix it, you just up the price by 100-fold. Just don't do it.
Well, and also don't rock them around too much because it might have a full coin box in it. And I picked up, I picked up a game in Spokane, and the guy didn't have the keys for it, so I leaned it back, and you hear them slide a little bit. He's like, "I need this out of here. I got to get on the road." And we opened it up, and the coin box was just filled to the top. They were falling out of the top of the cabinet and stuff. So
I got $175 in coins out of a $100 game.
I've done that.
I found extra game boards, extra joysticks, like all sorts of stuff inside of things. Because they just become like, if it came from a route, somebody might just be using it as a storage locker at the same time. So sometimes you get treasures.
And there's things you find in there that you don't really want to share with people too.
Yeah, some things just go straight into the trash, wrapped up and into the dumpster.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there is a lot of empty space inside these cabinets, as you can kind of see there. Despite how large the circuit board and everything else is, there's a ton of empty space. Actually, I was going to bring another prop. This is the circuit board, one of my spares from the Tempest. And it's actually...
That doesn't show the one on the back.
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
half the
I was going to
size.
say, you can't see, there's really two circuit boards here. One, half the size of that one that's mounted to the back side. So I didn't really want to haul that around PAX all day today, so I just took a picture this morning instead. But you can see, basically, all the functions that this thing does is replicated in one single chip in modern stuff.
As somebody who does component level repair, so all those little black things, I can tell you which ones are bad and fix them. I'm one of the few people that do component level repairs. There's more to it than that. Lots of stuff is moved into software now, where you're doing a lot of things, or custom ASICs or so on, or you can have your DS game, which is effectively the same. These are easier to repair. This is from the 80s. You get into the 90s, those are still reasonably easy to repair. You get past that, you start to get into some customs, which made a lot of sense for the manufacturers at the time, but they didn't have right to repair back then. They still don't have it now. And suddenly you get scarcity of parts. That custom chip that Sega made in 2001 that they literally threw out the blueprints for a year later because they were going to the next version, the only place to get another one is another board. It's a finite supply of these things.
I do like how you took the picture covering your face so that you look exactly the same with the mask as you do with the board.
That's right. Everyone can recognize me.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, that's definitely, the nice thing about these older ones is that most of these chips, you can still get your hand on some equivalent version, if not the exact same chip, without having to scavenge them from some other board.
If you flipped it around, you'd see the chips that are actually impossible to get.
Right,
The bit slice processors on that board.
All right, so one of you pinball experts is going to talk about pinball machines.
Yeah, I'll go through that.
Coffin.
You want to read this one?
Me?
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Sure, I can. There's a big cabinet that houses the playfield and most of the parts. It's held up by legs that are bolted on separately. There's a playfield, which is the main playing surface. The head, which is the back part, which is sometimes bolted or hinged on. And that's often where most of the boards are, although some games put the boards underneath. A power supply.
Also not likely to be the fuse.
Game boards, there's lots of different kinds of lights. GI, or general illumination, that are usually white that light up the playfield. Special ones that are different colors. There's back glass lighting, coin door lighting. Speakers and old electromechanical games use chimes for sound.
Ding, ding, ding.
A wiring harness that holds it all together. And depending on the era of pinball machine, there's quite a difference of score displays, from the old reels and the EM ones to the very early numeric or alphanumeric ones to DMDs, color DMDs, and
digital matrix display.
And then most of the new ones have LCD screens.
Yeah, full-on video screens nowadays.
Oh, and our point about a pinball is a
musket ball. It's shooting itself in the head constantly.
Yes.
So along with all the electronic failures you can have, like in an arcade game, what's unique in the failures in a pinball machine is a lot more
broken shit. Literally broken shit.
Everything breaks.
Yeah, the ball can do a lot of damage over the years.
Well, the cool thing too about like a lot of the pinball games, like I always describe it as like it's like maintaining a muscle car. You know, like you play it, things are going to wear out, things are going to break down and stuff. And even in just the time that I've been working on and collecting pinball machines, like everything that breaks, somebody's made a replacement for. And it gets down to like, you know, there's very few like metal components and stuff like that that aren't made because they actually hold up well enough. So you'll see like, you know, like right now I've got a few Funhouse games in my place, and somebody gave me 3 of them to try and make one good game out of them. Like, pulling pieces from each game and stuff like that. So when it gets to maintaining from the difference between like arcade games and pinball machines, it's like anything that can break will break, and usually they break when you have everybody invited over to your house to play pinball or to have a tournament or something. So it's just, you know, we used to host game or pinball events at our arcade that we had, and everybody just knew to come in an hour or so before and go through every game and find every broken piece. So it was a great chance to fix your games, but usually you end up with a laundry list of things to go buy and replace. So, you know, as it runs through the list of things here, there's, you know, looking at all the different things it actually takes to make up a game through the different eras and stuff like that. You know, there's the different displays that go into it, but when you really get into the playfield itself, it's all a pretty common set of things, you know. Flippers that are knocking balls into things. Like in this shot, you know, we're looking straight down at the overhead view of a No Good Gophers pinball machine. So this was like I think this was the unofficial, what was it?
Caddyshack.
Yeah, Caddyshack game. So you got these annoying like gopher guys that pop up and you know, pick on you and make fun of you as you're playing and stuff. But this game has a lot of stuff in there where it's got like a spinning wheel in the middle that gives the ball some English as it rolls over it, and it's got these ramps that lower and raise and stuff. But this game there's a lot to it. And when we were talking about the different boards and stuff that go into these games, this one had like, you know, all the same boards that a lot have, but then extra boards because the guy that made this game wanted to have more big flashing lights on it. So there's extra hardware just for more flashing lights. And you'll see that as they go through the eras of games, you know, you'll find like the boards evolve over time. You'll see them max out and push it as far as they can. And then before the next iteration, there's new hardware to control new things. And each time they do that, they'll introduce, you know, new things into the games and stuff. This is the fun part. So when you get underneath it, you know, there's a ton of wiring that runs through all these different things. All the different coils and stuff that go into it. But the big thing about like this part of the machine is it's so well documented. And this is where like
What are you on?
Oh, it exists. Like
it depends on the game.
Sure.
If it's a Gottlieb, it's not well documented. If it's a Stern, it's not well documented.
Well, I don't work with those games, so
if it's a Williams, it's well documented.
Well, it was one of the things that's like
that's why I only collect Williams.
And all of those manuals are available online. They're on one website.
Not all. The Gottliebs are not, because he won't release the IP.
Because of that licensing snafu.
There's lots of them. Yeah, my family got into pinball when my dad got the pinball machine that he had in the tavern when he was in his 20s in the U District in Seattle. He and his brother had a tavern, and they had a couple games in there. One of them was like a Royal Flush game. And when my uncle retired and moved to Costa Rica, he's like, "You're taking this game," and it didn't work. But I remember my dad telling me, he's like, you get on the internet and everything is there. You can go and look up the documents on how to fix these games. And so that was kind of how pinball worked its way into our life. But yeah, a lot of the documentation's there. When you get deep down into the board level stuff, a lot of the stuff is kind of there, or it's selectively omitted because all these different companies were stealing designs from each other and stuff like that over time.
Constantly backbiting each other.
Yeah. So anyways, underneath these games and stuff too, most of all the coil parts and things like that, all the light boards and things, there's replacements for that stuff. And a lot of what people are doing now with the light boards and stuff in there is actually replacing with LED lights. Putting LEDs in your game does not make it better by default. And there's tons of different LEDs to, warm LEDs, cool LEDs, all that different kind of stuff. But when you look at the electronics that are driving these things, switching them to LEDs actually helps kind of prolong the life of the boards controlling them because it's not having to push, incandescent bulbs and stuff. And there's even some replacements and stuff that people do in games that you switch them out to LEDs because the heat of the lamps actually melts the fixtures over time. So swapping out LEDs and stuff like that actually does help with the longevity of the games in other ways.
But there can be side effects depending on the era of the machine, the quality of the LEDs, and so on. And there are purists that go, "Oh my God, what did you do?"
Well, they can be a little screwy. Yeah, they can be.
be. Depending on if you get a good quality LED, then it's got a cap in there and it can deal with that. But yeah.
When you got to think about it too, it's like pinball machines, it's like lighting a theater stage. Just putting bright lights all over the place, you can't see everything right. So you'll see some people put LEDs in their old games and just put a bunch of bright lights in there. Now you can't see the artwork, you can't see the way things were lit in certain ways. So, I appreciate a well LED'd game because, it takes effort in finding the right things and stuff like that. But yeah, I usually describe pinball to people who don't know it, who are more into game design, whether it's video games and stuff like that. It's like writing a theater play. You're putting all this stuff on a physical stage. So while it's not literally, these, spaceships or ramps or whatever, but it actually is able to tell a story and stuff like that too. So there's just something a little bit different about a physical game with physical lights and loud noises and stuff like that. So it really does create an interesting canvas for telling a game or telling a story and playing games. Yeah. And then there's some boxes and stuff inside. But yeah,
that's probably deep in the pool.
I collected arcade games before pinball machines, and the first time I bought a pinball machine and lifted up the playfield, it really freaked me the hell out. I mean, it just seemed like so many wires and coils, and it was overwhelming.
If I want a crowd at my arcade to come over and talk to me, I will lift a playfield and be like, "Oh my God!" Yeah. There's roughly a mile worth of wire in there. Yeah, and finding the broken one is part of the fun because there's always a broken wire.
Well, and I think that's the truth too. Is we a whole bunch of us took a bunch of custom games we were working on out to the Chicago Pinball Expo. Chicago is kind of the mecca of pinball. It's where everybody goes. It's where a lot of the companies ran for a long time, and we were all so stressed out trying to get our games in the best shape we could to show off to everybody. And we get out there and nobody's games are finished. And we're setting up our booth like we have here, and everybody's games are up and we're wiring and soldering and finishing in real time. And that booth was packed the whole time. Everybody just walking up going, "I've never seen inside of these things. I've never stood next to somebody who can tell me what this is and what this is and what this is." So what turned from a very stressful experience and trying to impress people with our pinball game design, we looked like a bunch of wizards showing off our amazing electrical skills. And we were just maybe a few blog reads or schematic scans ahead of them, probably in real life. But going to events and stuff like that is really fun when you get the old timers out. So as we would go to these pinball shows around the country, we started bringing this small couch with us, because if we had a couch in our booth, the old timers would come and hang out. The guys that built these games in the original heyday, they'd come and sit in the booth all weekend. and tell stories and stuff like that to anybody that would listen. So it was a great way to kind of attract some people to come and hang out. But just anytime you open this kind of stuff up, especially right now with a lot of the maker stuff going on, people are actually learning to build and create things. Being able to see something like this and turn it from what you know and adapt it historically, like you'll see the ingenious little ways they accomplished a lot of this game design with the resources they had available at the time. And so that's the part, my friend Dave, who I work with on a lot of these things, he talks about the archaeological dig. You start to dig back and see like, wow, look how they actually pulled this stuff off. And you keep going further and further and further back in time till you get like to the electromechanical games. And those are like, it's like you open up a steampunk time machine. Like it's just, it shouldn't work. Like it's just weird, but it's amazing. So it's definitely a good way to stimulate the mind and keep yourself creative and learning new things. That's where the money comes in.
That part looks very similar to an upright arcade machine.
It's almost exactly the same. The making the money part.
So then here's the boards and stuff like that in the back of this one. So actually this
Where
one
the
was...
smoke comes out.
Yeah.
The magic smoke?
Magic smoke,
Magic smoke.
Yeah, and you'll have like the controller that actually does the game programming on the far left side. On the lower right side, you've got the power driver board, and this is what like fires the coils, runs the magnets, like flashes the bulbs and lights and all that stuff. Straight up above that is like, the DMD display board and sound board and stuff. And then the far upper left corner, that's where Pat Lawler needed 8 more flashing lights. So they put a whole separate board in there so he could have that. But all the different games have some aspect of this in different form factors. Sometimes it's one big giant board that does it all. As things went on over time, they started getting more modular with it and stuff.
Well, they started modular, they got to singles, they went back to modular as they realized that different things were harder to work on.
And what year was the machine in this picture made?
Nokia Gophers, what's that like?
95?
Yeah,
Yeah.
95.
All right. Well, that's the basics of arcades and pinballs. I'm sure now you're all experts. We could talk a little bit about some of the skills and tools. I don't know if anybody had a real desire to be the one to speak to this.
So I'll start here. Yeah. So if you've got a game, it's broken, first thing to ask yourself is, do you want to fix it? Yeah. As it says, David doesn't fix his own car. It's me. I do not fix my own car. I'm perfectly happy to drive my car. It broke. I'm perfectly happy to pay someone else to fix it.
Right.
I don't have the time or the skills or the equipment necessarily to do those repairs. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to collect arcade games, but you do not want to learn how to fix them, that's fine.
It's okay.
Be prepared to use that thing in the bottom right, okay? And then you can have people like me come to your house and fix them for you. No stigma. If you do want to fix them, be prepared for a wonderful adventure. I've been fixing games for the better part of 30 years. I do not have a degree in anything. I went to Barnes & Noble University. I learned,
It's a bookstore.
I try. I've broken things worse. I've broken his stuff worse. I didn't tell you that, did I?
No. The Tron board?
I fixed stuff for pretty much everybody here at one point or another. You're going to need to learn some things. How to use a multimeter. That's number one. If you can't do that, go back to step one and pay someone else. Because if you can't understand that portion, you're going to run into those dangerous zones. Mm-hmm. Because you're going to be measuring things that can be dangerous. If you do it wrong, you can make things worse.
This one's the multimeter, by the way.
Yeah, the one with the proby things, that's the multimeter. You can get those for $10 on Amazon that will do the job. You do not have to have the $500 one from Amazon or anyone else. The $10 one will do fine. I would say Radio Shack, but they're not here anymore.
It is a good idea to buy the one that makes noise when you have continuity.
Yes. There are certain modes where you check it for testing continuity, which is there electron flow between 2 points? Is it goes beep? That's a useful thing.
Remember, it's only a fuse. That will tell you if it's only a fuse.
Yes. Yeah. So learning to use the multimeter, YouTube actually has a bunch of really good tutorials and some really stupid things. If the guy goes, stop watching, go to a different video because he's there to be entertaining. That's not educational. Learning to read a schematic, that is the map of how the game works. Understanding how the power goes from the power supply to the coin lights. You've got to be able to understand where that's supposed to happen so you can try to figure out where something went wrong.
And just to add with it, when you look at the schematics, there's different levels of understanding the schematics, right?
Yeah.
So when you start off with schematics, the thing that's really important is the schematics will have all the wiring harness that we've been talking about, where they plug in, and that's really key, because a lot of those will tell you, okay, at this point you should get 5 volts, at this point you should get 12 volts, and that allows you to at least start with understanding how all the boards and all the pieces connect together. The second level is, I do some of it, David is way better than I am, that is how the different components communicate, and that's fixing the component level pieces on the boards themselves.
That was those black things on the picture of the board. So there's different levels of repair. You can have, my power supply is not putting out power correctly. I'm going to replace the power supply. That's a valid repair. Or it's like, my power supply is not putting out voltage correctly. I'm going to repair my power supply. That's a different category of repair. Both of them are valid. I don't tend to repair power supplies. They're not worth my time. They cost $30 and I charge $100 an hour. Just taking it apart and doing the work, I could do it, but it's not worth the time. There are certain games where I will do that. It's a dedicated Defender, and you've got the original serial number matching power supply. I was like, okay, I'll fix that. But in general, evaluating where that level is. Now, you can go to, you say, okay, the game doesn't work. I figured out my power supply is good. My board's not doing its thing. Now, do you want to get into the depths of component level board repair? Or do you want to then say, I can wrap this in bubble wrap and send it over to David and he'll fix that for me? Once again, it's all a matter of how far you want to go. If you want to learn component level repair, YouTube's once again reasonable. As I said, Barnes & Noble University, I'd go buy books and study. I've been known to take schematic PAX to bed with me and read them while my wife's snoring.
You can also use online forums too. I mean, I go on the pin site all the time when I have a problem on a pinball machine. And
be prepared. It's unfortunate. There is some gatekeeping in the community. Sure. You say, I don't know how to do this, and you're gonna get 4 reasonable answers and 2 dicks. And just don't take it to heart.
I'm pretty sure this crowd is familiar with gatekeeping.
Yes, yes. You're going to find people, and some of them actually will have good information, and they're misunderstanding your question, or you phrased your question badly, which can be easy to do if you don't understand the terminology. You're trying to learn it.
Well, that's a really true statement. I mean, a lot of times, like when I was learning this, I didn't know what I was asking for. The thing didn't do the thing that it should do. You know, you eventually you can start to describe it, and somebody will key in on it, and you'll learn a new term or something like that.
Yeah, my car's making this clinky noise.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, I've said that. I don't have a clue. I'm paying you to fix it.
This is buzzing. Is it buzzing or is it humming? Like, just little things like that.
So actually, you can go back a second?
Yeah.
I do want to touch on a couple, So the top right is a soldering iron. That's a soldering station. You can get them where they're just the iron and a plug. If you see that picture for ITT Tech where the lady's holding the soldering iron up at the tip.
Oh my gosh.
On the motherboard. Yeah, if it was on, she'd be sizzling because that's not how you hold it. If you don't know which end to hold, call me. I'm not going to teach you.
Or just touch it.
I'm going to take your money in that case. Where to get parts. That's one thing the internet is really great for. There's lots of sources for parts. Unfortunately, a lot of them are turning into be counterfeits. Just like you can buy counterfeit Pokemon cards, you can buy counterfeit chips or resistors or stuff. Somebody thinks it's worth more to make counterfeits than it is to make the parts. And some of the parts are impossible to get now, so they're getting harder. The lower left item, the blue thing looks kind of like a shotgun, well, like a shotgun, not a shotgun, is a desoldering gun. It's a useful tool for taking the solder off of a chip so you can then put a new one in. Using a soldering iron and a desoldering gun is a very important skill that if you do not master, you're going to pay me double to fix the job afterwards.
Yeah.
If you butcher it, I'm going to charge you extra. Especially if I've told you before, I will be glad to show you how to do this right. I've charged people triple before because they just don't listen.
They still don't learn.
Yeah. If you do want to pay somebody to repair, understanding how to give a useful description, it didn't turn on, is not a useful description. Does it make noise? Did the screen light up and flash temporarily? Is the marquee lit? Are the
button
coin
lights,
lights lit?
yeah.
You know, so that tells you you have basic power in certain cases.
What color were the flames?
What color? Yeah.
Was there a weird
acidic
smell?
smoke or yeah? If you turn it on, you hear pop. Turn it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had pieces of monitor explode next to me. It's rare. It does happen. So being able to give a useful description, just like any time, you know, like it's making the tinking noise in the back, isn't a helpful thing for the mechanic. Same kind of thing.
Exploding capacitors smell like peanut butter.
Yeah. Okay, so.
They do.
And the other thing, take a lot of pictures. Like that's one thing with like smartphones are amazing. Like every time I'm working on something I haven't worked on before, it's like if I unplug something, I take a picture of myself pulling it out of there because a lot of times these connectors start to look the same and everything starts to run together. That's been my, I have to do that for everything.
Absolutely, especially if
you're taking stuff apart, pictures of everything. If you're not taking more pictures than you think are reasonable, you're not taking enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim, time check.
Yeah, so we got about 15 minutes left. We got a couple more slides before we get to the questions. So I mean, we've talked about a lot of this stuff already about the kinds of stuff that can fail. So we don't need to dwell on this one a ton unless somebody wants to talk about the pinball failures that are typical. No?
Yeah, a lot of times you actually get, my game won't start. Actually, people come up to my arcade, yeah, the Simpsons won't start. Like, there's a ball stuck.
Yeah.
Huh? Many games are designed to not steal your money, so they won't actually start unless they can see where all the balls are. If there's one stuck on the playfield somewhere, it's like, I don't know where it is, I'm not gonna start. Some games will do a fallback mode where they will start, but they'll actually change what modes are available because they know that they can't find a ball. If it shows up, then they will adapt. There was actually a Williams patent around that adaptability. So I'll go in and say, oh yeah, there's the ball that's stuck, and it's great for little kids. They'll come up and, this game won't work, I think I broke it. Like, no, you didn't, come on. And I take off the lock bar, and I hand it to them to hold. And they're like, oh. And then I'll pull the glass, and I'll release the ball, and sometimes I'll let them hold it. If you do that, you drop the ball, get a new ball, you now made a dent, and that's just going to eat part of your playfield.
Like sandpaper over the whole thing.
Yeah, it's sandpaper. So, they seem like really hard balls, but they do dent. And then I put it all back together, and the game started, and they're like, yay, I helped fix the game. And yeah, it's a wonderful thing. Lights being out, lights being out, especially on like an old Bally, it's usually just junk sockets. These things were not designed to last this long.
Right.
No one expected us to be playing the same game 40 years later. They would think we were insane if we used a time machine and go back and talk to them about this. No, these things, 6 months. That's all these things are designed for. Yeah. That's literally what it was. 6 months, throw them out, put the new ones in. Because manufacturers didn't want them out there for more than 6 months because then they wouldn't be selling more machines. And that's how they made their money. They didn't get a chunk of the coin drop.
Yeah. Real briefly, one of the things you can do with at least arcade machine, I don't know, is there any equivalent to this in pinball?
There is.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So, but with a lot of arcades, there's little add-on kits you can buy that will add new functionality to your old machine. So this is actually a picture of my Asteroids board. I bought a little add-on set there. It's a couple of boards you can see with a few tiny little colored wires that just stuck right into the sockets of a few of the chips.
Kit?
What's that?
Is it Braze kit?
Yeah, it's Braze, probably through Arcade Track.
Yeah, so it added Asteroids Deluxe and Lunar Lander, and Asteroids is one of the older games, so it didn't even have the ability originally to save your high score when you powered it off, and this board adds that ability. Ooh.
Yeah, it's funny because some of these kits really don't add that much to it.
Yeah.
That little bit
Yeah.
is awesome. It brings something more
So
to
one of the things that I actually have this kit this high score ROM remover save piece for most of the games I work on, because they take some of the functionality into themselves. So that you can see there's 3 chips there that are yay big, black with a sticker on the bottom one. Those are the ROMs, that's read-only memory. There's actually the code that the game runs. You can take those out once you put this kit in, because it's got one single chip that has all those. And it can actually be useful diagnostic to put that in and say, oh, well, now the game runs, well, ROM's must be bad or something related to that. So it's a diagnostic tool for me.
All right, so we put a couple of links to websites here that are useful. We've mentioned a lot of the other ones as well, various forums and stuff. And I think we're at the questions part, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, of course, so sorry. Yeah. Get your pictures. I'll leave this up, this is the last slide. So anybody wants to ask questions, you can come up to the mic there in the middle, I think, for your questions now.
Come on.
We got about 10 minutes.
Hi, I'm short. So out of the 6 of you, who has the oldest machine and how old is it?
It's not me.
Does anybody have EMs?
I have an EM pitch and bat Williams baseball game from 1953.
EM is electromechanical. That's before they used CPUs.
This is a style of pinball machine.
It's a style of pinball machine.
Yeah.
I don't work on those. I know somebody else does if you need help.
And, the arcade games, I mean, the 1979 Asteroids, did they make them much before then?
Well, there was various Pong
Yeah.
revisions. Space War was pretty much the first of those.
Yeah. My oldest game is the Asteroids from 1979.
I have an old Atari Pong. It's literally, when you open the back, it's a black and white TV that sits on the shelf.
Kind of a dumb pop culture question, but there's a Seinfeld episode where George has a score that he desperately wants to save, and he has to like transfer this cabinet while hooking it up to a battery. It's a very funny setup.
Yeah, the Frogger score.
But is it accurate? Is Frogger from before when you could unplug the game? Okay, well.
Yeah, that's actually accurate. There were better ways he could have done that, but I've actually thought that through. How would I have done that myself?
Cool, thank you.
Also knowing how
David
long
doesn't
that
have a
tends to
problem.
last, how
No
quickly
problems.
you can do the switch over,
Hi, my wife is a huge Mega Man fan, and a few years ago she bought a Mega Man Power Battles cabinet, and it's been great. We've played it a lot. I just have a question regarding old electronics cabinets like this. Is it common to have a weird smell? It's a very unique smell that kind of smells like old electronics.
So that is probably capacitor failure, or possibly battery. Oh, that's one thing I didn't see on this.
Yeah, battery acid.
If somebody asks you, did you change the batteries? Don't go, what? It plugs into the wall. A lot of games used high score saves with a battery backup. Your standard alkaline batteries rot. Or they'll have a NiCad battery on the board, and they will start to leak. Battery acid damage, and it's actually usually battery alkaline damage, is the biggest nightmare of game repair. And the gases are heavier than air, so the battery's up here and it just flows right down all the boards. So I would open up the back, see if there's any batteries. You can look at the tops of capacitors. They're usually blue cans with a silver top that have a crosshatch. If that looks like it's bulging or it's got any fuzz coming out of it, don't turn it back on. It's time to get that repaired.
Yeah, capacitor should be a very regular cylinder shape. No bowing at all.
And no bowing. It shouldn't be bulged. If it looks like there's any goo around them on the board, that's leakage. There was a big problem 15 years ago of cheap caps on PC motherboards. It hit the arcades too. But a lot of these things can be 40 plus years old. I pulled a monitor chassis out of a game 2 days ago that was literally 42 years old and had never been worked on. We were dumbfounded. It's very rare for them to last that long. The parts are just aging out.
Is it an electronic smell? Do you
It
think?
is.
Okay. Yeah. Because there's
yeah.
also other terrible smells that can
Yeah,
be in an arcade game.
it's
that
not
was in a
musty like a
bar.
basement. It's definitely an electronic smell. So
okay.
I'll check out the capacitors. Thanks.
When you
Unplug
open
it
up
before you do.
A game is warm inside. Things like worm, usually furry things like worm a lot. So I will charge extra when I have to clean out the rodent nest.
Yeah, and a lot of these games have been like stored in somebody's garage
Yeah,
or shed or something.
where you find the deals?
Get some
Yeah,
hornets
it's-
nests and beehives
yeah.
and all sorts of good stuff.
Finding the thing that zapped itself is always kind of fun.
Gross.
With regards to monitors, you mentioned something about distinction between vector and raster CRTs. Well, I've heard things about laser projectors that contain laser diodes that scan in a vector pattern. I'm wondering, could those be adapted to scan in a raster pattern, thus almost perfectly emulating CRTs but with more modern technology?
So laser projectors are better suited to vector games because they are inherently a vector model. The biggest problem is the galvos that drive a laser don't tend to track as fast as you think they do. People have been looking at how to do that, but nobody's come up with a reasonably priced solution at this point.
In that case, what other alternatives exist for replacing CRTs faithfully?
CRTs, if you're doing raster games, you can do LCD mods. My arcade, I've got 60 games, 50 of which are not pinball. I've converted about 50% of them to using LCDs. You can do that with most driving games, pretty much all the uprights. If it's a shooting game, they can have technical challenges where you can't do that.
Right. I was about to bring that up. What I'd really like to see is a laser rear projection CRT replacement that's perfectly compatible with shooting games and has no input lag.
There's technical challenges. I'd be love to talk to you about it, but it's basically not doable at this point.
Okay. You know where I can find more resources for that? Links and such? I'll let other people go.
So regarding pinball and the ball like denting in case like if you drop it, it becomes basically worthless. Have you looked into alternative balls, like for example, like super bouncy ball or just a straight up like hard plastic ball? Maybe those mouse or the balls that have that in like really old mice.
So there are some games, like Twilight Zone is the prime example. They actually have a ceramic ball. They call it the power ball. It's extremely hard. It's also extremely light. It plays dramatically differently. A bouncy ball actually wouldn't play well. It wouldn't have enough inertia once you make the shot to be able to hit the drop target to do its thing or to bounce off the pop bumpers well. These games were designed for what they're using. And they're tuned for that. The strength of your flipper is just enough to make that ramp shot at the top, but no stronger because that costs more. And you could do more damage if something went awry.
Yeah.
So it's a very tightly tuned balance.
Yeah, and you have to remember that, there's people that are amazing at pinball, right? Because pinball is not as random as a lot of people think, right? There's definitely a random element to it. But knowing that the ball that's in it is a specific weight and how long you tap the flipper for will dictate how far the ball goes. It would, as David said, like the game was tuned for that specific shot. And so if you have a ball that's lighter or bouncier, it's going to totally affect the gameplay.
Thanks.
Sure.
I'm also short. So I might be like one generation younger than this average. So I'm kind of big into the 90s era and modern Japanese arcade machines.
Yeah.
And I recently moved up
Handicaps.
from California, where there was a strong community around there, and I had a lot of support. Do you know of like a community around here that kind of focuses on that? And then the second piece is like, how well does some of like the repair knowledge for general CRTs, say from like a US, like a Westinghouse, apply to things like a Japanese Nanawa chassis? Because I know, again, like in California, we had people who just usually specialized in a specific manufacturer's chassis that we would go and refer to.
So monitors are a black art. They do involve sacrificing small animals.
Unfortunately, the manufacturers of the monitors used in the candy cabinet, they're not well documented. And there's a couple of versions that you just cannot get schematics for. And you look at these boards, and I'm like, there's a reason I'm doing LCDs. They're not worth the hundreds of dollars it's going to take me to actually. There are a couple of places that will take pretty much anything and fix a monitor for you, but it's going to cost you $300-400 plus shipping. And I've done it. I've had people ring me a candy cab literally, and it's like, hey, I can't get it to work. And I tried, and I can't get it to work either. So I'm going to ship it off to this guy. I know that I have limits. In this area, there's no dedicated candy cab community that I've seen.
But there's people like Bobby Conover that collects a ton of Japanese games.
Yeah.
He's got a huge.
I have 20 plus, but so
Yeah.
I bring a fair
Bobby
amount from
operates
California,
them.
but
cool.
He's like sometimes like I can do the basics and the monitor repairs, but without the access to some of the specialists, once all the caps are in place, sometimes I'm lost on what to move next to.
I think we're just about out of time. One more?
I feel like Japan is about the only place where I've seen like new arcade cabinets like appearing whenever I go. There's always new ones when I go to the arcades. Like, what's the cutoff in the United States where, I don't know, you guys, like, what's your newest machine that you have and your cutoff where you're like, it's not interesting, it's not
I've got
anything.
a Deadpool, which came out 2 years ago. I'm looking for a Stranger Things Pro, which came out a year ago.
You got,
I'm
like,
really
the
willing to buy a
Pac-Man
new
Royales
machine.
and stuff like that, some big
Some
new
of them
games.
are just, the newer machines can be the cost of a small car or a medium car.
Yeah.
$30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for a new machine.
Big redemption places, like tickets and stuff like that. Yeah.
My newest game's 2004, I think. And that I consider really new.
I think mine is 89. This is my newest.
Here's the last question.
Real quick and on a different note, Polybius. The Legend of Polybius. Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, it was on the Loki. I saw it on there. Yeah.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
My name is Mike Selinker. Hello. What? All right. Let me try that again. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mike Selinker. Welcome to Sabotage Trivia. Thank you for coming out on this beautiful Friday of PAX. It is so nice to be with human beings again, and you people. We're gonna do a game here. It's a little bit different than you've seen in the past, if you've seen our game shows. So, but you've done a wonderful thing already. You've completed half the game show. You've actually written the questions for the game. Isn't that great? I didn't have to do any work. So, what's gonna happen here is that Krupal and right there are gonna get those questions up to us. And then our good shark friend Shane here, shark friend, come on down center here, Shane, so they can see you on the TV. We're on the TV, folks. You'll see this friendly shark here. He will escort one of you up to be here on stage with me. That's right. And we will attempt to get through as many people as we can. But if you wish to participate, just raise your hand. And yeah, and trust me, Shane will keep track of you. And if you don't wish to participate, you can raise your hand, because Shane will pick you up and bring you up here anyway. So he's a shark. What are you going to do? Okay, so here's basically how the game works. We have these questions that you all have carefully written for us. I will bring a person on stage. Shane will bring a person on stage. We'll get to know you, and then we will begin a battle of the wits. Yes, sir. Okay, we'll begin a battle of the wits. Here's how the battle of the wits works. You will have a question in front of you. You'll have several choices of questions in front of you. You pick one of them, and you ask them of the other person. But it's sabotage trivia. Sabotage trivia means you get to change one word in the question. So an example of that is, if you see the question, how many planets are there in the solar system? You could change that to, how many school buses are there in the solar system? Now, I don't actually know how many school buses there are. I get a fairly decent idea how many planets there are, so I might answer 8. I sure hope I'm right. We'll go back and forth until one of us gets it wrong, and then I'll boot you off the stage and we'll get somebody else up here. Does that sound like fun? All right, cool. What is the status of the trivia questions? Are they coming up here? Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to, in addition to our fine shark friend here, and we've got Krupal here. Krupal, come up here. He will be your host for the evening. You can have the docket or whichever you like. He will be giving us the trivia questions. So he will size you up and say, I bet this person wants this question. So be nice to him. He's your only help. All right. Hey, Shark Shane. Where's Shark Shane? Okay. You blend in the background so well. Give me a victim. How's this going to work? You don't have hands. Let's be nice to our poor sharks up here, folks. Sometimes you just don't have hands. Hey there, come sit next to me. Hi, and by the way, we have antibacterial hand spray which keeps vampires away. So if you feel a need for it, feel free. Krupal, why don't you bring up some trivia questions for you? What's your name?
Esther.
Nice to meet you. Okay. Is this my stack?
Yep, and we'll get one.
Okay, cool. All right. So you're going to get a stack of trivia questions. You look at the first 3, see if you find one you think, are you giving her a separate stack?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just rip it in half. Okay, cool. Love it. Okay, I have some trivia questions, you have some trivia questions.
Okay.
Take a look, see if you find one you like. You think, I'm gonna ask you a question first though.
Okay.
Okay? Just so you get an idea. Jordan, thank you for this question. Do me a favor and name, I'll take any one of them, right? Name a stegosaur that lays eggs. Now, I have changed one word in this question. Because as you may know, stegosaurs do not lay eggs. So, what word do you think I've changed? It's probably stegosaur.
Okay.
I'll take any of these things that lay eggs.
What stegosaur lays eggs?
Well, no stegosaur lays eggs.
I know.
I just told you that.
I'm repeating the question and thinking.
Yeah,
I'm going to guess stegosaur.
you're gonna get stegosaur. Well, that's not correct. Would anybody like to guess the answer? Platypus is correct. See, the question was name a mammal that lays eggs.
Oh, okay. I get it.
You see? Okay, so you get the idea. We'll just pretend that was a practice round. Got it? Okay. Ask me a question, but change one of the words in the questions.
Okay. Okay. All right, this shouldn't be this difficult.
It really
Okay.
shouldn't.
What was the first tabletop game that started with cards?
What was the first tabletop game that what?
Started with cards.
First tabletop game.
You told me to change a word, right?
I did tell you that.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna guess the word that you changed was to tabletop and that the word is computer. But what is the first computer game that started with cards? Man, I don't actually know. Final Fantasy VIII? Is that what you did?
It's yeah, no, it's not computer.
Oh.
It was a video game.
Video game, okay, sure.
Yeah.
And what's the answer?
What is the answer?
I don't know.
I don't either.
What? Okay. This was not a difficult instruction. This is a question that does not have the answer on it.
We're finding a lot of those.
Would anybody like to raise their hand and take their card back? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Try, I don't know what it says. Try that one.
Okay. Who killed Darth Vader?
Who killed Darth Vader? Oh, I like that. I like that one. I like that one. I think you may have changed Maul to Vader. Right? Isn't that what you guys think? You think she took two or, oh, it's one word. Okay, all right. So you think I'll bet you think it's who killed Obi-Wan. It's not Roger Rabbit. That's not the movie title. Who Killed Roger Rabbit is a horror movie you invented in your sleep. I think the answer is Darth Vader.
Correct.
Yay! See, that's how that works. Okay, all right. I'm gonna ask you one. Okay. Let's see. How about which planet in the solar system is known for having squares?
Okay, so the word you changed is squares.
Probably.
And I'm gonna guess So what planet in the solar system is known dead? Yeah, is the answer Saturn?
The answer is Saturn. Congratulations. You totally nailed it. Yes, the question was rings. All right. Thank you so much for coming up here.
Yes.
We really appreciate it. All right. New rule. Don't pick a category that either doesn't have an answer written or you don't know the answer. All right. I would like oh, hello. You have some sort of shark following you, sir. Come further. Yes, up here. Were you not watching the last part, which occurred directly in front of your eyes? Sit. This isn't gonna go well. Do you have any idea what game we're playing? Yeah, all right, fine. So, I'm Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Yeah, what's your name?
Uzair.
Nice to meet you, Uzair. All right. Do me a favor and take a couple of these questions, okay?
Okay.
All right. Choose one.
Uh-huh.
Choose one you like. Just pick it right now. Just pick it. Okay? You got it?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question. You're going to ask me a question, but you're going to change one word. You're going to sabotage it by changing one word in the question.
Uh-huh.
Okay? So you're going to try to stump me.
Right.
But, you know, I got to try to guess the answer.
Okay.
Even with that. All right?
Okay. Wait, do I start?
You, go.
Yeah, okay. What color is Tails?
It's just Sonic, right? I'm going to go with blue.
Yes.
All right, cool. All right.
Wait, did you?
You totally nailed it.
Oh, okay, cool.
You totally nailed it. Okay.
Oh, I have to go too? Oh my
No,
God.
now I'm going to get you with one. All right.
Okay.
What is the species of Mickey's dog? Remember, I've changed one word.
Species of Mickey's dog.
Yeah.
Does Mickey have it? Mickey has a dog. So it wouldn't be the word dog, unless dog is, what's that? I'm gonna assume dog was switched with girlfriend. So I'm gonna say, wait, hold on, is that bad?
The crowd has turned against you.
I'm gonna go with mouse.
Mouse? Mouse is your answer? Mouse is wrong.
Ah.
No. What's the name? The question is, what is the name of Mickey's dog?
Oh, right, sorry, Minnie.
No, Mickey's dog is not named Minnie.
But no, but the dog is the word. Oh, the question was.
What is the name of Mickey's dog? The name of Mickey's dog is Pluto.
Right.
Oh.
There's a debate happening over this. I like this.
Why is it not Mickey's dog? All right, well, fine. All right. Do you get that?
I got it, yeah.
All right, well, thank you for coming up here.
Cool, yeah.
All right,
No,
see, you did great. You did great. Shark friend. Oh, yeah, there you go. God, that shark.
Hello there.
Hello there. Please join us on the stage.
And so I will.
What is your name?
My name is Tallis.
Hello, Tullis.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. All right. Do you understand how the game is played?
I do understand how the game is played.
Fantastic. Then we can go to the actual game playing part of the game. All right. All right. I'm going to ask you a question.
No problem.
How many teeth are in the average horse mouth?
How many teeth are in the average horse mouth?
Yeah.
I'm going to hope that you changed horse. And think that horse is supposed to be human.
Okay.
And I think it's 32.
That is correct.
All right.
See how easy this game is? We might ratchet up the difficulty as we go, just so you know. Go ahead.
Who was the 12th president of the United States?
Oh, that's so unfair. Come on. I've only got 44 other possible answers. Fine.
I saw the opportunity. I had to take it.
Yes, you did. It's fair enough. I'm going to go with 44th and Barack Obama.
Incorrect. It's first and George Washington.
That was the other answer I thought it could be. Well, you've beaten me.
Thank you.
You've destroyed me. I'm inconsolable. That's one way to stump me. Another would be with a single word question like why.
Why was the first president of the United States?
Why isn't it? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Shane. Shark Shane. All right. Ha! Literally the question I just drew. Who was the 16th U.S. president? I love this one. Is this supposed to be easy? Yeah. I guess it's you.
Reassuring shark fin.
Well, you know,
Guide me up here, though.
You just have to figure it out. All right. What's your name?
Ben.
Ben, it's so nice to meet you. I'm going to be real nice now.
Okay.
Ben, why don't you look at the cards in front of you and see if you find one that you like? And if we could get some more of those cards up here, that would be super great. Yeah.
So I'm supposed to change the word, or they change the word?
You change it.
Okay.
So find one that you like. You find one that you like? I'm going to guess you know the answer to this one.
Oh, to yours?
I am. I might be wrong,
No,
but
this one was already done.
I have a feeling about you.
Is there more cards?
There will be, yeah. We'll get you some more.
Okay.
But I'll ask you a question first while we get you some more cards up here. All right, ready? How many heads does the dragon Bahamut have? Would you like any context for the question?
Yes, please.
There's a game called Dungeons and Dragons. In it, there are some very powerful dragons. One of them is named Bahamut. I may not have chosen Bahamut.
Not that I know any other dragons in D&D.
I'll bet somebody out there knows.
What was the question?
How many heads? How many heads does the dragon Bahamut have?
I'm gonna take a risk and say, I just don't know any other dragon names, so I'm gonna.
You don't need to know what the word I changed was. You
Oh.
just need to know the answer.
7.
Oh man, that's such a good guess. That was a good guess, right? Because the Bible would tell you that there's a 7-headed dragon in Revelation. That's why you went there. It's totally cool. But the answer, of course, is not biblical based. It's Indian mythology based. Is Tiamat, and Tiamat has 5 heads.
Makes sense.
All right. makes sense. Yeah, I know you grew up playing Dungeons and Dragons, basically based your whole life around it, but makes sense. It's okay. All right, do you have a question there that you'd like to ask me?
All you guys have bad handwriting.
You guys have bad handwriting.
I can't read 2 of these.
All right, I got some more. You can. Here's some in here. Grab one. I haven't read them. I don't want to see them, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're in control of the cards, how would you not?
I have not seen those cards. Now remember, you have to change one word on a card.
Okay.
You got it. It's much harder if you don't read it.
Well, it's just, it would have changed the syntax to make it obvious, so I was trying to, so.
You're gonna do it. Come on.
Fine. What is a vegetable from a poisonous family?
Hold on, he's actually speaking, so your participation is not welcome. Go ahead.
What is a vegetable from a poisonous family?
What is a vegetable from a poisonous family? Wow, there really aren't any poisonous vegetables, are there? But there are poisonous fruits. I'm tempted to say nightshade. So I think it's a tomato.
That is correct.
Ah, there you go. There you go. See, you did that perfectly. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
All right, do I have a shark? Someone bring me a human. Okay, we could really use some more questions up here. We've gone through most of these. It's fine. Just bring me some. We'll figure it out. Okay, sounds good. All right, there's some cards for you. All right. Oh, sure, that's easy. That's a good one. What's your name?
I'm Christian.
Hi, Christian. My name's Mike.
Nice to meet you.
All right, I have a question for you, Christian. What is the name of Mario's steed?
There's a lot of things that Mario could have besides a steed,
Yes.
but there's also a lot of people that could have a steed.
It's true. That's very true. Those are facts.
I feel like you might be talking about Link's horse, but I don't know his name.
Well, if you don't know his name, then it would be a terrible idea
You're right,
to guess that.
it would. Okay, I'm just gonna say Yoshi.
Yoshi, that would be a good answer, except that actually is his steed.
Can a dinosaur be a steed?
Is he riding it?
I accept that logic.
Would you like to try again?
No. I've clearly embarrassed myself enough.
That was fantastic. That was great. That was really good. All right, the answer to that was his brother, which is, as you know, Luigi. That's correct, yes.
Our sweet boy.
Do you have another question for me? Don't read it, just hand it over. You have a question for me?
I do.
Yeah.
The game of chess originated in this unlikely place. Where was it?
Oh, man. Oh, wow. The game of chess, you say? Well, you changed chess. What game originated in an unlikely place? I mean, it isn't really unlikely. I don't know. Let's change chess to Parcheesi and call it India.
That was a solid poll, but it was Monopoly.
Oh.
And that would be in yacht clubs.
Yacht club. I was so close. I like to think I deserve half credit for that one. All right. Well, thank you so much. Shark. Please come join me on the stage. There are some questions for you that I have not looked at.
Awesome.
What is your name?
Jasmine.
Hi, Jasmine. I'm Mike.
Nice to meet you.
Why don't you take a look at a question or two in there and see if you find one that you like. Do you have one there that looks like you could change a word in it? And nice. Sure. Why not? Got one?
Some of it's a little hard to read.
Some of them are a little hard to read. I agree. All right. Well, I'm going to ask you a question and see if you can answer it. All right? Okay. Oh, good. There's no answer on it. Well, I hope I'm going to be right. Hope I'm going to be right. What year was the last PAX?
Oh, man.
Now remember, I've changed one word in this.
Oh, that's a good point. Gosh, I don't even know which word you changed.
Does anybody out there think they know it? I'm just curious whether you thought you knew it.
I'm like listening hard, like what? What year was the last PAX?
That's what I said. What year was the last PAX? Do you know the answer to the question that I just read?
No, not really.
Really?
Probably just last year.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably just last year. Would be like my big guess, but then probably the year before that because of the pandemic.
No, it was last year, but sure.
Okay.
Yeah, at least PAX East. But regardless, what word do you think I've changed?
I have no clue.
Anybody want to help her?
What year was the first PAX? Okay. So then, I want to say 2016.
2016. I don't think they like that.
No, I don't think they do.
I believe the answer is 2004. Is that correct?
Oh.
2004? Okay. Might be 2005. Not really sure. All right. But yes, what question would you like to ask me? And remember, you must change one word.
Yeah, sorry, I realized the one didn't have an answer, so.
Oh, good. Thank you. Sure. Sure. You got something there?
Yeah, so what were the first 4 flavors of Skittles?
I love that question. What were the first 4 flavors of Skittles? The answer is there's clearly more than 4 flavors of Skittles. But there probably aren't more than the first 4 flavors of Starburst, right? It's gotta be Starburst. Okay. Orange. Also a color? Are we judging here? Orange, lemon, lime, and raspberry. No? What did I miss?
You missed one. I think it was strawberry.
Strawberry.
So it's actually flavors of Jell-O.
Jell-O. Of course. Very nice whoever did that.
Yeah.
That was spot on, super. What was it?
Yeah.
Orange, raspberry, strawberry, and lemon were the flavors of Jell.
Yeah.
Very nice. Great question, great.
Good one, Joe.
Sabotage.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you.
That was really good. All right, bring me people. Hello.
How's it going, Mike?
I'm going, I was pretty good a minute ago, but it could have changed recently.
Yeah, got worse about 2 seconds ago.
2 seconds ago. No, what's your name?
Robert.
Hi, Robert. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, take a look at those questions, see if you find one that you like.
Ooh.
Okay.
Tempting, but a little hard.
Yeah, well, let's see. Okay, where's the one I just had? Oh, there it is.
That would be...
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
See how well you know your Super Friends trivia. Oh, no. What is Apache Chief's real name? I may have psyched him out.
Yeah. You are.
That first part really wasn't helpful.
You may be slightly outside of my...
No, my question, the entire question is, what is Apache Chief's real name?
What is Apache Chief's real name?
Yeah.
So it would be difficult for you to replace Apache Chief unless there's...
I wouldn't have changed 2 words.
You wouldn't have changed 2 words because the answer is John.
That's correct.
Yeah!
That's correct. That's how you play this game.
Master Chief.
Because I changed Master to Apache.
Excellent.
See how that was very good. I thought I had you on that one.
Yeah, you definitely, because I was like, oh no, I do not have the comic trivia for this.
No, nobody
way
knows
out of my
Apache
league.
Chief's real name.
Okay, let's go with, what color are Fabio's locks?
Oh, well, what? I could change Fabio to anybody? But that doesn't seem sporting. So you made up locks. Because you're a nice person. I can tell that just by looking at you.
This is definitely, there was a meaner way to ask this question.
No question. So you changed locks. And the only other thing I can think Fabio has that is important by color is eyes, and those are deep blue eyes.
Correct.
I mean, you could just get lost in them for days.
That's
also
true.
in his hair, but that's not as fun. All right.
It'd be tangly.
Thank you so much for joining me on stage. Bring. Why are you walking like it's a death sentence? It's like, you will leave this stage intact, I promise you. Mostly intact. Hi.
Hi.
Who are you?
Camille.
Hi, Camille. There's some questions in front of you. See if you find one you like. I've got a couple as well. I didn't even know that. I'm glad I got this question to read. Okay. Sure. You ready for a question?
Sure.
What is the world's deepest lake?
Well, there's 2 words you could replace there easily. Deepest and lake.
Yeah, but no one really cares about the world's shallowest lake.
But nobody knows what the world's deepest ocean is because they don't actually know the deepest spot in any of the oceans.
Thinking, good thinking.
So it can't be deepest or ocean, so it has to be deepest, so it has to be
Well, there are other things it could be other than ocean.
worlds. Of course, it could not be worlds as well.
Right.
It could just be a US or
Oh, yeah,
smaller area or bigger
right.
area.
It could. You're psyching yourself out. I like that. Soon you'll be questioning is. Is it still?
No. The problem is, I don't actually know the shallowest or deepest lake. So this is a problem regardless. I'm not going to know the answer.
Well, take a shot.
I want to say Lake Michigan, because they used to take big boats from the ocean up into the upper peninsula lakes.
Well, wouldn't that then just be what is the world's deepest lake? Which
That
is
is
what I
true.
said.
Yep. I don't know.
All right, the question was, what is the world's deepest river?
River. Ah. I went ocean, not river.
Do you know what the world's deepest river is? What was that?
Is the Amazon deep?
The Amazon is not very deep.
I was going to say it's wide, not deep, I think.
That's correct.
I don't know.
That's the Congo River. Is the
Congo, okay.
All right, do you have one for me?
I did, but I got handed another one, so I want to check.
Okay, you don't have to do that one. You can do whichever one you want.
Okay, I'm going to do this one. Although it doesn't have the answer, but I'm sure somebody can tell us.
Yeah.
Whose face is on the front of the penny?
Well, there's no face on the back of the penny, so I feel safe there. So, and it could be whose building is on the back of the penny, but no one, well, there is a building and it's certainly associated with a person. Right, it could be, right. And so the other answer is that it could be the quarter or the nickel or dime or something like that. Ooh. It's on the face of the dollar, right? Okay, I think the answer is Lincoln.
George Washington.
No, okay, I went the wrong way. Yes, I
And
really.
the answer is on the back, actually.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. I deserve to have lost that one. I also psyched myself out. Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
joining me. All right, hello. You look excited. Hello, Mike. Hello. There's some more if you want some that I have not read. That is an impossible question to answer. Great. Okay. So who are you?
I'm Brandon.
Hi, Brandon.
It's my first time at PAX.
Well, congratulations. Thank you for coming to PAX. I hope it will not be your last. We do have a good time here.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can find some questions to stump each other. Do you see some questions there in front of you? Anything you... Yes, thank you. Thank you. I love that one. That's fantastic. Okay. All right, I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
Ready for it?
Yeah.
What is the name of Superman's secret lair?
I'm going to have to say you changed lair.
Maybe.
Secret lair. Because there's a lot of layers for others, so it's
True.
Superman's probably
Yeah, that's
normal.
right. There are a lot of layers for others.
Layers. Secret lair. Oh, yeah, it's got to be lair. Secret. I think it's identity. I'm going to say Clark Kent.
Clark Kent is correct. Yeah. That's logic right there. I like that. All right, do you have a question for me that you'd like to ask?
I've got a few. Let's do.
And thank you all for writing questions here. These are some excellent questions. I really do. Really do appreciate it.
Okay.
You got one?
Yeah, I'm going to go
Bring
with this one.
Bring it.
This is going to be straightforward, but let's see.
Find out.
What are the 3 secondary colors?
The 3 secondary colors. Well, if I were to answer that directly, I would have to say orange, green, and purple. So I'm sure. Oh, wait a minute. Primary what? So secondary sex characteristics? No, probably not. No, it's totally primary colors. So I believe it's red, yellow, and blue.
That is correct.
Yeah, all right, cool. All right, Brandon, thank you so much for joining me here on stage.
Thank you.
Do I have even more humans? Yes, please. Oh, yes, there you go. Shark, hand in fin.
Finally together.
Got a stack of questions right here, just so you know.
Fantastic.
And what is your name?
My name's Chris.
Hi, Chris.
It means bearer of Christ.
Wow.
And my middle name means kingly, but you don't get to know that. Anywho.
You don't think I know what name means kingly?
Actually, I do want. Actually, that's.
No, I have no idea. Let's try kingly. Probably.
Oh, that's.
Probably. Robert?
You know, it's your Ray.
Ray, okay, sure, yes. Excellent.
Because that makes sense.
I was trying to get to that R-E-R-O sound. Okay, cool. All right. Do you have a question you want to read me? Or would you like to hear one from me first?
Go ahead.
All
Go
right.
ahead. Let my juices get going.
What does Gollum, spelled G-O-L-L-U-M, just so nobody's freaked out, fear most?
What does Gollum fear most?
Yes.
Gollum's plural or?
No, Gollum, not Gollum the...
What does Gollum fear most?
Yeah, no, we're talking about Gollum from Lord of the Rings. What does Gollum fear most? Remember, I've changed one of the words.
Okay, so I think somebody might have wrote Frankenstein in there, not knowing that it's Frankenstein's creature, and I think the answer is fire?
That's a pretty good answer, right?
I'm probably wrong.
You're
but-
probably wrong.
Okay. I'll take it. Okay. What is
No,
it?
I went pretty straight here. I just changed covet to fear.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I went for the most obvious thing, which is
probably the ring.
The One Ring. Yeah, it's precious.
The One Ring.
Yep. But good answer. Still not right. 0 points.
Okay.
Do you have a question for me?
I do.
And if some of these questions are a little short, feel free to pad the wording or whatever if you need extra context.
Okay. See, I think that's a pretty good one.
All right.
I gotta get my juices going real quick here.
Yep.
Oh my Christ. Oh yeah, I know, right, baby? I'm sorry. I'm embarrassing my wife.
Oh yeah, no, I really don't think there's a future here. I mean, you're at a game convention. I'm sure you can find someone.
Okay. Actually, that is where
sorry,
we met.
man. I forgot you were sitting
Surprisingly, that is where we met, here at PAX.
That's excellent.
So,
I wish you many happy PAXs together. Give me a question.
What is Edison's occupation?
Edison's occupation? Well, I mean, changing Edison's would literally leave every human on the planet.
I drew a blank and hit low. I'm sorry.
So you think I'm gonna just guess an actual human being? I mean, well, let's see if I can come up with an answer to what is Edison's blank. What is Edison's rival? How about Tesla?
That is not it.
That is not it. Because you changed something to Edison's.
I did.
What did you change to Edison's?
I can ask you another one that I think will get you closer.
Okay, fair enough. Do it.
What is Luigi's occupation?
What is Luigi's occupation? That would get me a lot closer. I believe that unfortunately is actually answered by the word plumber, which I'm guessing is, the question is, what is Mario's occupation, which is also plumber.
There's many layers.
Let's see. But
And you got it, my man.
You
Good
did.
job. Good job.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Chris.
you. And I'll go ahead and put that over.
All right, we got time for just maybe one or two more. The enforcers could give me a sense of time, I would appreciate it.
Hi there, Mike.
Hi, who are you?
I'm Emma.
Hi, Emma. There's some questions right here in front of you, if you'd like to look at those. I think I'm running pretty far out, but I'll see if I can find one. Okay, yeah, I can do that. No, that's just too short. Let's see. Okay, see, what is happening down there? What is happening down there? I don't think you're, oh my gosh. So much drama. Okay. That was terrifying. All right, do you have a question for me?
Well, I could tell you that if I changed one certain word on both of these questions, they would be identical.
Nice. Nice. Okay, I'm in.
We love originality.
Okay, well, let me see if I can guess both the answers then. I'm assuming the answers are different.
They are.
Okay, yeah, I love it. Give me both questions with the word changed to the same word.
Well, one of them has a the, but
Sure, fine. We can work with that.
I could replace this with anything in the world, so
Well, you see how well that went last time.
I'm thinking harder how to make you guess it rather than how to stump
That's
you.
right. You understand how the game's played. Or just pick one of them. It's a very fearsome shark, by the way.
Yes. Who invented the computer?
Who invented the computer? Okay, I love it. I can work with this. Okay, so I can't think of a word to replace invented. Like, who defenestrated the computer isn't a thing. So it's definitely who invented the something. So, what is the most likely thing that is? I think we just had our Edison question. I think it's who invented the telephone. And I think it's Alexander Graham Bell.
That is correct.
I mean, how many other things do you just instantly know the inventor of, right? Right? That was very good. I was sweating bullets on that one. Okay, let me see if I can find one for you. Yeah, read me the other one.
Do I read it out the way it is?
No. Change a word. You can change that word to the same word you changed it to.
don't think that helped you very much.
Well, the last one didn't help me at all.
Well, you got it, didn't you?
That's not a guarantee that it helped me. Okay, go ahead.
Fine. Who invented the telephone?
Oh, is that what it says?
Nope, that's what I changed it to.
Oh, I'm dead. That's the funniest thing ever. Okay. Okay, so the second most likely thing. It might be the light bulb. I did think of that. But I don't think we have two Edison questions. So,
I did live previously. I did say one of them had a the. There is no the here.
there is no, so who invented blank? Oh, wow, that's worse. That's worse. Okay. You can't invent a concept, so you have to invent a collective noun.
Well, some have claimed to.
No one invents time. So it's probably a food. It's probably a food. Do I know who invented any foods? It's probably a group of people. Could be the Italians. Could be the Chinese. Wow, this one's tough, but I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it.
Would you like a hint?
I mean, as long as it's not like over the head hint, yeah.
Well, you were on the right track.
Was I? It's a
Falls
food?
Into the sweet category.
Okay, all right, that's a fantastic hint. All right, so it's probably not like who invented tiramisu, right? It's gonna be something basic. Something like tobacco or something like that. You don't eat tobacco, I know, but no guarantee. Then I think it's chocolate, right? You guys think it's chocolate? Well, yeah, because it's cacao. It's not chocolate until you do the chocolate thing people do. So there are three possible answers if it's chocolate. It's the Mayans, the Aztecs, and the Olmecs. What the heck is it? I'm gonna take a guess. I think it's the Olmecs. How'd I do?
The answer was Willy Wonka. No, it was the Olmecs.
Dang. That was brutal. But it was awesome, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
You are most welcome. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming to Sabotage Trivia. This was a experiment. I think it went pretty well, right? You guys like it? All right, cool. Well, we'll do it at the next PAX. Just a couple of notes. If you'd like to come and see the shark in his native habitat, we are in the Lone Shark Games booth, which is on the 4th floor, very close to the Q room, or what the simulated Q room, whatever it's called. And so please come by and play our games and buy our stuff, because we're poor itinerant game makers. And also on Sunday, I will be presenting the sequel to my 2015 highly controversial 100 games you absolutely, positively must know how to play, which I gave at PAX East and I said would never change. It's changed a Lots. So come to that and see what I put on the list and see, I 100% chance you will disagree with me. So come to that. That's in this theater on Sunday night at 6:30, okay? Everybody, thank you for coming to Sabotage Trivia. We'll see you around the convention. It worked.
There's PAX back. All right. Well, everybody knows what we're going to play. We're going to start by introducing your three lovely hosts here, so you know who you're going to be interacting with for the next couple of hours. Probably not a couple of hours. I don't remember how long this panel is. But anyway, we'll introduce ourselves. We'll talk about the room and talk about the game, how we're going to divide the room. It is going to be a team effort. We promise we have the logistics work out. It won't be a nightmare. It won't be crazy. It's going to be a lot of fun. So I will pass it to Kyle here so he can introduce himself, and then we're going to get the show on the road.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Kyle. I am a composer and sound designer and a community organizer for the Discord server Beats to Play Games to. I was composer, or I was sound designer on Calico. I'm B-side arranger for Grant Kirkhope on the indie game Hex Heroes. And I was a ranger on the Zelda Christmas album last year, if any of you heard that, on a Merry Hyrule Christmas, doing stuff like that. So I'm going to pass it over here.
Cool. Hi all, my name is ZW Buckley. I am a composer, producer, and educator. I am from lovely Seattle by way of Illinois. I have worked on music for the 1099 podcast. I'm currently working with Pika VR to do some music children's books, and I'm currently scoring Laxadays, which is a action RPG that just had a really awesome Kickstarter. I will pass it along here to Star.
Hello, hello. My name is John Hamilton Smith V, but I write music and do sound design under the name Slide20XX. And Slide stands for Starlight is Delightful Energy, so you can call me Star. I wrote the music for a game called Calico, which is all about magical girls running a cat cafe. And I also did music for a collection of anti-racist Steven Universe public service announcements that came out in 2020 and 2021. Thank you. Thank you very much. And so Kyle, what is it that we're doing today? I don't know.
I don't know. What was it?
What was it? You tell me. I don't.
Oh, shit. It sounds like this is Jeopardy!
All right.
Yeah. Let's get to it!
Okay, so here's how this is going to work. Can y'all hear me? Is this on? Hey, okay, there we go.
Beautiful, beautiful.
So, you're all going to play, but the idea of having however many of you all log in on your phones to play Jeopardy with Star up there sounds like a living nightmare. So we're going to divide you all into teams, and here's how this is going to work. The 4 rows here going back. You're all a team. Sounds crazy, bear with me, right? 2 rows here, team. 2 rows here, a team. With those 2 rows, right? We got to keep it even. Sorry, 3 teams total. This is Jeopardy, right? And you'll never guess. Your 4 rows are teams. Now, what we do need is a team captain from each team, 1 brave soul with enough battery on their phone to last the whole time, and here's how this is going to work. You're going to sit in these chairs up here. You're going to have to be able to see past these lights. When we ask a question, you need to see if a hand in your team, why we're doing the rows long way back, shoots up so you can buzz in, so they can run up to us and answer and see if they're right. So, what brave souls would like to be a team captain? All right, who do we got here? Yellow shirt, coming up.
I got the left side of the room, Zach.
Okay, middle. Oh, wow. Let's do, all right, you're very passionate about this young person here, so come on, you're gonna be team captain for the middle.
Oh, God. This person's dancing over here. ZW,
They're very confident in you.
Right
Yeah, so you're gonna need to watch
right
between
here.
the 2 rows.
Right
Difficult. All right, Kyle's picked somebody, we got somebody. Swear your allegiance to your team captains, you win or die by them. And yes, this is very high stakes. All right, so team captains, you already are getting the gist. You need to go to playfactile.com/join, and then you need to enter the number that's up there. Let us know when you're in, and we can start to play some Jeopardy. Who here feels very confident in their video game music knowledge?
I do, ZW.
All right. Well, that's great. We are certainly going to test you. I do this for a living, and there's some hard questions.
It's pretty difficult.
It's going to be fun.
I'm not going to lie.
So here's how this is going to work. Kyle and I are going to trade off here, reading questions. Feel free, if somebody knows the answer, shoot that hand up. Captains, be ready to buzz. but we are going to finish the whole question so that way it can be read for everybody, and then we will check answers in the order in which they were given. So yeah, you're going to be doing down here. That is your team, yeah. You and like 100 of your closest colleagues. So if you answer and we call on you, find your way to myself or Kyle as quickly as possible so we can see if you're right. And if you are, you get points, and if not, we're going to move on. So, captains, are you in? Yes. You just have to press buzz, yes. And the question's going to come up there, but the question's also going to appear there, and it's going to appear there. But you're going to want to be ready for your team to whoever raises their hand up, then you press buzz as soon as you see a hand go up, okay? All right.
All right.
Yes. These two rows, these two rows. You're gonna have to split your eyes up. It's gonna be great, okay. All right. We probably need to pick somebody to go first, don't we?
Yeah, we need to pick somebody to go first.
Okay, cool. So.
Far right, Zach. Far right.
All right.
Yep.
Who's?
Perfect. You know, you're captain, first captain, leader of the pack. I would like you to pick the first question in category, because we're gonna play some Jeopardy! Yeah!
Oh, I'm also very blind. Okay, all right, so can I do Final Fantasy and Friends for 400?
Final Fantasy and Friends for 400, Star. You know, yes, so captains, you can buzz for yourself. Sure. A cover of the song was produced by Florence and the Machine and powerfully used in the trailer for Final Fantasy 15.
All right, Team Lemon. What is
Team
your answer?
Lemon. That's perfect. It matches your shirt. Incredible. Who answered? All right. You answered. All right. And the answer is?
Stand By Me.
Cool.
That is.
We will. Wait.
What?
I know. I hear some booing. I failed to explain a rather critical rule of Jeopardy, and I know many of you are quite ready to crucify me. But I would like everybody to know, first off, that you win absolutely nothing. Nothing. And we're here for a good time. So, you answered the question correct, but this brings up an important point in which there is a format for anybody who's ever watched television. You need to answer in the form of a question, or else it's not really Jeopardy. All right. So, you answered the question correctly. We're going to let you pick the next category, and then Kyle is going to read this one for us. So come on over.
Thank you. Let's do indie game composers for 600.
For 600, let's go.
This composer, hailing from New York University, is the co-founder of NYC indie band Control Group. Describing the music as acoustic frontier trip-hop, he's known for his work on Bastion, in addition to his work on Transistor, Pyre, and Hades.
Team Lemon, what is your answer?
All right. Okay. That's the thing, when you know, raise your hand.
Oh,
Captain's got to be ready to look.
Wait, what is
Who is Darren Korb?
That is correct. Okay, so your team's there.
Dang.
Wait, excuse me.
Come on, y'all. Team Lemon is zesty.
Oh, ZW. Oh, dear sweet ZW. Seems we have a bit of a technical issue. We have Team Pineapple, Orange, and Lemon, but our captain here is Team Potato. So what's going on? What's going on out here? What's going on out here?
You know, there is a chance that perhaps some wily individual in the audience may have joined.
Who joined?
Who joined? Can you boot teams, or did we just have a practice round?
Oh, I think I might have to start it over. I don't even.
We have to, or is the person who came? Is the person who's the orange? Who's the orange? We're a good group of people. We'd rather continue the game. If you were the orange and you want to come up and clearly you feel like you can lead, I'm here to support you. Ooh, true. All right. You know, I love the banter. Okay, here's what's gonna happen.
Oh, wait. I do see a button that says manage teams.
He sees a button that says manage teams.
We can see what happens.
All right. Otherwise, we have a plan.
Let's see. Who's the, okay, so.
Yeah,
take
we're
the
gonna
orange.
juice the
Is it
orange, y'all.
It's the orange.
It's the orange. Let's add the potato. And then let's boot the orange.
Oh, Lord. Oh, I don't even know. Sorry, just give me don't look at the screen.
You know, we didn't prepare for the contingency of a hacking
so we
event
have a
because
pineapple and we have a
who would have thought Jeopardy was
The
this
orange
high
is bad.
stakes,
No
you know?
orange?
Let me
the
reiterate.
orange. Let's see. Team's gonna add the potato.
Let us add the potato. All right, potato.
Okay. Maybe we can start over.
Nobody joined.
Nobody joined.
Kyle, get down there. Keep eyes on.
I'm watching all of you.
Maybe try refreshing it.
I got eyes on every single one of you.
All right. And everybody hand. True.
Beautiful.
Well, potato? Potato!
Wonderful. Wonderful.
All right.
Let us continue.
Let us continue. It's whatever. Once again, you're not going to win anything. But since Team Potato has been a hella good sport, please pick the next question and category. Final Fantasy and Friends for 600. This series of albums features piano arrangements of the music of popular video game titles and includes entries from the Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, and Nier series.
Pineapple. What's your answer?
Captains, remember your main focus is to keep the eyes on your team and buzz for your teammates
This
first.
person right here was first, ZW.
Okay.
This person right
we
here
got
was
an
first.
answer.
Wait, is this a
And
pineapple?
here we go.
What is
It was
Distant
pineapple.
Worlds?
Wait. It was a pineapple. Pineapple's number one.
Whoever buzzed first. We got to respect the...
My bad, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if your captain isn't keeping
My
their
bad.
eyes on you, that's
Sorry.
your job to keep track of your captain, y'all. Pineapple. Who answered? You answered. Hell yeah. All right, here we go. What do you got for us?
Uh-oh.
What is Kingdom Hearts 1?
What is, say that again?
What is Kingdom Hearts 1? Is that correct? Don't
that
show us the
is
answer.
incorrect, I'm
That is
sorry.
incorrect. Who is next?
Looks like we got a potato.
Potato. All right.
What is Distant Worlds?
Ooh, I'm sorry, it's not.
Sorry. All right, who answered for lemon? Did somebody answer for lemon?
We told you this was hard.
Nobody
You
buzzed.
don't have to.
All right, nobody got that
Nobody
one.
buzzed.
Looks like the answer is, what is piano collections?
Pretty simple.
It's all right. All right.
Who's going next?
Well, Potato was the last one to get to pick. Potato will resume the pickage.
It's going to be Final Fantasy for 800.
Final Fantasy for 800 because we
And
want to make it
Final
harder.
Fantasy for 800.
The naming
naming scheme of this
scheme-
series of tracks celebrating one of video games' most popular avians often highlights a musical style followed by this phrase, which features a French, Spanish, Portuguese preposition.
Lemon. What do
Good
you
luck.
got?
Ooh, lemon. Okay.
What is the chocobo?
Ooh, so are we going to accept that?
I think we are looking for a very specific
We are. I
word.
won't take any points away for that, though. I won't do it.
Yeah, we won't take points away from that. Who was next?
Who's next?
We got lemon next.
No, we just had lemon, right?
Oh, my bad.
We have pineapple.
Pineapple was next.
Do you think you got it?
You got it? All right. You know, feel free to stand up and meet me to where I'm at too at any point. I did my workout for the day, you know?
What is Vamos a Flamenco?
Nope. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Okay. Potato. All right.
Potato, want to take a crack at it?
Once again, feel free to stand up and meet us.
What is Blank Day Chocobo?
Ooh,
What?
I think we should take that one,
No,
Star.
wait a minute. Was that a potato?
That was a potato.
That was potato.
That was potato. Let's take
That is correct. We were looking for the preposition.
Beautifully done.
All
Beautifully
right.
done.
Come here, my friend. You got to pick the
So
next
close.
question.
I'll go Final Fantasy for 1,000.
Final Fantasy for 1,000
Give it
points.
to a star. The musical term defined as any action, event, comment, etc. that precedes something else is the title for one of the Final Fantasy series' most notable pieces of music.
And we've got Pineapple first.
Pineapple, who? Stand up, find your way to the middle.
Who? Red shirt? Red shirt?
No, right there.
All right, here we go.
What is Prelude?
That is correct.
And congratulations!
Wait.
Beautiful.
My friend, you get to pick the next question. Find your way back to Kyle.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Let's do indie game composers for 800.
Okay, 1 second. Do I need to edit some points? What's going on?
No, we're good.
800 for indie game composers. Is that what I heard?
Yep, that's what you heard.
All right, let's do it.
This composer has released albums such as Midnight Orphans and Rise of the Obsidian in Stellar, but is perhaps more widely known for his work on Fez, Mini Metro, and the film It Follows.
Lemon.
All right. Lemon. Who do we got? Find your way.
Who is Disaster Beast?
That is correct.
Congratulations!
You get to pick our next question, sir.
Let's keep going on indie games, but 400.
Indie game composers for 400. This composer, hailing from the University of Southern California, has worked on film projects such as The Flintstones and WWE Stone Age SmackDown, but is perhaps more widely known for his work on Flow, Journey, and The Pathless. Star, who buzzed first?
Looks like it's a lemon.
Come here, my friend.
Who is Austin Wintory?
That is correct.
Yes! Wait, stay right here. You get to pick the next question.
Let's go with Indie Composers 200.
All right.
Let's do it.
Indie Composers 200. This composer, hailing from the mystical land of Seattle,
That's
has
right here.
releases including Dawn Ouroboros and One Knowing, but is perhaps more widely known for her work on Guild Wars 2, Celeste, and Chicory.
Pineapple.
All right, find your way over here, sir.
Who is Lena Rain?
That is correct.
All right, don't go anywhere.
Everybody
You pick
does
the
know
next
that.
question.
Oh, shit, okay. Let's do video game series for 600.
For 6, all right.
Let's do it.
This soundtrack from the platforming series of video games are known for featuring music from a variety of genres, including rock, hip-hop, and electronic music in the Adventure series, and even chiptunes for the Advanced Battle and Pinball Party titles.
Pineapple.
Pineapple. Kyle, that's you.
That's me? All right. I'm coming. I promise.
Look at him go.
There you go.
What is the Sonic series?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Congratulations!
Kyle, since you love running so much, I do need you to go back so that they
God,
can
you're right.
pick the next question. Thank you.
You're welcome, TW.
Series 800.
The soundtrack from this Super Nintendo role-playing game is known for using a number of cleverly disguised references from popular recording artists, including the Beatles and the Beach Boys.
Potato.
Potato. All right. Come on down. What do we got?
What is Earthbound?
That is correct.
Good job.
All right.
You guys are smart.
And the next question.
Yes. Let's do video game series for 400.
For 400. The theme for the first video game in this series is heavily inspired by a Gregorian chant, featuring a solo male vocal that transitions first into a chorus, followed by a more traditional theme highlighted by electric guitars and strings.
Lemon.
Lemon. Red shirt.
Red shirt back there.
You know what? I'm
You got
closer.
that, CW?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
What is Halo?
Correct. And for the next question.
Let's do Game and Series 200.
Game series for 200. The soundtrack in this open-world video game is known for being relatively sparse, often featuring snippets of piano-only themes. Exceptions to that rule include an epic arrangement of the main theme that plays in the game's central castle area.
Pineapple.
Here we are.
Everyone's gonna hate me for this. What is The Legend of Zelda?
You be more specific than that.
Ooh. What is Ocarina of Time?
I'm so sorry, that's incorrect.
Oh, who's next?
We have a potato next.
Potato.
I got it, the other.
Thank you.
Breath of the Wild. What is Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild?
There it is! Woo! I gotta go back.
Wait, we have a message from the captain.
Love you, baby.
I love you too, Captain Potato. All right, let's do music video game Jeopardy for 600.
This series of colorful, cartoony rhythm games has enjoyed releases in arcades on the Game Boy Advance, Nintendo Wii within the subtitle Fever, and Nintendo 3DS with the subtitle Megamix.
Pineapple.
Pineapple. Right there?
Wait.
What is Rhythm Heaven?
That's correct.
Good
All
job.
right. Also, a clarification I should have added, despite the pineapples on my shirt, I am not partial.
Let's do music video game Jeopardy for 400.
This classic rhythm game franchise requires players to place their feet on the corresponding arrows in time with the music. A GameCube entry of the franchise is known as the Mario Mix.
Potato.
Potato.
Gray sweatshirt. What is Dance Dance Revolution? Congratulations! I'm gonna get this tonight, I swear. Let's do music video game Jeopardy 800.
For how much?
800.
800? Let's go.
This entry in a popular puzzle game series is named for the phenomenon where players noted seeing shapes from the game when they closed their eyes. While not a music game in the traditional sense, fans may consider it an audiovisual experience due to its unique approach to sound and music.
Pineapple.
Pineapple.
Up there's the...
All right. Lay it on me, my friend.
What is the Tetris effect?
Correct.
Hey.
Good job.
Rise up once more and lead us forth to the next question.
Oh, geez. Music video game Jeopardy, 4,000.
4,000.
Kyle, do you want to tell us how the Daily Double works?
Yeah, let's hear it. So you are gonna bet a number of what we are going to wager for this. Yep, it's your question. Is that how this works, Star?
Maybe we should let the team who wants to let their team captains lead them in this wager? Do they feel like responsible gamblers? An
Very tough
oxymoron, I
question.
know. All right, team captains, you're gonna have to decide what to wager.
What do you wager?
500. 500.
All right, 500 is.
500.
All right, and where was the answer? Where was the person answering? Right
Does everybody have to wager first?
Yeah, you're gonna answer.
I don't know either.
Here we go.
Yeah.
This 2012 platformer features music from artists including Beck and Deadmau5 and is marked by the way players collect tokens to add additional parts to the game's background music. The PlayStation Vita iteration of the title won Best Handheld Game in 2012 Spike Video Game Awards.
What is Amped?
Ooh, that's not correct.
Ooh.
You know.
So yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Star, what's the there it is.
Sorry about that. I gotta take away some points, right? There we go. Okay, so, okay.
Yep, that's good.
Potato is next. How does this work? I don't know how this works.
You know, I think we did the order a little funny,
Normally
but
we just
that's
go
okay.
on.
Are we just?
Normally
I
we
need-
just go
we
on.
need to collect
we
wagers.
show the answer and then we go on normally.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
Show the
All right,
answer and
show
go
the
on.
answer. Let's find out what it is and move on.
Sound
What is
shapes.
sound shapes? All
Okay.
right.
Continue.
However, you had the last one, guys.
Let's see. Let's lower the stakes. Music video game Jeopardy for 200.
200.
This virtual reality rhythm game requires the player to use what might be described as neon swords to strike incoming cubes in time with the music.
Pineapple.
Pineapple.
What is Beat Saber?
And you didn't pick my answer, Star. And here you go.
VGM for 200.
VGM for 200. You're going to have a bad time any of you hear this iconic secret boss theme from popular indie title Undertale.
Pineapple.
Pineapple.
Where is...
What is Megalovania?
I hope all of you have that right!
Kyle, turn back around and figure out what the next question
I'm
is,
gonna get
please.
it tonight.
I love the energy, though.
VGM for 400.
VGM for 400.
The theme for this Mario Kart level accompanies a YouTube video of an apparently Russian driver as he makes his way through an airport that is mislabeled as a commercial shopping establishment.
Pineapple.
Rainbow Road.
That's not correct.
Nope.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
Lemon.
Blue shirt.
What is Coconut Mall?
That is correct!
All right. And I just want to remind captains, make sure that honor system, you see hands, you press then.
Same category, 600.
You're in for a bit of a bait and switch if you hear the beginning of this startup music for the video game console, which has been transitioned into several sound effects and melodies, including Toto's song Africa.
Pineapple.
Purple shirt. I'm gonna.
We believe in
I'm
you.
gonna stay here for the following answer this time.
What is?
Nice.
What is? GameCube.
Correct.
Good job.
All
You gotta stay
right.
here. I'm here this time. I haven't forgotten. You gotta come back.
All right.
Oh, wait. We got to rejoin here. We are having some issues here with the with Team Lemon.
Okay.
Wireless technology, it's incredible.
Okay. So what do I need to do?
You just need to wait for a moment until Lemon connects. Are you able to rejoin?
You okay, Star?
We do not.
Unfortunately not.
Do you not have service? AT&T has failed you. All right, well, I would like to thank you. All right, one more try before we call in a substitution. Use the hot
We're
spot,
using the hot
Judy.
spot, everybody.
Hot spot.
Use the hot
Use
spot.
the hot spot.
Are we in?
I'm in.
Lemon.
Let me refresh it.
All right, okay. I'm ready to hype this up.
Okay, for the game pin, which was
8757.
8757? Yeah, we need more time actually, so keep it up, please.
Bop, ba-da, bop, 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 ba-da.
We're back! You did it! Through the power of music! Team Lemon's back on the board. All right, but now we're back to serious questions.
Are we feeling memes? More memes?
What?
Let's do memes for 1,000.
Memes for 1,000.
Wait, what? Video games?
Memes for 1,000.
Beautiful.
The music for this unlicensed Sega Genesis video game, named partially after a transportation vehicle, is infamous for being very, very discordant.
Potato.
What is Crazy Taxi? Ooh. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately
Should I
not.
take points away for that one or no?
Yes. That's what we do when things are wrong here. Okay. Who's next?
Lemon.
Hey, feel free to stand up.
What is Crazy Bus?
Yes! All right, yeah.
Look it up if you don't know it, because it's not good.
Only so many vehicle types, you know. What is our next question?
Video game music, the M is for memes for 800.
The menu theme from this crossover fighting game is used for the Choose Your Character TikTok meme.
Lemon.
I love that. Big hair. Big hair, come on down.
That's you, Robert.
I think it's great. It's beautiful, really. I support you. What is Mortal Kombat? I think we need the specific song.
Well, see, no. So the thing is, that isn't correct, but that might even be a different TikTok
Oh, it's
meme.
not even the correct franchise?
It's not correct. It's not correct.
Sorry, my friend. That is all right.
Memes that we haven't seen, though. I'll be honest about
Who was
that.
the next who buzzed in?
The next.
I love the enthusiasm,
Let's do
though.
Potato next.
Right here?
Super Smash Brothers Melee.
There it is! Congratulations.
Should I? Do you want me to take those?
Oh, God.
We have a format.
What is Super Smash Brothers Melee?
That is.
All right. Show
That's
of
my
hand.
fault, sir.
That's your fault?
That's my fault,
It's
yeah.
your fault?
Yeah, that's my fault.
wanna let it live?
They
right.
get it, they get it, they
We're
get it.
taking points away from Kyle. All right.
All right, let's go to it.
Next
Did I
question
give those
then.
points yet? Did I give them?
Oh yeah, we need to take from Lemon because
We
they
want to take from Lemon?
Yeah, because
Okay.
they answered incorrect.
How much
That's
was
what,
that? 800?
That's what we do. Yeah, 800.
This is
Well,
gonna be a little
I'm
painful.
waiting.
Sorry. 1, 2.
Star.
Yay!
Let's go VGM 1000.
All right, VGM 1000. The map theme from this isometric three-dimensional platformer title is a personal favorite of YouTuber Video Game Donkey.
Pineapple.
What is Cubert? Nope.
I'm sorry, that's not
Sorry.
correct.
Who's next? Do we
I don't think we have anybody else. All right. Oh, Lemon. Oh, Lemon's going.
Oh, Lemon.
Simon is back with the hair, with the blonde hair.
All right, come on down. Let's be friends together for this brief moment in trivia time.
What is Super Mario 3D World?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Oh, wait. Pick our next question.
What's the next question?
Indie game for 1,000.
All right, indie game. This composer, a close collaborator with Vlambeer, has worked on several of their titles, including Minute, Nuclear Throne, and Luftrausers, but is perhaps more widely known for his work on Fall Guys.
Lemon.
I believe in you. This is a supportive environment.
Who is Yukio Kallio?
Yes!
Beautifully done.
This is the power of support.
No, indie games, yes.
What's our next?
Let's go 200. Let's finish off Final Fantasy and Friends.
Finishing off Final Fantasy, this menacing piece of theme music is known for its operatic chorus, Latin lyrics, and title, which describes a notable antagonist from Final Fantasy VII.
Potato.
What is One-Winged Angel?
That is correct.
And there it is. next option.
And let's go Songs with Words for 200.
Songs with Words for 200, ZW.
This video game features a jazzy song that's sure to shock you because you'll never see it coming.
Potato.
And all the way in the back.
All the way in the back.
I love that.
What is Persona 5?
Correct.
Good job.
The song is Last Surprise.
Oh, a wealth of options. 400 for the last one, please.
This video game features a humorous song which assures you that your adversary is still alive.
Pineapple.
What is Portal?
Correct.
And there it is. 600. 600.
This video game features a song title that describes what you might do as you're hanging on the edge of tomorrow.
Lemon.
Red Beanie, come on down. I think that's Wheel of Fortune's catchphrase, but I'm lifting it right now, and I think that that's okay. What do you got for us?
Sonic Adventure 1?
Ooh.
I am sorry. That's all right.
Potato.
What is Sonic Adventure 2?
Correct.
Hanging on the edge of tomorrow.
Kyle, you ran away again.
I know. I'm doing it every time. I'm going to get it sometime.
I'm going to subvert everyone's expectations and go for Songs with Words for 1,000.
Oh, man. This video game features a funky jazz song that informs Travis Touchdown that his situation is kill or be killed.
Potato. Be specific.
Black sweatshirt again.
Black sweatshirt.
Remember the form.
Specific.
What is No More Heroes?
Not specific. Lemon.
Black hat. All right.
Got that one, TW?
Let's hear it for this gentleman in the hat. Once again, this is a supportive environment. We're all having fun. All right, my friend.
What is No More Heroes 2?
Correct.
All right. You know, I would ask you what question you wanted, but you don't really have a choice. This video game features a big band jazz song that informs you that some days you go through the rain and some days you feed on a tree frog, it would seem.
Potato.
What is Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater?
And there we are. You're starting off the second round.
Beautiful.
And that, friends, is round one.
Wonderful.
Woo! We're going to do as much as round two as we can, and then we're going to see who the winner is. Star, can we get a check of the scores, please?
We have pineapple at $1,200. We have potato at $2,200, and we have lemon at a whopping $5,600.
All right.
Want to write those
What's
down
that?
real fast?
Paying us out for that?
No.
Once again, for the third time, there is absolutely no compensation. The points are made up. Nothing matters. So no, sorry. All right, let's move
Whose line
on.
is it anyway? All right.
Victory.
I'm gonna close this up. We're gonna have to do a little. We have to do a little rejoin. It's gonna be.
We're gonna have to do a rejoin. Let's remember what happened at the beginning.
I'm watching you all. Hands up, everybody.
Yeah,
hands up.
Hands
Hands up.
This is not a trusting
Hands
environment.
up. This is not a drill.
This is a supportive environment, but it's also pragmatic in a sense.
Please choose the same foods.
Please choose the same. Yeah, please choose the same foods. Let us know when you are in, captains. Oh, in first. All right.
Go potato.
Go potato. Rather nutritious, a very important.
I'm watching the
You
back
know,
half
if
of the
you're a
room.
fan of history, it's the whole reason why the population expanded in Europe before it was decimated by the plague. But you know what I'm saying. All right.
Are we in?
Are we all in?
Don't mind me.
Yeah, don't I? Oh, you wrote down the points and you're bringing them back in. For round two. Perfect. We have to do this manual. Hey! What kind of environment is this, everybody? I'm sorry, I can't hear everybody. What kind of environment is this? Supportive! That's right. All right. Since Lemon is the point leader, Captain Lemon.
I can't read. I'm blind. Okay.
It's also down
here. Okay. Can I get video game song titles for 400?
For 400.
This heavy metal track from the Doom franchise describes what truly terrifies your opponents.
Pineapple.
Where?
You got it. What is Rip and Tear?
No, it's not. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Star is the
Potato.
final arbiter.
Where's
Go,
way in the back?
Kyle, go. I know what it is. You got this.
Oh.
That's a good captain.
What is The Only Thing They Fear Is You?
Correct. Oh,
yes. I gotta go back.
Go.
I'm gonna get.
Could I get video games with words for 200?
200.
This video game features a song that lets you know that when you walk away, you won't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't go.
Pineapple.
Oh, the captain. All right, all right. Lay it on us, friend.
Simple and Clean, Kingdom Hearts. What is Simple and Clean from Kingdom Hearts?
I'm sorry, my friend. What? Wait.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
I gotta trust the final arbiter.
I'll take it.
Okay. That's our one reminder. From now on, you gotta answer as a question initially. If what, who, or where isn't the first thing. All right, all right.
Yeah,
All right. Oh, wait, but you also get to pick the next one.
Whoa. What? Okay.
No, they got it correctly. That was the one reminder for this. This is a graceful, supportive environment. You guys have 2 questions before we lost potato. It's all okay. We're here to have fun. Our next question, sir.
Video game songs with titles for 200.
For 200.
And for 200, this rock song from the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise encourages the player to both follow and set free the singer.
Potato.
White shirt in the back.
What is City Escape?
Do you know the name of it, though?
From Sonic Adventure 2?
The name of the song.
What is City Escape?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Pineapple.
Pineapple.
Escape from the City from Sonic Adventure 2.
I'm sorry, my friend.
They're all like me tonight.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I have to do
What do we
this. Lemon.
What is Escape from the City?
That is correct.
And there we go.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
It's your turn now.
Let's do songs with words for 1,000.
Ooh. This video game features a modern jazz standard that encourages the listener to lump up to make a single star in the sky.
Potato.
What is Katamari Damacy?
That is correct.
All right, there it is.
Let's go with songs with words for 800.
800.
This video game features a humorous song where the singer laments that she used to want you dead, but now she only wants you gone.
Lemon.
The guy in the back waving really strongly.
I love that.
What is Portal 2?
And there it is. You're next.
Let's do indie game composers for 600.
600.
This composer, hailing from Portugal, produced music for ascending rappers before scoring music for his first full game project, Major Magnet. He is perhaps more widely known for his collection of arrangements and original compositions for Sonic Mania.
Lemon.
Red Beanie, we meet again.
Who is T. Lopes?
Correct.
Lead us forth to the next question.
Oh, no more memes? Damn.
There will always be more.
Okay.
Not tonight.
With words, 400.
400.
This video game features a jazzy song which reminds you to not fret because you're still our one-up boy.
Pineapple.
I got this, I promise.
What is Super Mario Odyssey?
Correct.
Good job.
All right.
We'll do music video game Jeopardy for 1,000.
For 1,000. This spiritual successor to the game Osu features members of a fictional government agency that must assist the world's citizens, usually through the power of music.
Lemon.
Gray t-shirt with the glasses. Hello.
What is Elite Beat Agents?
Correct.
And there it is. Good job.
And our next question.
Same category, 800.
All right. This musical rail shooter follows a hacker's journey into a malfunctioning AI system. It was later re-released with the subtitle Infinite.
Potato.
What is Res?
Say that again for me?
Res.
Perfect.
And there it is.
I'll take video games with words, 600, please.
For 600.
Beautiful. Wait, was that wrong?
Was that not the right one?
Was that wrong?
Well, we're here now, unfortunately.
Here we are.
So,
This entry in a popular adventure game series combines gameplay elements from it with the rhythmic gameplay of a popular indie crypt diving video game.
Lemon.
Red Beanie. All right.
Be very specific.
What is Crypt of the Necro Dancer?
Do we need more information, Arbiter?
I wasn't gonna take it.
I think we need more information.
more
I think we need more
All right,
information,
let's do more
Star.
information.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on that.
That's all right, friend. You did your best. Who is next?
Pineapple. Wait, this is
I think he's sure. You called on him. Where he's good.
Okay, beautiful.
What is?
What is Crypt of the Necrodancer? Cadence of Hyrule.
I'm gonna take that.
All right,
I'm gonna take
the
that.
Arbiter is spoken.
I'm
Turn
gonna
back
get this.
round, Kyle.
Here you go.
Game Composers 200.
Game composer for 200. This composer, known for his extensive work on the Final Fantasy series, led instrumental rock band The Black Mages from 2002 to 2010.
Lemon.
Blue Black Hoodie. Stand up if you feel it's you.
I'm right here.
Who is Nobuo Uematsu?
Correct.
Correct. Good job. No, you gotta stand back up. Can't be like me.
Let's do game composers for 400.
The Flintstones vitamin jingle is one of this composer's claims to fame, although he is perhaps more widely known for his work on the Halo and Destiny series.
Potato.
Who is Marty O'Donnell?
Good job.
Correct.
Okay, let's do songs with video game words for 600.
Songs for games with 600. This video game features a heavy metal song that combines a church choir, screaming metal vocal, and a traditional vocal. The second of which assures you that even if you steal a soul for a second chance, you will never become a man.
Pineapple. Pass.
If you buzzed,
you lose.
you gotta answer.
Going once, going twice, and gone, Star.
Lemon.
What is Devil May Cry 3?
Ooh, perfect.
There it is.
Perfect, all right.
Don't sit down, because you're next. Don't sit down, because you're next.
Music video game Jeopardy 400.
400. Described as rhythm violence, this title places player in the role of a space beetle that must, quote, brave the hellish void and confront a maniacal giant head from the future.
Team Potato.
What? Where?
Man in the hat.
Man in the hat. I'm not sure which hat. I see two hats.
Stand up if you feel like you're the one being called on.
Stand up if you're wearing a hat.
What is Thumper?
That is
Thumper, there it is.
That is
All right.
Let's do borrowed songs for 400.
400. This challenging heavy metal song is one of the toughest to appear in Guitar Hero 3 and may suggest a need for a few buckets of water.
Potato.
Potato. Gray sweatshirt.
What is Through the Fire and Flames?
Correct.
There it is.
Correct.
Let's do video game song titles for 600. This song title from the Daytona USA series features an iconic two-word declaration at its very beginning, which describes the way a contestant might begin a race.
Potato.
Mario hat.
What is Rolling Stone?
There it is.
Perfect.
Let's go borrowed songs for 200.
The theme of this video game series is a rearrangement of a traditional Russian folk song.
Pineapple.
What is Tetris?
Thank you.
Hey, there we go.
Okay, let's do borrowed songs for 600.
For 600. This skateboarding video game series features several popular rock songs from the era, perhaps most notably the song Superman by Goldfinger.
Pineapple.
Red shirt, all the way in the back. Yeah, red shirt.
Red shirt.
What is Tony Hawk?
Arbiter, do we need specificity?
She finished with Pro Skater.
Can you be more specific, please?
Just a little more
It's series.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nah, it's got it.
I'm sorry, that's not gonna work. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Wait.
Potato.
All right, what do you got? Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
That is correct.
There we go.
Sorry.
You're correct. Thank you, everybody. Indie game composers for 8. This pair of composers led the movement to coin the term digital fusion and released a notable album in the genre called The Black Box, establishing a style they then used throughout their work on the Steven Universe franchise and the game Icon Fell.
Pineapple.
We are obviously looking for 2 names here.
Who is Ivy and Surashu?
Who is Ivy and Surashu? Correct. That's perfect. You're right. I know.
I've got it now.
Let's do game composers for 800.
800 game composers?
Yes.
Let's do it.
This composer, pianist, and music director is known for his work on a number of Nintendo's most renowned series, including Super Mario Bros., The Legend of Zelda, Punch-Out!, and Star Fox.
Potato.
This man with the long hair next to you.
Who is Koji Kondo?
Thank you.
Whoa, sorry, I didn't hear you. What?
Who is Koji Kondo?
That's right.
There it is.
Oh, right. Let's do video game song titles for 800.
800.
Video game song titles 800? Or borrowed songs?
One more time.
Video game song
Video game
titles.
song titles.
Very
Yep.
last one.
Oh, there you go.
What's the wager here, team captain?
Can I ask my team?
You may ask your team.
What do we want?
The person who picked the question has to answer.
He has to.
Yes.
Look at the person answering the question.
2,000.
2,000.
Can you wager more than you have?
I don't know.
We have 7.
You have 7,400. Oh, that's right, Team Potato. Wavering 2,000. All right.
What is Sticker Brush Symphony?
That is correct.
Good job.
Correct.
Excellent work.
Thank you.
All
Do I
right.
need one more? I need one more. There we go.
Okay.
We have just a few minutes left. We're going to do one more question, and then it's Final Jeopardy.
I think we have time for a few more. Pretty sure.
We can do 2 more? Okay, cool. Okay. I want to let them know, make sure to leave time for a picture, because I think that's cool. So we're going to do that.
Okay.
All right, 2 more questions.
Video game song titles for 1,000.
Either of these terms, often followed by theme, are used to title the above-ground areas and levels from the Super Mario Bros. Series.
Potato.
Mario.
Fitting.
What is the overworld theme?
I am going to say yes.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Perfect. One more question before Final Jeopardy.
The last question will be indie game posers for 400.
400.
Right.
This composer has released several albums, including Bushes and Marshmallows and Life-Changing Moments, seem minor in pictures, but is perhaps more widely known for his work on Minecraft.
Lemon.
I got it.
Run, Kyle, run.
Who is C418?
There we go.
Yes!
Okay. So, this last question is very, very hard. It's very difficult. It's very challenging.
Star is very personally excited about the difficulty of this question.
You got rid of all my favorite questions, Star.
Let's see if it comes up. The category is world records. Do I show them the question or do they wager
Well,
first?
I believe all the teams need to give us their wager first.
It's very,
all the teams,
very hard.
Captains, if you'd like a moment to consult with your teams.
This question is not
perfect.
easy.
Wait. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait. Decorum. The category is world records.
In case that helps.
It's
How many
not
would you like to wager? How many would you like to wager?
2 million points.
Can you wager more than you have?
No, you cannot wager
I don't
more
believe
than
so.
you
So
have.
you're wagering, you're all of them. All right. Lemon is all in, Star. Are you keeping track?
Yes.
Potato.
Let's see. I think we're just going to do it all.
Yes! Potatoes all in.
right, the captain will speak.
After much consulting and deliberation, 1,500.
1,500. That's what we call a contingency plan. All right. Star is going to give us the question. You be ready with those hands, and I will personally shake the hand of anybody who answers this one.
It's not easy.
Star, lay it on us.
Are you sure? Oh, do I put them in? Oh, I didn't know I got to put them in.
You know this question by heart, Star. You can
Yeah, I
read
guess
it out.
so.
Leas, do you have the question for the screen?
They have to, do I want to just...
Oh, you're going to enter your wagers. Wow, technology's wild.
Holy heck.
Enter it. Perfect.
Lemon, and we're waiting for pineapple. It is very warm. Okay. I'm gonna read this one. What is this? You don't have a buzzer? I guess we'll figure it out. I'm gonna read this.
Wait.
Okay.
Y'all don't have a buzzer? Oh, because everybody gets a chance to answer. That's right. They're going to write it in. Let us know. Perfect.
Featuring a neo-impressionist piano quintet, that is, a string quartet with an added pianist, Hideki Sakamoto's piece for this PlayStation 3 video game holds the world record for being the longest piece of video game music ever written. It is titled Prime Number 4507 and lasts an hour, 15 minutes, and 7 seconds.
Do not Google this.
All right. If you know, you can bring it up to your captain.
Just come to me if you know the answer.
Yeah, come down. We're not going to bring to you.
No way. No way.
Whoa!
No way.
If multiple people want to come up, we'll allow it this time. This one is hard.
Yep, this one's not easy.
Okay.
All right.
You have 20 seconds to figure out your answer, and then you will let us know before we speak them. 10 seconds.
Another best guess, Potato. Come on.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Whoever is answering.
What?
I want to hear it. Yeah, we need to secretly hear it. So just tell Kyle, you go get that one. You go get that one. I'll get this one. Don't put it in the mic. Don't put it in the mic.
Torsten, if you're right, you're not coming over afterwards.
Kyle, do you have your answer? Okay. So now we'll give answers because we've heard your answers, so you can't change it. So what do you think it is?
Ectochrome 2.
And Team Potato, what do you think it is?
Eternal Sonata.
Apparently we're consulting. No, you have to get one. You can only take one. Okay, what did y'all say?
Eternal Sonata.
Drink some water.
Okay, we're giving all the answers to the arbiter. Okay, so then let's hear all the answers.
All right.
Okay,
Let's
so
hit
we're
them
going
all
to hear all
publicly.
the answers publicly now, and then the arbiter will let us know what is happening. So one more time for us.
Ectochrome 2.
All right.
Eternal Sonata.
You know, at this point, I think it's okay. If anybody gets this right, okay, so they did say what is when they told us and we consulted, okay? Y'all, you're not getting anything if you win or lose. It is okay to walk away from here happy no matter what.
We're really impressed you got it.
And then, tell us what the answer is.
What is Echochrome 2? Something, something light and shadow.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So, middle team, what were you? You're Potato? You're wrong. And Lemon? Correct.
Delete the team.
And Pineapple? Correct.
And there it is.
have to wrap it up. Two things. Congratulations, Team Lion. Let's all be good sports. All right. If you enjoyed talking about video game music for the last hour with us, join the three of us Sunday at 3 o'clock for a panel called The Best Video Game Music Ever, in which we invented 10 totally arbitrary categories with 11 arbitrary categories in which we have determined the best video game music ever.
They're ridiculous.
You can talk with us about it too. Finally, I'd love to take a picture with anybody who wants to take a picture, and that's it for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna go to Windows and